He is known as the deadliest mercenary. Forged by the most brutal training from childhood, he has accomplished countless exploits, dangerous operations, rescuing hostages and eliminating bad guys, and his family thought he died there after a plane crash. But now, after all that, he finally returns to his homeland to finish high school, a place where the kids are bullying the less fortunate. They'll probably pick on our MC, but that'll be their problem. The story begins in a school where the whole class is introduced to this new hot guy who has just transferred to this school. The teacher mentions that he has been living abroad for a long time and asks everyone to be friendly and help him settle in. All the girls in the class, I can't help but blush at her beauty. Even the bullies in the class can't help but snicker, while the other average-looking students feel a pang in their hearts of jealousy at the beauty of the new one. The teacher directs him to an empty seat at the back of the room, and he walks over, ready to settle into his new corner. As he heads to his seat, we see a redhead named Jae-hyung, and you can tell he's really annoyed. Let's be honest, he's just jealous that this new guy steals the show with his looks. The tall guy sitting behind Jae-hyung sends a subtle signal. Jae-hyung, he quickly understands what his friend is trying to say and decides to act. He sticks out his foot and aims to trip the new guy as he walks by. But Jae-hyung's plan doesn't go as well as he hoped, because this new guy stops abruptly, leaving Jae-hyung gritting his teeth in frustration. He had timed his foot extension perfectly, but it still hasn't worked at all. Meanwhile, the newcomer, who's named Jin by the way, just killed Jae-hyung. He glares at him for his pathetic attempt, but he says nothing. The scene then flashes back to Jin's past, where we see a blonde man advises Jin to avoid fights when she returns to Korea. Jin sighs and replies, he already knows all this. The senior straightens up and curiously asks how Jin knows this. He then explains that he would not engage in any combat situation without having sufficient information about his surroundings. It seems like Jin's response isn't exactly what the older person was expecting, as it comes across as way too harsh. But Jin continues to share his wisdom, gleaned from years of experience. He explains that a hasty decision could cost him dearly. His life, and such a mistake would be a rookie move. This makes the senior even more uncomfortable, and our boy continues to remind his superior that he had survived many battlefields over the past 10 years because he knew his subject. Suddenly, Major Kang, the superior, tells Jin to stop and clarifies that he wasn't referring to all that strategic nonsense, but rather that he doesn't want to. Our boy fights to prevent the poor delinquent from getting beaten up. In the present. At that moment, the major's advice stuck in our boy's memory, so he said nothing to the bully to avoid a fight. The professor then notices Jin standing there with her arms crossed and asks her if everything is okay. Jin simply gives a pleasant look, smiles, saying he's fine, and continues past Jae-hyung, ignoring him. Jae-hyung snickers once more, thinking that Jin is just a coward who's afraid of being messed with. Even the guy who tried to trip him up earlier smiled, pleased with Jin's behavior. Reaction. Once Jin reaches her seat, the teacher asks one of the students to help her get ready for the first class. With that, the teacher leaves after wishing Jin good studies. The student sitting next to Jin quickly introduces himself as Yong-chan Park, and our boy returns the favor by introducing himself as A-Jin Yu. Yong-chan then glances nervously over his shoulder to make sure no one is watching and leans in to whisper to our boy that he saw what Jae-hyung was trying to do. He explains that Jae-hyung Lee is a troublemaker, but there is also another beware of Hik-jin, an equally formidable tyrant. Jin watches the two closely, the troublemakers, while Yong-chan reveals that the next class is math. Jin thanks her new friend for letting her know. Yong-chan is relieved to see that our boy isn't a bully like the others. He tells him to feel free to ask him anything, and he'll do his best to help. The math teacher arrives and asks everyone to open their textbooks. He starts solving math problems. Problems are written on the board. Some students are taking notes while others appear bored. Jin watches the scene. noticing that Yong-chan is paying close attention while some students are dozing or having fun smartphones. He also glances out the window and sees a group of students playing in the playground. Jin's mind. He thinks back to his time as a mercenary. He remembers the heavy rain, feeling completely exhausted and dejected. The chaos of his past life, the constant roar of guns and explosions, seemed to have left a permanent mark on his mind. Yet, in the present moment, as he closes his eyes, no unpleasant noises are heard. Everything seems surprisingly peaceful and serene. As dawn approaches, the students return home. Among them is Dion, who spots his brother nearby. She jumps for a moment and asks him if he was expecting her. He replies that yes, he was hoping to accompany her. He adds, however, that if she has other plans, she can go alone. Dawn takes a quick look around, and she insists she has no other plans, but you can see she's still very anxious about walking with our boy. Then tells her that if she has nothing urgent, they will walk home together. Finally, the girl agrees. Later on the street, the siblings walk side by side, visibly embarrassed. Jin tries to break the ice and asks if she feels embarrassed too. Diane is surprised to hear this and quickly insists that she is not embarrassed. But Jin reassures her that it's okay, as he feels quite embarrassed himself. Luckily, this remark This relaxes our daughter a little. Jin then reveals that he was only 9 years old at the time of the accident. So he doesn't. He remembers a lot about his family, including his sister. He points out that it must have been quite strange for her too, since she was only 7 years old and she probably doesn't remember much either. Dion remains silent, because it's true. Suddenly, she hears familiar voices around the corner and his footsteps suddenly stop. When Dawn looks at the source of the voice, she sees one of the girls who bullied her in class. She is apparently the friend of this blonde girl who she slapped Dawn at school today. The bully immediately noticed Dawn and called her out. Dawn's sweat dropped. She doesn't know how to handle the situation. One of the boys sitting with the girl who's harassing her asks who Dawn is. The tyrannical girl reveals that Dion is the girl Juan doesn't like, and Huyn is the same blonde girl who slapped her earlier. The bullying girl also spots her brother walking with Dion and begins to tease her, asking if she's out with her boyfriend. She adds some colorful remarks, saying that she didn't know that. Oxten. He could also become shy and desperately tries to reassure her that Jin is just her brother, although this may seem surprising to the girl who was harassing her, who didn't know Dion had a brother. After hearing the rude comments, Jin asks Dion if this girl is a friend of hers. Dion nods shyly and admits that they know each other from their bedroom, but the pretentious girl doesn't let go, calling Dawn a "Ka" again and asks, ever since they became friends, Dawn has been shaking like the bully. Jin then gives the girl an icy stare. A stare that is enough to freeze the blood. The guy standing next to the girl who's harassing her, he doesn't appreciate Jin's dark look. He gets annoyed and warns her to be careful if he doesn't want to get his ass hauled off. Jin continues to glare at him, which only annoys the fat man even more. The girl begins to excite him and provokes him into a fight with Jin. Eventually, the fat man's patience runs out. Damn, and he walks over to our boy, and Jin quickly pushes Dawn away and comes face to face with that stupid face. So the fat man asks if Jin is trying to act tough in front of her sister. Jin notices how vulnerable the fat man is. He's so close that all his vital points are exposed. What's even more amusing is that the big doesn't carry any weapons. All he has is his huge butt. Jin can't help but think this guy is reckless, but Major Kang's words echo in his mind again, reminding him not to choose fights with anyone. Jin sighs, looks away and decides to sneak away, but Gross stops her. Jin got off so easily. He grabs her by the collar and raises his hand, ready to slap her hard. Before he can make contact, Diane rushes to intervene. She quickly lowers her head and explains to the bully Jin has lived abroad most of her life and is not used to how Korea works. On the other hand, the little brute sneered at her pleading, while Dion continued to tremble with fear. The big one, however, responded sharply, Dion saying he didn't care whether Jin lived abroad or not. Seeing his sister so terrified and shaking with fear makes Jin's blood boil. Fueled by anger, he grabs Fatty's wrist and yanks it on. Fatty writhes in pain even though Jin hasn't done something particularly aggressive. Jin throws down her bag and takes off her coat. Calmly, he says to his sister to wait for him and covers her face with her coat, assuring him that it won't take more than a minute. At that moment, the rowdy thug charges at him from behind. Jin pivots effortlessly and delivers a solid slap to the thug's face. The simple slap sends the thug flying. Staggering, blood pouring from his mouth, he stumbles backward and crashes to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The arrogant girl and the goons feel a shiver run down their spines. And I can tell they're going to wet themselves if our boy keeps this up. Meanwhile, Jin lets out a sigh of disappointment, knowing he's broken his promise to Major Kang. But I guess it's not entirely his fault because that big bastard had it coming. The other thug is so terrified that he started to consider any action against our boy. The next scene takes us to the countryside where soldiers are training relentlessly. Among them, Major Kang overseeing the rigorous exercises. A comrade approaches from behind and reminds Kang that today is Jin's first day of school. Hearing this, Major Kang worries that despite after months of lessons on how to lead a normal life, Jin might have a hard time adjusting to her normal school life after so many years. As a mercenary, despite everything, Kang feels a certain pride and is convinced that the lessons he passed on to Jin will help her thrive in her new life. Well, it turns out Major Kang's teachings didn't quite work, because these bullies look like yesterday's scum. The other bullies stare in shock at the large, injured man lying unconscious. Eyes rolled back. The tyrant and her sidekick tremble in fear as Jin advances towards them. In a flash, Jin rushes forward and delivers a devastating punch right to the other thug's gut, sending him flying and crashing onto the ground. The arrogant girl's jaw drops in disbelief. When Jin turns her attention to her murderous glare makes she's shaking with fear. Don pulls his coat off his face, his hands shaking, as she stares at the two thugs on the ground. For the count, even though she's only been covered for a minute. Jin notices her sister looking at him, and after giving the arrogant girl one last blow, intimidatingly, he steps away from her. He turns to Don and apologizes for covering her face so abruptly. The apology only makes Dion more uncomfortable, so Jin tries to lighten the mood by suggesting they get some snacks from her favorite store. Don stammers that it's no big deal and they don't need it, so Jin decides they should just go. At home, as Dion and Jin grow closer, the tyrannical girl is terrified by the situation. She is completely stunned by how it is playing out. This guy who was so terrifying with just a glance now acts like a sweet and caring brother. As the siblings drift apart together, Diane gives her a final, friendly wave before leaving the tyrannical girl standing there, their faces frozen in terror. As they walk home, Dawn asks Jin if he was the one who knocked out those two guys earlier. Confirms this, which only piques her curiosity about her brother, as he doesn't seem like the fighting type. She then explains that in Korea, staring at people like he did can be considered rude and risk creating uncomfortable situations. Jin agrees, adding that making eye contact with someone can be risky depending on who you're looking at, which is similar to where they're coming from. Bewildered, Diane asks him why he stared at those thugs earlier. Jin simply replies that he noticed she was scared and that he wanted to protect her sister. Diane is surprised by these unexpected reactions and simply lowers her head while blushing. An awkward silence falls between them as they continue on their way. Looks like Dawn is going to have to get used to it, to have a caring brother by her side to watch over her. Back at the apartment, we see that Grandpa is a bundle of nerves. He frantically recounts Jin just wants to relax and enjoy some fruit, but our boy insists on doing the dishes himself. Grandpa isn't sure how to handle this, so he ends up letting Jin take over. While Jin washes the dishes with a firm hand, Grandpa asks while the dinner was good. He admitted he wasn't a great chef. Jin casually told Grandpa not to sweat. He says the food was excellent and he loved every meal. The old man seems visibly relieved to learn that he enjoyed the meal. You can even see a glimmer of satisfaction on his face. Grandpa then turns to Dawn and asks if she liked the food too. She nods. Grandpa then changes the subject and asks Jin how her first day of school went. And he's curious to know if anything interesting happened. Jin hesitates for a moment, looking a little anxious about. Dion also feels a little uneasy, thinking back on the eventful day, but after a moment of silence, Jin admits, it was a good day. Grandpa's face lights up with real pleasure at hearing this, visibly relieved and happy. Once everyone has gone to bed for the night, we find our man still wide awake. He remembers the time when his grandfather saw him for the first time, and he can almost feel how grateful his father was to have him near. Jin's cold heart, he began to feel better after living with his grandfather and sister for a while. Then his thoughts drifted back to the time when I was stuck on that plane before it crashed. The passengers were panicking and the emergency oxygen masks had blown out of the compartments. While everyone rushed to put on their masks, Jin's parents made sure their son he could breathe safely. It was a terrifying day for him. Just as the plane began its descent, Jin wakes up with a start in the present, jumps out of bed in shock and breathes heavily from the nightmare. His heart is, he starts running and finally realizes it was just a dream. He glances at his clock and sees that morning has arrived. Sitting alone, he hears clicking noises coming from the living room. He gets up and goes out to find his sister is preparing breakfast. He looks around and asks where his grandfather has gone. She tells him that his grandfather has left to work at dawn. She explains that her grandfather had taken time off to be home when Jin arrived, but now his paid leave. The work is finished, so he goes back to work. She also puts on her uniform and, once finished, decides to leave for the day. She tells Jin that breakfast is served and reminds her to eat well. With that, she leaves, and Jin takes a look at the food that was left for her. Back at school, we find the same bully and the blonde girl daughter, Hu Jin. It turns out that Hu Jin found out that yesterday's transfer student is Dion's brother. The stalker confirms this anxiously. Her mind flashes back to their previous encounter with Jin, and she feels devastated by remembering how he knocked out 2 of her friends with a single punch, and tries to ask him why he was bullying her. The girl is so scared, but the stalker remains frozen in fear, unable to speak. I'm tired of calling her a tyrannical girl, so let's just give her a proper name and call her Chicken Shake from now on. Heejin continues to question Chicken Shake about what happened. Eventually, Chicken Shake swallows his fear and says that she should stop picking on Dawn from now on. Jin's dark look is still etched in her memory and she can't shake it. Despite her fear, she tries to reassure herself by telling herself that everything will be fine because Hui Jin and her brother are, basically, they're the best, and everyone at school bows down to them. After a while, we see Dion again. As usual, she gets brutally hit on the head. When she turns around, she sees Hu Jin and Chicken Shake together, once again there to intimidate him. Dion quickly asks what they both want now, to which Haijin tells him to come with her for a second. Our daughter asks where they're going. The arrogant blonde is visibly annoyed and snaps at Dawn, telling him not to get ahead of himself. She's a big shot and has to follow orders if she doesn't want to get beaten up. She adds that having a brother will change something. A little later, we find ourselves at the school recycling station where Dion is getting absolutely beaten by the arrogant blonde. After a few vigorous kicks, the blonde tells Dawn to lay low. Dawn, trying to catch her breath, she asks why she's being beaten up. That's when Haijin reminds her of her brother. She tells Dawn that his brother doesn't need to act tough, and warns him to explain to his brother to stop acting so full of. She then clarifies that they will no longer be responsible for Dawn's brother, as he is sentenced to a term. What an adventure. Dawn, still puzzled, asks if this means they're now targeting his brother. Hu Jin rushes over, confirms, reminding him that the 2 bullies our boy shot were friends of his brother. Since Dawn and she, if my brother dares to bother them, they won't get off easy. It's like teasing a lion and hoping not to, manhandled. Dion's face turned pale upon hearing this. She yelled at the 2 thugs, demanding to know what they were doing. She had planned to do something with her brother, but all she received in response was a good slap for speaking out of turn. The slap left her with a bruise. The physical pain is nothing compared to the pain she feels knowing her brother is in deep trouble. Dawn clenches his jaw and flies. She rushes out of the recycling station, leaving the 2 violent women behind. The scene returns to Year 3 class. The atmosphere is heavy. Even the 2 ordinary bullies in the class are unusual. Everyone is on edge because the biggest bully in school is walking around the classroom with his entourage, and it looks like the drama with Jin is about to escalate. But Jin just sits there impassive. The bullies who got crushed yesterday are also walking with their boss. Behind them, the biggest bully of all, the leader, stands proudly. Just in time, Diane bursts into the room like a tornado. She gasps heavily, her face. She's covered in bruises, and her uniform is stained with dirt. Jin stands abruptly from her seat, her eyes wide with shock. As he gazes at his sister's bruised face and filthy uniform, the tyrannical leader begins to joke. He teases Jin's sister, who is terribly worried about her brother. He points out that his own sister, Hui-jin, is only complaining and nagging him to do things for her. Hai-Junian also arrives and reminds her brother that she'll only be sorry if her brother gets his ass kicked by someone. Meanwhile, Jin is clearly being abandoned. He was petrified to see his sister so hurt. But before he could even see her reaction, the scene flashed back a little. As the students were just beginning to gather in class early in the morning, we see the terrified face of Yang-chan, struck on the head by two unruly individuals who use his face as a target. Jae-hyung is rather pretentious about his. He gets shot and brags about it to his friend. Ha-chin then gets angry and demands that the nearby student hand over on his eraser. Once the shy student hands him his eraser, Ha-chin quickly takes it. He swings his hand with all his might. He delivers a precise headshot to Yang-chan. Yang-chan starts dancing happily after landing the perfect shot. But Jae-hyung tries to downplay the incident, claiming it was just a fluke. The two friends argue in an attempt to outdo each other, others with their headshot skills. Jae-hyung decides to try another shot. Swinging his hand violently and throwing, the eraser falls on poor Yang-chan. But to his surprise, Jin intervenes and the eraser hits him in the waist. The two bullies are annoyed by this sudden interruption and the eraser falls to the floor. Jin then sits down right next to Yang-chan, terrified. The redhead is visibly annoyed, feeling that Jin is finally coming after him. Nervousness. Ha-chin decides to convince Jin to intervene, and the redhead quickly agrees. Meanwhile, the boy simply puts his bag on the desk and asks Yang-chan if he's okay. The poor boy mumbles that he's fine, but you can tell from his pale face that he's not well at all. Yang-chan simply leans towards our boy to avoid any gaze. She contacts these bullies and asks our boy if they can go out after school. Jin reveals that he has to walk. He is at home with his sister, so he can't spend time with her. The shy boy wakes up and asks if his sister has been transferred here with. Jin shakes her head, saying that she was already studying here before she arrived. When Yang-chan asks her name, Jin replies, "This is Dion." Yang-chan is surprised to hear this, and Jin notices his sudden reaction, so he asks his friend if he knows her. At first, Yang-chan hesitates to say anything, but admits that Dion isn't having a very good time at school recently. He explains that she was very popular at school because she was smart and pretty, which attracted him. She received a lot of attention from boys. But a jealous blonde girl named Hu-jin started harassing her, asks if no one stopped them from bullying Diane. Yang-chan reveals that the girl who bullied her, Hui-jin, has a brother named Gizu Kim, one of the worst troublemakers in their school. Even worse, Diane is stuck in the same classroom as Hu-jin and is bullied to the point that all the students are surprised she is still there, has the courage to come to school. Jin makes the connection and realizes that Hai-jin has started bullying her sister. It's just because someone liked Dion, and that's the only reason she's being targeted. But Yang-chan darkly reveals that it was just an excuse because Hai-jin was just looking for a reason to bully someone. Jin's mind remembers several days earlier when her grandfather hoped that Jin would have an easier time adjusting to her new school after experiencing abroad for so long. The grandfather then turns to his granddaughter and asks if she too is doing well at school. At the same time, little Dion charmingly assures her grandfather that she is perfectly fine and never shows the slightest sign of grievance. She is confronted daily with school. Her grandfather praises her, pointing out that Dion is always a brilliant student and even her teachers are full of praise for her. At that precise moment, Jin realizes her sister was just putting on an act and hides his difficulties so their grandfather doesn't have to worry. Then one of the thugs kicks in the door, opens, and the whole gang of school bullies enters the classroom. Haiken quickly asks these rowdy people what they do in class. Gizu Kim, one of the school's top students, simply says he's there to manage some business. Hai-jin is surprised to see Gizu and doesn't know what to do. You see, Ha-chin is a small fry. While he handles the other bullies pretty well, but he doesn't want to get together with Gizu Kim. Meanwhile, Gizu's lackeys tell him about Jin. When he sees Jin, he starts yelling at his lackeys, furious that they got their asses kicked by a skinny little punk. He dismisses his lackeys and gestures provocatively at Jin, telling her to come over. Jin stands up immediately while the redhead and Ha-chin seem totally confused as to what Jin did to piss Gizu off, and they're pretty sure it's pretty much I'm in trouble. Meanwhile, Jin defiantly stands her ground and asks if Gizu is really the big boss. Gizu snickers. and he finds it fascinating that our boy has taken his time to understand who is in charge here. He then turns to his lackey and tells him not to just stand there like an idiot and to take action. But we can clearly see that the lackey is terrified. He finally steps forward toward Jin, but before the fight can begin, Dawn bursts out in turn. In the classroom, out of breath. Right now, that's how Jin finds herself looking at her injuries. Sister. Tears well up in Dion's eyes as she begins to apologize to Jin for causing her trouble. Meanwhile, Hoojin giggles after seeing these tears and calls her the biggest drama queen in the world. Jin, however, tells her sister that there's nothing to apologize for. Before she can say another word, he loses his mind and slaps that lackey with such a force that he hits the ground, KO. The other tyrants, who already know the force of Jin's blows, begin to tremble. With a lackey on the ground, Jin turns to her sister and says it's those bullies who should apologize. The obscene accusations against Jin with a closed fist, but Jin pushes his hand away effortlessly. When he sees the exposed throat, Jin delivers a brutal, precise blow like a ninja, leaving the bully spitting and coughing before collapsing to the ground. The other lackey, trembling with fear, tries to strike Jin. Jin responds with a crushing blow, ribs, and, with lightning-quick reflexes, knocks the lackey to the ground. Meanwhile, Gizu's confidence has finally begun to fade as we watched our boy effortlessly defeat his bullies, as if they were nothing. The local lackeys, the members of this class still in the beta phase, stand there, wide-eyed and expressionless. Even Huijan and Chicken Shake panics and completely loses his cool. After defeating the last two tyrants, Jin turns to Gizu, and he makes her understand that her sister is suffering because of these thugs, and that he is not ready to tolerate it. He finally decides to speak, snickering as he admits that Jin isn't one to take things lying down. With a smirk, Gizu swings her leg, at lightning speed towards Jin's face, but Jin effortlessly blocks the blow, leaving Gizu completely stunned as he didn't expect our boy to react so quickly. Nevertheless, Gizu quickly swings his other leg, which is also blocked by Jin gets away with it fairly easily. She grabs Gizu's leg, pulls him against her, and delivers a violent punch to his face. The blow draws blood. Gizu falls to the ground like a rag doll. His nose and mouth are bleeding, and he looks up, horrified by Jin, who towers over him like a grim reaper. Without hesitation, Jin swings her leg again. He lands a powerful kick in the bastard's face, causing even more blood to spurt out. The once uppity Gaiand, full of himself, he finally crashes to the ground, defeated and humiliated. The entire class falls silent, their eyes wide open. They are shocked to see Jin defeat one of the greatest tyrants in one fell swoop. Both tyrants are speechless. Well, I can't believe our boy defeated a major player like Gizu so easily. The girls are just as horrified. The blonde is particularly stunned, unable to understand if Jin is really that formidable. Jin begins walking towards Hoojin, who feels terrified, because she doesn't want to get slapped and face the same brutality treatment. But before anything else can happen, Diane rushes to stop her brother, begging him not to do nothing more. Jin reminds her that Hoojin and his team have been harassing her for a long time, and that he also knows that she had also been targeted yesterday. Diane's face fell when she realized that her brother had discovered truth, and she lowers her head in silence. She suddenly realizes that Jin is fighting for her, so she hurries. She forces a smile, telling her brother that she's fine and he should stop. Her brother hesitates at first, but finally agrees and decides to accompany him to class. As they leave, the students present murmur, unable to think Gizu, the leader, was defeated by a single boy. Even the beta bullies admit Jin is a tough cookie, and they feel a wave of relief that they didn't try to confront him sooner. As the conversation continues, the blonde girl trembles, a mixture of fear and humiliation, unable to accept her defeat. Meanwhile, Jin and Dion walk. Together, she expresses shock at her brother's fighting ability, but then begins to apologize again. Confused, Jin asks her why she's apologizing. Dion explains that it's her fault he got involved in this mess. She feels responsible for the struggles he had to endure yesterday and today. Jin gives Dion a reassuring smile, telling him she doesn't need to apologize for anything, because that's the role of families. To protect each other, begins to explain that where he lived, everyone only thought of themselves. They didn't care about what had happened to others, as long as they weren't the victims. But even these people reacted differently when their own families were involved. This is when the scene descends into the past, to a chaotic battlefield with smoke and heart-rending explosions across the area. Gunfire and shelling echo from both sides. In the midst of this madness, a young Jin is caught in the chaos. Amidst the carnage, he spots one of the enemy soldiers desperately trying to save his little girl, protecting her from a man pointing his gun right above their faces. Even in the middle of the violence, the sight of this soldier risking everything for his child had a profound effect on Jin. It made her wondered what family really meant and why it was so important. At that precise moment, Diane points out that he remembers her, so why is he still making an effort to help her? The boy nods, admitting he doesn't remember. She insists that it doesn't change the fact that they are a family. The girl stands there silent, but just like are the boy's words sink into her head, and she begins to feel a little embarrassed. She quickly tells him that she's fine and that he should return to class. She points out that they are already in her classroom. So, she says a final goodbye and disappears, leaving the boy with a slight smile on his face. Back in his room, Jin is still the topic of conversation, and he feels a little uncomfortable with all the attention he's getting. The beta bullies then give him a thumbs-up sign, cheerfully asking him what kind of lessons he received abroad because he eliminated those beginners as if they were yesterday's leftovers. They keep showering him with praise, but the boy, he slumps into his seat looking a little overwhelmed. Even his friend Yang-chan chimes in, saying he looks pretty good. Awesome, which makes Jin smile. Meanwhile, we move on to the defeated thugs who are feeling pretty good, anxious after their embarrassing defeat. Their boss in particular is still furious, grumbling that something is wrong. Our boy is different because he doesn't fight like a third-rate thug. His sister tries to cheer him up, reminding him to stop sulking and stressing that their defeat was just a fluke. Jin caught them off guard, so she suggests they try to make up for it later. But the bullies remain. They remain silent, for they learned the hard way that our boy is a force to be reckoned with. Yet the blonde reminds him that he's just a man and they shouldn't let some guy take us down like that. His brother finally silences her, telling her that if she feels like fighting, she can go and confront the boy herself if she thinks that's the case. Easy. Of course, Hujin doesn't appreciate the way her brother speaks to her, so she tells him he shouldn't take. He took his frustration out on her just because he got his ass kicked by a stranger. Her brother is absolutely furious. It's clear that Hujin's words have deeply affected him. He's seething with anger because we all know she's talking an inconvenient truth. Hyun glared at him one last time, his eyes filling with tears of frustration, seeing her brother act like this. Slowly, she turns around and slams the door behind her as she leaves. As she strides down the hall and Chicken Shake catches up with her from behind. Meanwhile, Blondie is furious. It's incredibly frustrating for her that all these bullies can't handle a single boy. She slams the door as she opens it, bursts into the classroom. And when she sees Dawn sitting in the room, she asks our daughter if she should feel. She is very lucky to have a brother now. She reminds him that she can now go to school without worry and that she can simply run to her big brother if she gets into trouble. Dion doesn't say a word in response, which only makes Huijan even more angry, annoyed. She thinks Dawn is coldly ignoring her just because she has her brother by her side. She grits her teeth. Frustrated, she makes it clear to Dawn that she won't let him do what she wants just because she has a brother. At dusk, the class begins to calm down. The students go home, and among the crowd, our daughter looks rather dejected. She remembers the scene where her brother stood up for her and fought off those thugs. She remembers him saying they were family, and wonders if this means she can finally go to school without fear of being bullied. Her mind wanders back to her miserable days under Hijin's rule. Where she constantly gave orders and obeyed all commands like a faithful dog. As soon as she tried to express herself, she was scolded. Suddenly, her brother appears behind her and asks if something is bothering her. She is surprised by this sudden call. But our son reminds her that he's already called her several times, but she hasn't answered. His sister quickly apologizes, explaining that she hadn't heard him, then asks him if he was still waiting for her. The boy nods, saying that he was waiting for her because he still doesn't know how to get home. So they start walking together, discussing how they should do some shopping along the way, because Grandpa is always very hungry when he comes home late. As they walk side by side, this boisterous stands behind them. She looks completely crazy and can't stand to see the smile on our daughter's face. This is wasting her time, waiting for the perfect moment to make Dean forget how to smile. In the next scene, we see our duo shopping. The store. The girl seems to be having trouble choosing what to buy while people around the store look on. Our duo. The girls in the store can't seem to take their eyes off our boy, and Dion can't help but notice all the attention he's paying to. He's inspired by the ladies. She knew he was popular at school, but he seems to stand out even outside of it. Out of curiosity, Don finally asked his brother if he had ever had a girlfriend while he was abroad. The sudden question takes him by surprise, and he seems to have never heard of the term girlfriend. Seeing his confusion, Dion clarifies that she's talking about a girl he could date. He simply replies that he's never had one, which leads her to his sister to suggest he consider having a girlfriend, especially since he always attracts girls like a magnet wherever he goes. The boy remains silent for a moment before saying that he has always been too busy to have time for a girlfriend. Dion understands his origins, especially since he moved to a new country. That's when the boy turns the question on her, asking if she's ever had a boyfriend. The question catches her off guard, and she quickly replies that she hasn't had one either. When he asks her why, she simply replies that she's been busy. When they finally get home, we see that our boy has received a Samsung Galaxy phone as a gift from his grandfather. He's a little disappointed because he wanted an iPhone. Grandpa quickly explains to his grandson that iPhones have poor battery life, so it's better to use a Samsung, especially since all kids today have iPhones. It's kind of a funny joke, suggesting that having a Samsung might make him stand out. Dion, on the other hand, she was delighted because she wanted a Galaxy phone, and she could see it was the latest model. The boy started playing with the phone, while Grandpa reveals that he has already saved Don's number and his own. Dion's eye was surprised to learn that Grandpa had recorded the phone numbers himself, as she usually helps with these kinds of things. Grandpa quickly clarified the situation, saying that he had received help from the salesman. He added with a smile that he had heard that young people love to unwrap new products. So he hoped our boy wouldn't mind him opening the box to record their numbers. In response, Jin quickly says he totally agrees. Grandpa then apologizes to Dion, saying that the store only had one of those phones, so he couldn't get her one either. Don reassures him it's okay, and they end up having dinner and talking, and enjoy their family time. Later that evening, the boy is still playing with his new phone, and is very interested in the Galaxy Dot experience. He's starting to think that maybe Samsung phones aren't so bad after all, and might even be better than iPhones. The scene ends with Major Kang working on his computer when his phone rings. He picks it up and sees it's Jin, who announces to his eldest that he has a new phone and that it is now his new number. The eldest is a little surprised by this news, and even the cadet, standing behind him, asks if Major Kang hasn't already given Jin a phone. Major Kang confirms that he has, when the senior turns red with anger, pointing out that he gave Jin the most expensive iPhone they had. So he's a little pissed that Jin already changed her phone. The next morning, Jin comes out of he takes a cozy shower and notices his sister running out, dressed in her uniform. Before leaving, Jin asks her why she's going out. She tells him she's late and leaves without wasting any time. She also reminds him dinner is already ready, all he has to do is put the dishes in the sink. As she rushes out into the street, she glances at her phone and is relieved to see that she will be on time. She had been delayed because she wanted to make some delicious soup for Grandpa, and seeing him smile after eating it was worth it. She's just happy to do something nice for him. Her moment of her happiness is abruptly interrupted when she receives a violent kick in the ribs and crashes to the ground. Standing over her, there are 3 girls, all wearing hoodies and masks to hide their identities. The one in the front row says Dion tells her to watch where she runs and accuses her of almost breaking her ankle. It's clear these girls they are looking for trouble and making excuses to provoke fights. They demand that Dion apologize for his alleged blunder. The poor girl quickly nods and says she's really sorry, but the rowdy chef isn't satisfied and slaps Dion across the face and insists on apologizing like a whining dog. That's when one of the girls with a ponytail suggests that we go to a karaoke bar to let off steam. Another girl quickly agrees, saying that they absolutely have to relax and have fun. The girl with the ponytail crouches down to meet Dawn at eye level. With a smirk, she invited a girl to join them for their karaoke session, and she's sure they'll have a blast. As soon as Dion hears that voice, she recognizes that it's Jin Kim, and she's there to make his life miserable. Before she knows it, they're all in a seedy karaoke bar. The manager, seeing these shady-looking girls, can't help but feel uncomfortable. A little later, we see the director again, walking nervously towards the room where these girls had their karaoke session. He mutters about how rowdy the kids have become lately and wonders what kind of mess these ladies may have left it behind. Because during their entire karaoke session, all he heard was loud screaming. The manager turns the lever and opens the door to find Dawn lying on the floor, visibly beaten. Fortunately, she is conscious and begins to stand slowly. She rummages through her things, her hands shaking as she picks them up. His business. The manager is completely disconcerted by this unexpected sight and decides to call an ambulance, but Dean flatly refuses and staggers out. Meanwhile, back in class, the teacher takes attendance and notices that Dawn is still absent. When the students confirm his absence, everyone is confused, as Dion does not. She skips class without telling anyone. In the background, Jin Kim smiles, visibly pleased with herself. Chicken Shake turns to his friend and asks if she thinks Dion will be okay. In response, Huin simply replies, "Don't panic." She reminds him that Dion's absence from school has nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nods nervously. They play along and claim it's true and has nothing to do with them. Finally, the school bell rings, signaling the end of the day. As usual, the boy waits for his sister outside, but he doesn't seem to spot her in the crowd of students. The crowd begins to thin, and soon there is almost no one left. But his sister is still nowhere to be seen, in sight. He waits a bit, then takes out his phone and tries to call her, wondering if she's gone home already. Meanwhile, she's already back home, and her phone is ringing endlessly as her brother keeps calling. But he doesn't bother to answer and lets it ring. Finally, the boy goes home. His eyes immediately spot she's wearing sneakers, sitting on the doorstep. He takes his bag off his shoulder and walks to her door, knocks gently, and asks her if she's inside. The girl reacts quickly, and the brother feels a wave of relief knowing she's really there. Dion quickly asks if Jin also waited outside the school today. Jin knows Diaz and mentions that he even tried to call her, but she didn't answer. The girl apologizes warmly, saying she must be sleeping. Jin notices the strange tone in her voice and asks if he can come in for a second. Dawn quickly makes an excuse, saying she's in bed because she doesn't feel well. Worried, Jin asks her if it's serious. She reassures him that it's just a slight discomfort. She has a fever and thinks she'll get better after some rest. Jin tells her to call if she needs anything and decides to leave. She was planning to go get him some medicine, but Jin stopped abruptly at the door and noticed that his sneakers were stained with blood. It doesn't take long for him to realize that something serious must have happened, since the blood on his shoes isn't something we see every day. Once he's put the pieces together, he grabs the first aid kit and heads to her room to take care of her. To her injuries, she winces as he applies bandages to her bruised face. It seems Jin still doesn't know everything. Story. Diane tells her that she fell down the stairs while trying to avoid a bicycle. However, Jin points out that her injuries seem serious enough for a simple accident, and she asks if she doesn't want to see a doctor. She hesitates for a moment before insisting that she's perfectly fine. I suppose her hesitation to see a doctor is understandable, because if she goes at the hospital, they discover that the bruises weren't caused by a fall down the stairs. The scene then cuts to Dean. We are in the principal's office. Dion tells the principal that she was beaten by Jin. However, Jin categorically denies the accusations. The police are also involved in the case, and Dion insists that it was Jin who had beaten her. She explains that Jin was wearing a mask and a hat, but that she had recognized her and is certain that it was her. Also, Jin had bullied her at school, but Jin, with a smirk, asks how Diane can accuse him when she hasn't even seen his face. The principal asks Dawn if she saw the attacker's face. Diane replies once again that the attacker's face was covered, but it must have been Jin. At that moment, Jin's mother bursts into anger. She accuses Dawn of calling the police and her daughter of being treated like criminals over a ridiculous accusation. The principal tries to calm the anger. His mother is devastated, but she refuses to listen to him and makes it clear that she will not calm down. Meanwhile, Jin's confidence collapses when she realizes that no one seems to believe her despite her certainty that Jin was the culprit. Even the police are skeptical. The mother demands that Dean immediately apologize to his daughter for accusation. But our daughter persists and tells the woman that it was indeed her daughter who attacked her. The arrogant mother is furious and decides to take the matter to Dion's parents. He demands that our daughter take her parents to school immediately. This breaks Dawn's heart. She feels tears welling up in her eyes. She involuntarily lowers her eyes as the villain who attacked her laughs and walks away unpunished. In the present, she feels trapped in the same situation she was in the past. She believes that raising her voice without solid evidence is futile, and is determined not to offend her grandfather, who has always been a supportive figure to her. Suddenly, he notices her tense expression and places his hand on her forehead, asking if she's really okay. The girl replies, although weak, she's fine. Jin points out that while her bones aren't broken, her bruises are quite significant, and it'll hurt for a few days. She nods and finds it surprising that he's so good at this kind of bandage. She feels the bandages are perfectly placed. Then she darkens as she remembers their grandfather. She fears that he will be upset by all this, especially since he has a fragile heart. This news comes as a surprise to Jin and the girl, then reveal that their grandfather takes pills to regulate his heart health. In response, Jin promises to make sure their grandfather doesn't suspect anything and advises him to get some sleep. As he begins to walk, she calls out to him from behind. With a kind smile, she thanks him for his help, and Jin returns the favor with the same warm smile. But once he's gone, his smile fades. She wonders if she did the right thing not to tell him. She feels like there's nothing a teenage couple like her and her brother can do about this situation. Yet, we all know that Jin is not your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already knows who is responsible for her injuries. Later, we find ourselves at a club where the music is blaring and people are getting excited. In the middle of it all, we spot Gizu Kim, the leader of the bullies. He grits his teeth as he drinks and laughs with his boys. They all talk about Jin and wonder how one kid could have ruined everything for everyone. A thug speaks up, reminding everyone that their downfall was due to underestimating Jin. Insists that they can easily eliminate him if they anticipate. Another thug agrees, pointing out that they can't just let him get away with it. A third adds that Jin won't stand a chance against all of them. Despite their enthusiasm, their boss knows that defeating Jin will be no easy task. He's still reeling from the humiliating defeat, but doesn't want to let this go. Frustrated, he puts down his glass and reluctantly nods to his lackey. It's clear that dueling isn't their style, so they might come up with a strategic plan to defeat our boy with numbers. The lackeys grin like Cheshire cats, visibly excited by their plan. This band of rowdy people might think they've got it all figured out, but they're nothing more than a pack of hyenas doomed to receive their just retribution from Jin sooner or later. Just like as they plan their next move, Gizu's phone rings. The caller ID indicates that it's someone labeled small. Beita turns out to be her little sister, and it seems even Gizu agrees with us that she is indeed a Haida. Anyway, she starts yelling at him, asking why he's still sitting at the club. Gizu tells her to say what she wants or he'll hang up. The girl insists that he owes her a lot. Gizu, puzzled, asks her what she's talking about. She then reveals that he mistreated her. She attacked Dion earlier in the day. She told him they couldn't let the siblings get away with it, or they would lose their authority throughout the school. Her brother, a little proud of his sister, tells her that she did a good job. He reveals that they also plan to get revenge on Jin. Just then, someone enters the club. As the bullies turn around to see who it is, that's when they realize it's Jin. He seems to be there to settle some business. Gizu becomes absolutely furious at the sight of Jin casually enters her territory, but Jin simply walks over to their table with a calm demeanor. Gizu then feels somewhat. They're relieved they no longer have to hunt Jin down for revenge. However, Jin isn't there for friendship. Chatting either, and without wasting any time, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and violently slams him against the edge of the table. Another lackey charges at him, but Jin's hand moves so fast that her single punch shatters everything: the aggressor's ribs. The tyrannical leader and his lackeys grit their teeth as they watch their henchmen fall. The rest of the team charges at Jin, but my guy remains unmoved. As they approach, he kicks one of them effortlessly like a true Sigma male. Then he grabs that purple head and slams it onto the table with a dull, brutal thud. As that purple head curls up for its life, Jin doesn't stop there and slams that guy against the wall like a rag doll. Then he clenches his fist and delivers a devastating blow to the fat man's face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle and throws it at Jin, but my guy knocks the bottle out of her hand and continues with it. A violent blow to the face leaves him bleeding. Another stalker charges from behind, but Jin dodges. She leans down, grabs his hand, twists it painfully, then slaps him hard. Jin throws the thug aside, then grabs another lackey by the face. He smashes his ugly face into the knee, breaking his nose cracked with a sickening crack. With all the thugs on the ground, Gizu was speechless, unable to understand what's going on. Meanwhile, her sister is still online and she quickly asks what's going on because she has heard the loud noise and chaos. Jin turns to Gizu, her voice icy, which makes Gizu shiver. He asks if he needs to repeat himself because as far as Jin remembers, he already told Gizu to stay away from her sister. Jisui completely stunned at how the situation has changed. It's quite ironic that they tried to go after Jin only to end up taking her own gang collapsed. Jin fought like a pro and crushed everyone in seconds. Meanwhile, Jin continues to question Gizu, asking what his sister did to him. Ju plays dumb, pretending not to know anything while he discreetly grabs a glass from the table. He throws it at Jin with lightning speed, but she takes a step back, carelessly, letting the glass shatter against the wall. Standing there nonchalantly, Gizu grabs a bottle and he throws it at her. Our boy steps back again, avoiding the blow. But when Gizu swings the bottle again, Jin knocks it out of his hand and retaliates with a punch, sending the contents of the bottle splashing everywhere. Gizu tries to swing his fist this time, but my guy responds with another brutal slap to the bastard's face, leaving his nose bleeds like crazy. Gizu stumbles back, winded from the blow while Jin remains calm and collected. Not even sweats a little. Jin then asks this bastard what perverted pleasure he gets from harassing a defenseless girl. In a desperate move, Gizu grabs a bottle, breaks it, and aims its sharp shards at Jin's chest. But our boy shows no resistance. He slapped Gizu's hand hard, knocking the bottle off. Then he grabbed Gizu by the throat and squeezed, forcing him to struggle for air. Gizu's feet stumble as he struggles helplessly, and Jin pushes him to the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms, desperately trying to free himself from Jin's iron grip, but my guy isn't letting go. His hand is firmly on Gizu's throat, making sure the once arrogant bully knows exactly who's at stake. Control now. Jin then leans down and asks Gizu what he should do with him. Gizu, barely clinging to his consciousness after the brutal beating, unable to react. Jin issues her final warning, making it clear that this is he spares her one last time. He advises her to stay away from her sister and keep an eye on Haijin, Gizu's sister. He points out that if he hears even a rumor that Gizu or Hujin are bothering his sister again, he will be. He comes back to finish what he started. To drive the point home, Jin squeezes the bastard's throat even tighter, pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. The assailant begins to squirm and apologize profusely. After that, Jin finally releases her grip, leaving Gizu gasping for air and coughing violently as Jin walks away. Jin exits the club. The staff inside exchange nervous glances, unsure of what just happened. Meanwhile, Hujin and her friend Chicken Shake are walking down the street. Jin has a bad feeling about this and starts to worry. Her brother might be in trouble. When they arrive at the club, they hear footsteps coming up the stairs. It's Jin. He casually leaves. Hujin is taken aback and doesn't know what to do. She yells at Jin to stop thinking. She can still play it cool because no one can blame Dion for what she did. But Jin isn't even slowing down. Hujin, very nervous, steps back, stumbles and falls heavily on her buttocks. As she rubs the wound, Jin's phone rings over his shoulder. He checks and sees it's his grandfather calling. After a brief conversation, he simply turns away and quietly goes home, leaving the others curious to know what he thinks. When Haijun enters the club room, the scene is a disaster. Her brother and his lackeys are all bruised and injured. She starts yelling at him, demanding to know how Jin hit him again. But her brother, too exhausted to argue, interrupts him and tells him to stay away from Dayon from now on. Hujin, not grasping the gravity of the situation, continues to fire back, asking what he's talking about. His brother, visibly frustrated, finally he's losing his mind. He grits his teeth and yells at her to leave our boy's sister, But Huijan doesn't back down and keeps screaming, wondering why he's so scared of that bastard. This is the breaking point, and his brother snaps. His eyes blazing with anger, he makes it clear to her that if she doesn't get away from Dayon, he'll probably ruin it himself. Wow, these siblings have a really twisted way of behaving towards each other. It's crazy how casually they talk about getting laid. Fujian is shaken by her brother's outburst and she begins to cry. We find our boy who sees the grandfather again. They sit on a bench in the park. At first, Grandpa apologizes for taking our boy away while he was having fun with his friends, but our boy says, everything is fine. The old man then becomes a little sad, mentioning that Dion got hurt, and that it was our boy who treated her injuries. Our boy confirms this, and the old man explains that her injuries are quite serious, but she refuses to go to the hospital. He talks about how difficult it was to raise Dion alone. He never really knew how to raise A. She was a young girl and worked hard to support herself. He is grateful that she made it this far on her own. Grandpa reflects on all these years and says that looking back, Diane gave him much more than he ever received. He lost everything in that crash, and Dean was the only thing that kept him going after the plane crash took everything from him. It breaks her heart to see her so hurt without even telling her the real reason. He wonders if he thinks he's too old to understand. He quotes a saying that children grow up apart from their parents. She's older, so it must be even harder for her to contact an old grandfather. But our boy quickly reassures the old man he thinks too much. He points out that it's clear how much Grandpa loves Dion, and he's sure Dion loves him too. He tells his grandfather to stop worrying so much and promises that he will look after her at school. With this, the old man is finally a little relieved and really happy that Don has a brotherly figure in his life. The next scene takes place at the Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside, we see Gizu finally being treated. He is scolded by his father, visibly disappointed. His father doesn't hold back, making it clear to him that Gizu deserves every one of those injuries because, as he says, if you play stupid games, you're going to win ridiculous prizes. The arrogant mother starts yelling at her husband, visibly outraged, she recalls. He tells her their son is in the hospital, and that's all he has to say. She tells him to go find the bully who did this and yell at him. She also points out that the same attacker also broke Hoojun's arm. Frankly, it's a real disaster. Hoojun is such that she blames our boy for her own mishap. We all know she stumbled and bumped her shoulder, but instead of taking responsibility, she blames him for everything. The angry father, he finally calms down and lets out a deep sigh. The worried mother advises her son to focus on resting and recovering. As they begin to leave, the mother complains that she will have to make the child who hurt their son pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they left, Gizu finally asked his sister why she had to tell their parents everything. He explained to her that by doing so, she only made things worse for him. He feels humiliated that people think he ran away to her parents love a child who complains after being beaten up. Her sister then asks her how she was supposed to hide the news that her brother was in the hospital and his arm was broken. Gizu is quite upset and demands to know if Jin did that to his arm. She remembers tripping and falling, but she doesn't tell him about it. Instead, she simply says that Jin was responsible. It's crazy that she's blatantly shifting the blame. Sheathan quickly gets up and tells him to stay here and heal. She says she'll make sure they figure it out once and for all for everyone they deal with. Jisoo sits there, unsure if they should come after our boy again. Meanwhile, we're back at their parents' house. The woman reveals that she has just spoken to Mr. Cha, but her husband asks her why she complicates things and tells her to let the school handle it. The woman replies that it's already Saturday and that she doesn't want to sit idly by and wait. She starts screaming, stressing that the school won't do justice to what happened. They will probably settle for suspension or expulsion at best. The husband continues. She then decided to talk, saying she had no reason to approach Mr. Cha to settle this matter personally. The woman then revealed that she already knew Mr. Cha and that he's been doing his dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Hui-Jan eavesdrops and feels quite satisfied with her mother. Contact Mr. Cha. She knows Mr. Cha is the creepy gangster who works for her father, and she's sure it will put an end to these troublemakers once and for all. The scene takes place in a dilapidated place where a man is having fun with his lighter, visibly on edge. Two thugs pass by, looking rather disappointed. They grumble about having received orders from there. The boss has to deal with teenage drama, and none of them are happy about it. Even the boss himself isn't happy about it. Deal with this kid's argument. But hey, a job's a job, even if it means waiting around in teenage chaos absurd. The scene takes us back to a time when a luxury Mercedes speeds down the road. Inside Mr. Cha, The mafia boss receives a call from the woman. She tells him how her daughter's hand was broken and how her son was beaten up by a teenager. She insists he handles the situation. Back to the present, Mr. Chaw blows out his cigarette, visibly enraged. He's extremely frustrated with having to deal with this, a bit absurd too. The scene returns to the neighborhoods where our boy is sitting in front of his computer. He was still lost in thought about his encounter with the Gizu. He wondered if these guys would really let it go. Suddenly the doorbell rang. He hears his grandfather arguing with someone at the door. It turns out the people at their door want to see Jin. The intimidating man outside claims they just want to talk to Jin for a bit. Grandpa, worried about the late hour, wonders what could be so urgent. Our boy comes out of his room and tells his grandfather that he will come back soon after hearing what they want. Despite her sister's reluctance and protests, Jin smiles kindly. He reassures them that he knows these guys. This is just a brief chat. Nothing to worry about. With that, our boy leaves his worried grandfather behind. The henchmen take him to an abandoned construction site, and he wonders who they might be taking him to meet. When they arrive, the lackey reports to their boss that they brought the guy in question. The boss remains silent, dragging on his cigarette. The bald lackey reveals that the kid caught on quickly, didn't make a fuss, and let himself be guided. The boss, a little surprised and satisfied, decides to act quickly. He snaps his fingers, and the lackey immediately grabs his iron bats. The footman told his friend to hold our boy's arm, because he would be the one to deal the blows. Meanwhile, the boss sighs and decides to send a message to the mother to tell her that he has fixed the problem. While the boss scrolls his phone, searches for this mother's number, the lackeys ask him why our boy had to attack the children of the Kim family. As soon as our boy hears about children, he understands that it is Gizu Kim. The boss, frustrated and annoyed, he interrupts his scrolling, deciding not to call him while our boy is present. However, he takes a look. Our boy is intrigued by his imperturbability and lack of emotion. As the lackeys charge him, he suddenly uses his ninja speed. He grabs the bald lackey's hand before he can hit him and pushes him towards him, gives him a violent blow with his shoulder in the face. The boss watches the scene, his eyes wide, as he witnesses this impeccable execution of the movement. Meanwhile, the other lackey, bat in hand, strikes towards our boy. He ducks, letting the bat pass harmlessly over his head. But the lackey tries another swing, but our boy charges at bat as if nothing had happened, leaving the mob boss completely bewildered. At lightning speed, the boy locks the baseball bat in his arm and delivers a brutal punch right under the lackey's chin. Without stopping there, he follows up with a devastating blow to the lackey's chest. Then, with a fierce grip, he seizes the lackey by the neck and throws it onto the bricks below. The boss looks on, shocked, visibly impressed and stunned by the skill and boldness of our boy's movements. The bald footman grabbed our boy from behind, threatening him with death. But our boy quickly jabs his shoulder into the footman's ribs, then delivers a powerful shoulder blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Mr. Chaw realizes that this kid is no ordinary teenager because his fighting skills are exceptional. He finally decides to intervene himself. As he advances, he scratches himself, head, snickering and commenting that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our boy can tell that even though this man is a mafia boss, he's still weak sauce because my guy can clearly spot all the weakling spots on this man. As the boss swings a powerful fist towards him, Jin dodges it effortlessly. The boss then begins a barrage of blows, but our boy dodges them with ease, making it look like a walk in the park. As they go back and forth, our boy takes a quick step to the side, but another punch comes straight at him. He blocks the blow, although the force of the impact sent him skidding backward. The mob boss snickered, impressed that he'd managed to block it. 1-2. Meanwhile, Jin checks her wrist where it took the blow, and her hand winces in pain. He realizes that the mafia boss anticipated his moves and delivered the blow with precision. On the other hand, the mob boss's curiosity finally peaks, and he asks Jin who he really is. Jin nonchalantly replies that he's just a high school student. The boss doesn't believe it. In his mind, he thinks that this kid must have serious skills, and Jin takes a stance with a smile. The boss says he's ready to train further and let off some steam. He raises his fist to strike our boy. Our boy quickly deflects a blow and attempts to throw his own, but the mafia boss dodges it effortlessly. The boss then tries to attack, but our boy grabs his hand and punches him in the stomach. The mafia boss reacts again, causing our boy to end up landing a straight punch in the stomach instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely annoyed after receiving this blow to the face and tries to hit another one punch at our boy. Once again, our boy deflects the attack and, staring at his opponent, delivers a brutal blow in the face. He follows up with a series of powerful blows, knocking Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him with the impression completely humiliated by a teenager. It's surprising to see a mafia boss rely more on his fists than his guns. Anyway, once Mr. Cha is defeated, he smiles, noticing that our boy doesn't seem at all perturbed by the fight. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's certain the Kim family has picked on the wrong person. The scene takes place in this agency, known as Congressman Ainai Kim. Inside the building, 2 guards are stationed in front of an office. Inside the office, we see Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The wife asks her husband why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. She grows up impatient with every passing second, tells her to call Mr. Cha. Mr. Kim replies that she should just wait. Mr. Cha will call back once he's finished taking care of our boy. On the other hand, we also see their daughter letting go a sigh. And just then, the phone starts beeping. The impatient lady quickly tells her husband to put the call on the loudspeaker so she can listen to the news herself. Mr. Kim begins by apologizing to Mr. Cha, saying he is sorry for the ridiculous favor his wife asked him to perform. But the women, however, continue to argue loudly, insisting that their children were attacked, so she doesn't understand how anyone can call this ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha says he's the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim demands an explanation, and Mr. Cha reveals that it seems their children have mistaken the person, for Cha himself had been defeated by our boy. This news disturbs Mr. Kim. Core. As far as he knows, Mr. Cha is the best executor in the business, and it is incomprehensible that he lost to A.A. Schoolboy. At that precise moment, the office door begins to shake, someone trying to force it open. Mr. and Mrs. Kim, they look anxiously at the door. When it finally opens, they see soldiers lying on the ground, leaving behind a deeply anxious and worried couple. Even their somewhat spoiled daughter jumped out of her chair at the sight of Jin. He enters the room. The door abruptly closes behind him, leaving their bodyguards unconscious on the other side. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, he quickly realizes that Jin has managed to slip into their apartment. He leans back, letting out a defeated sigh. He tries again. He's having trouble accepting the fact that he was beaten up by a high school student. He's now worried about how to react. This mess. Inside the room, Jin jumps out of her seat as Mrs. Kim begins yelling at Jin, demanding to know if he's the kid who beat his children. On the other side, the man at the reception desk demands to know how Jin managed to get in his office. That's when the stupid woman starts gritting her teeth in frustration because she's furious that her husband doesn't overreact like she does. He remains calm and collected and asks again, more insistently, "How did Jin get past security?" Jin shrugs and nonchalantly replies that he simply walked past the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is even more shocked and confused, not understanding how Jin managed to beat Mr. Cha and all these security guards. What bothers him even more is how Jin found out he was living here. This woman begins screaming again, asking Jin to stop hugging them. She rushes to call 911 Jin for assaulting her children and burglarizing the office. Meanwhile, Jin feels a sense of pride for his mother. Actions. She thinks involving the police is a good decision, thinking that even though Jin has impressive fight skills, the law will take care of him. The arrogant mother tries to intimidate Jin with her threats, claiming that she called the police, or even the district attorney, because she thinks Jin doesn't know who he's dealing with. Jin, however, remains calm and replies he has a pretty good idea. He points out that her husband is a second-term congressman who is currently running for re-election. The woman scoffs and asks Jin if he knows so much about their status, so why did he assault his children? For his part, Jin sneers smugly, satisfied that they have cornered Jin and weakly announced to her that the game is over. The authorities answer the call, and the woman starts screaming into the phone, demanding that the police come to Kim's office immediately. But before she can't say anything more, but she falls silent when she hears something unexpected. Apparently, Jin is broadcasting the full video of the karaoke room, where Jin and her lackeys assaulted her sister. The irrefutable evidence leaves Jin mute, her eyes wide with shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Mr. Kim remains silent, feeling completely devastated. Dion's cries for forgiveness echo through the room as the trashy women continue, She beat her to death. Faced with the concrete evidence, Ms. Kim is speechless and quickly hangs up, saying she will call them back later. For his part, Hee-jin starts yelling at Jin, demanding to know how he got these. Jin is silent for a moment. Then the scene returns to outside Kim's residence. Inside in one of the rooms, Jin is seen sneaking into the house. He opens a laptop and copies all the data onto a USB drive. Today, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in frustration, feeling that his children are a disappointment. But Hoo-gun quickly tries to reassure her father, explaining that she had a good reason for all this. Mr. Kim, however, Jin angrily tells him to shut up. He then reveals that he also has files on Gizu Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children always record videos of their conquests. He claims to have dozens of clips showing their violent acts. Behavior: beating up children at school, extorting money and valuables from their victims. And even the latest music video of her sister was attacked by a group of girls at a karaoke bar. Hoo-jin trembled like a leaf under the weight of these revelations, explodes around her. But her mother quickly steps in to defend her daughter, claiming that our boy is just trying to threaten them and that he won't get away with it. But Jin reminds him that he didn't start this mess and that what he's doing now is hardly a threat compared to. He hires a gang of gangsters to attack him and makes it clear that he filmed everything. The father's face, he raises his hands in disappointment and asks our boy if he did all this just because his children assaulted his sister first. Responds that as a parent, he has the right to take his children's side at all costs. So, as a brother, he will act whatever it takes to protect his sister. The man understands her motives and emphasizes that they will cover her treatment and offer her generous compensation. Settlement to redeem himself, but our boy makes it clear that this is not necessary. The father is perplexed and asks what he means by that. He then asks if Jin wants her children to apologize to her sister. Hearing her father Hui-jin grits his teeth and thinks she'd rather bite her tongue and bleed out than apologize. For his part, our boy, he makes it clear that an apology won't erase the time his sister spent in fear and pain. So he insists that if he really wants to compensate him, he wants his sister to never have to see Jisoo or Hoo-jun Kim again. This demand disturbs Hoo-jun's nerves are frayed, but his father quickly agrees, stating that he will have his children transferred to another school, or perhaps even send them. They took them to study abroad. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a shrill cry of protest. But the father quickly closes them and turns his attention back to our boy, asking him if that would be enough to satisfy him. The boy declares that he wants them to leave school tomorrow. In response, the father says that he will inform school. And once that's settled, Hye-jin starts to cry and her tears flow involuntarily. Just when our boy starts to leave, the father quickly stops him and reminds him that since he agreed to the requests, he would like our boy to delete everything videos he found. Our boy gives the old man a dark look, and the father can tell by the intensity in his eyes that this kind of death stare doesn't belong to a high school student. Jin makes it clear that he's not an idiot and then begins to walk away, slamming the office door behind him with a thud. Once outside, he finally heads at home. His grandfather rushes to open the door and asks him if he's okay, while Dion is seen crying in the background. Jin is surprised to see them so worried about him, but he smiles and reassures them that no one heard him. As he begins to, upon entering the house, the old man points out that the people they encountered seemed dangerous. Jin replies that she stopped by to chat, nothing more. The sister then mentioned that something was wrong with these people, and that she and her grandfather were very worried. Jin quickly told her not to worry about anything other than getting better, then hints to his sister that from now on, she will never have to go down the stairs again because he took care of her. Of course, it doesn't make much sense to her at the time, but she'll probably figure out what he meant soon enough. The next morning, they go to school. Once inside, they separate to go to their respective classes. Upon entering his classroom, Dion tries she avoids eye contact with Hee-jun. However, her steps stop when she hears students talking about Hui-jun will no longer come to school. The whole class is fascinated by what happened, and one of the girls explains that Hui-jun and his brother are both going to study abroad. This news hits Dion like a bolt from the blue because her biggest obstacle is quitting school for good. The words Jin had spoken about maintaining the stairs, she had replayed it in her head. She quickly realized that he must have known about Hee-jun's transfer from the beginning. Dawn rushes out of class to talk to her about it. When she finds him and calls out to him, he turns around. But as soon as she tries to speak, she runs out of words and remains silent. Jin simply smiles and said, "See you later," leaving Dion in tears. She manages to reply with a soft, "See you later," before she collapses, overwhelmed by her emotions. A little later, we find ourselves in an apartment where a young blonde girl. She asks her friends if it's true that Hee-jin is moving abroad. Another girl confirms, saying she was shocked the first time, heard, but has no idea why they are suddenly leaving, as Hui-jun never mentioned anything about moving abroad. The blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who sits silently and seems too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls pulls her out of her reverie and asks if she has anything to say. This shakes the shy girl to the core, and the blonde asks him directly if Hee-jin is really moving abroad, thinking that since they are in the same class, Chicken Shake, maybe they'll know more. Shyly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true and that it was their teacher who announced it in class earlier. The blonde girl then asks her if she tried to reach Hui-jin directly. Chicken Shake admits that she did, but Hui-jin didn't pick up. Hearing this, all the girls begin to believe that it might be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake nervously checks her phone, biting her nails in anxiety. The last message she received from Hee-jin was, "His mother was going to take care of our boy." And ever since, Chicken Shake has been panicking, wondering if Hui-jin this sudden movement had nothing to do with him. Just then, Hui-jin herself arrived in the room, looking furious. The girls are shocked to see her, and Hui-jin just sits on the couch, complaining about how she barely managed to squeeze in, out of the house. The girls ask Hui-jin if she's really moving abroad. Frustrated, Hui-jin grabs her head and says it just happened, but she explains that she'll come back after a semester. We then go back to the past where her dad told him to spend a semester abroad, promising that he would sort everything out before he returned because she also doesn't want these videos made public. She keeps it to herself, however, and the other girls laugh and tease her, saying that she'll enjoy your vacation. The blonde snickers, visibly annoyed by their attitude. Another girl asks why this sudden gesture, and if Gizu goes too. Han simply says it's a family matter and she doesn't need to go into details. The red-headed girl then asks about Don and his brother. She is curious to know how things went and if Gizu managed to beat our boy or no. Hee-jin tells them not to ask questions, insisting that Gizu has probably already handled the situation. However, we are all I know she refuses to admit that her brother and his lackeys were completely defeated by our boy because it would be too humiliating. She is still growing. I'm even more agitated thinking about how happy Dawn will be when she leaves school. This irritation sparks an idea in her mind, and she decides to go after Dion one last time, asking her friends to help her with her plan. Her friends. We wonder if this is really necessary, and even Chicken Shake jumps and expresses his reluctance. But Hui-jin insists they think about Dawn's arrogance without anyone to nag her. She plans to deal with Dion first, leaves Korea, wanting to ensure his revenge. Chicken Shake becomes increasingly anxious and terrified as Hui-jin continues to unveil his devious plan. Hui-jin puts on his arrogant air and boasts that Dian's grandfather is a security guard somewhere, and she plans to ask her mother to get him fired. She thinks that will teach Dion not to mess with him, someone from the Kim family. This is really crazy. Diane is just an innocent girl, and Hwan's schemes are enough to make anyone sick. But before this trash woman could take action, her face turned pale when she sees a figure standing in front of her, wearing a hoodie and a mask. It doesn't take her long to recognize that it's Jin. However, Jin uses a classic Uno move and asks him who Jin is, wondering how she can be so sure when he's wearing a mask and she can't see his face. He casually explains that I'm just here to check if everyone is having fun, and I'm very happy to see that everyone in the karaoke room, the video, is present. One of the girls starts shaking and asks what he's talking about. That's when the boy reminds them that he's referring to the place where they all filmed her sister being beaten up. Hui-jin's face turns pale when she realizes he might have been there. I waited all this time just to annoy him. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating and shaking, clearly aware of what might happen. Then the other two girls sit silently. The boy starts to close the door, asking why no one is there. He sang, thinking that everyone here loved to scream along to the music. With that, he slammed the door. We don't know what he might do next. The scene takes us to the hospital where the Kim family is gathered. Kim's father is visibly annoyed and asks where Hui-jin has gone. Her brother explains that she She went out to say goodbye to her friends. In's irritation grew when he asked her why she left when she was supposed to stay there until they've sorted everything out. Just then, a guy bursts into the room, quickly turns on the television, and he tells his master that he must see what is happening. On the screen, it is clear that our boy has already done videos of what Haijun did went viral. The video spread quickly and the situation quickly became public. Show. The entire Kim family falls silent as they watch the news. The reporter continues to drop bombshells, revealing that there are dozens of violent videos in circulation and many more incidents were likely not recorded. Groups and politicians are now proposing a special bill to bring the culprits to justice. Gizu is beginning to lose his temper. Calm, and the journalist adds that the nation is particularly dismayed by the revelation that the culprits are the Kim's candidates' children. It's clear that the father is in a difficult situation, and it's all due to his scandalous behavior, wife who pushed everything to this point. Given Huijan's plan to put our grandfather out of work, it seems they get exactly what they deserve. We return to our son being interrogated by Mr. Cha, who demands to know why he left. He continued his plan even though he had already reached an agreement with the Kim family. Our boy remembers the past, where we find him learning all about the Kim family's deep political connections. He reveals that it was highly unlikely everything would have gone well, so he did what he felt was necessary. Today he admits that he did not honor the deal they made. Mr. Cha wonders if he really thinks the Kim family would let him go. Our boy confidently states that he is probably the last thing on their minds right now. It seems like our boy could be right. The journalist continues to drop bombshells, revealing recent evidence of In Kim's involvement in money laundering, corruption, and electoral fraud. The evidence is so overwhelming that even his party colleagues are calling for a rigorous investigation, with everyone trying to cut ties to avoid any harm to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this and collapses on the bed like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he seems to suspect our boy also dug up data about his past, and Cha doesn't want to be exposed to the law just like Kim family. So he quickly asks who our master of ceremonies really is. Our boy simply replies that he's just another teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at this ridiculous remark, noting that nothing about Jin is average. The scene shifts to in the classroom. The girls are anxious and blush when they see Jin. They whisper to each other. They mustered the courage to approach her and ask her something, but everyone remains too shy to act. Jin, lost, as she thinks, her phone rings. It's Dean letting her know she can walk home alone today and telling her to take a break and go out with her friends. Jin is perplexed by the idea of going out and wonders how to go about it. Then, one of his friends, Young-chan, appears and greets him. As Yo-chan sits down, he asks him if he's busy today. The boy remains silent, prompting Young-chan to remember that Jin always walks her little sister home, so he was busy after school. But unsurprisingly, Jin told his friend he was free today. Young-chan's face lit up. They plan to spend time together after school. However, Young-chan's enthusiasm quickly fades when he hears about Han's unpleasant voice. As the scene fades out, we see these two class bullies step forward. They both reveal that they heard the news and know that Jin is the reason Gizu Kim is moving abroad. Young-chan is totally shocked by the news. The other students who are hanging around are equally taken aback. The bullies admit that even though Gizu and their sister was ready to go abroad, but now they're stuck because the whole family is in trouble after the information leak. Our boy steps in to fix things. They frankly tell the tyrants that they are completely wrong. But Jae-hyung adds that there is no need for modesty, because everyone knows our guy took down Gizu and his team in their hideout a few days ago. Haijin is supporting him, explaining that Jin took them all out on her own, and now everyone is saying that Gizu is too embarrassed to show his face to school. He's eager to hear how hard our boy had to beat Gizu to get him to leave the country altogether. Young-chan is finally convinced that Jin is a talented fighter and that her performance that day was no fluke. Hakan leans over and says, "Now that they won't have to deal with that jerk anymore," he's eager to throw a party, so he invites our boy to celebrate after school today. Ji-hong agrees, adding that they've been in class for days without really spending time together, and he suggests that they show our boy around. But our guy flatly refuses them, saying that he already has plans for today. Naturally, the stalkers are puzzled and ask him what he's doing. With a kind smile, Jin replies that he was planning to spend time with Young-chan. That's when Ji-hyung approached with his disgusting smile, leaning towards Yong-chan, and he announced that he will join them. Haichin also approaches the terrified boy and expresses his desire. After forcing Yong-chan to agree, they walk away, saying they'll meet up later. Our boy quickly asks his friend if he really wants to let these thugs join us, and the poor boy stutters out a positive message. She replied with a pale face. The teacher finally arrived in class, accompanied by 2 transfer documents. Students. One of them is ordinary looking, but the one who really stands out is a stunning beauty with vibrant black hair. Chan's eyes immediately light up at the sight of him, and our boy quickly asks if he knows who they are. Explains that everyone knows this girl. Her name is Yona Sin, and her grandfather owns SW Corporation, the largest company in the country. Korea. The guy next to her is Seok Juko, and there are rumors that he has been with her since they were kids and is seen Asher partner and bodyguard. The teacher clarifies that since everyone knows them, she won't waste time introductions. She reveals that they have both been studying in the United States for 2 years and will be joining the classes begin today. The Batalis don't seem thrilled with the presence of these 2 newcomers. With only before, Jin, their chances of dominating the class were slim. But now, with these 2, they're not so slim. Of course, they might even consider bullying anyone. Meanwhile, Yong-chan was interested in the 2 extra desks in the classroom, but now it's clear who they're for. He can't help but think that Yona is even more beautiful than he remembers. The students in the class can't take their eyes off her. As Seoju, behind the woman, walks forward, he can't help but notice our boy, and their eyes meet for a moment. Yona, too, cannot resist and glances at him as she passes. Him. Once the 2 newcomers were seated, Shoku told Yona that our boy wasn't in the assessment report here, received it a week ago, and he wants to check it out. Yona is intrigued and takes one last look at our boy. It seems like she's clearly curious about him. Our boy notices Yona looking at him, and when he turns around, he finds her, smiling. However, he looks away again, which seems to irritate her since she hasn't received a response. Smile. Meanwhile, Yong-chan continues their conversation and asks him if there is anywhere in particular he would like to go. Jin says he's comfortable anywhere, so Yong-chan suggests going to the game room. Well, it seems the word game room. This brings back memories for our boy, as his friends explain that it's nearby and that they've just upgraded their PCs. That's when we flash back to the past, where we hear the authoritative tone of a high-ranking officer telling a group of soldiers that they are about to begin today's part of their practical life training program. He explains that there is one thing every Korean teenager knows, I absolutely have to know, and it's the playroom. This is the first time our boy has heard of the playroom. Further explains that the game rooms offer personal computers for a fee and that students and adults can use them. Curious, our boy asks what people are doing there. The senior explains that while some users are browsing the internet or watching X-rated videos, most people play them. On average, over 90% of high school students play a game. Video games, the senior then presents some of the most common games. The first is Legends of League. Following Battle Royale, back in the present, our boy ponders how he can finally exploit the Major's information. Meanwhile, Yong-chan adds that they'll also have ramen in the game room and maybe go see Quinca afterward. Well, it seems that koei is another term our boy learned during his military years, while learning practical life skills. The senior explains, too, he learned that high school students frequently frequent coin-operated karaoke bars, also known as koina. These establishments essentially a lounging with only a few coins. Major Kang told our boy that he should prepare some songs to sing just in case. He eventually goes to one of them and promises to send him a list of popular songs for kids his age to learn. As our guy begins, while brainstorming ideas and trying to remember some songs, her friend sits nervously nearby, wondering why Jin's suddenly looking so serious. As soon as the bell rings, the students leave for the day, and that's when we discover this hottie once again. And as usual, she's with her lackey. Apparently, they're discussing our boy and discover that had transferred a few days ago, is 18 years old, and happens to be Dian Yu's older brother. Yona is surprised till she learns that Dion has a brother, as she thought her grandfather was her only family. Seokjuko nods and explains that Dion has been living with his paternal grandfather since his parents and brother died in a plane crash. Yonashi then asks her how she still has a brother. Seojuko replies that it's hard to believe, but apparently her brother is dead. His brother suddenly came back to life just before they were due to transfer to school. He suggests they dig a little deeper into our boy's past. Meanwhile, it's already getting late, and we find our boy walking alone. His phone keeps ringing with notifications of his friends showing that they had fun at the game center. Back at the game club, where we see Hyuk-jin, the boy Jae-hyung and Young-chan have reunited. Everyone is impressed by how Young-chan led them throughout the match. Jae-hyung even inquires about his rank, guessing he must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Young-chan shyly reveals that he is actually a challenger. From that moment on, their attitude towards Young-chan changes radically. The present moment, even our boy finds this sudden change strange as they continue to discuss excitedly about Young-chan's impressive lineup. As he checks his phone, his sister arrives. He quickly asks her what she's doing here. She explains that they were out of trash bags at home, so she went to get some, and she also grabbed some snacks. The boy offers to carry the bags, but his sweet sister insists it's not necessary. She then asks him if he was hanging out with his friends, and he confirms that he was. She feels a deep sense of relief, happy to see that he has made friends and that people don't avoid him because of the fight. When she asks him where he went, he answers bluntly that he went to the playroom. Well, it seems that's not exactly what she expected, as she thought he might have developed different interests after living abroad for so long. Curious about her own school experiences, he asks her how things have been like that for her. She pauses before replying that school hasn't been this fun in years. She asks if he ate anything too. He nods, saying they had a great time in the game room where there were all kinds of snacks available. He then asks her what her plans are, and she mentions that she's waiting for Grandpa to come home so they can eat together. Our boy then asks if he can join them, which confuses her because she thought he had already eaten. Awkwardly admits that he's still a little hungry. We already know that our boy just wants to spend quality time with his family. When they get home, there's a delicious food is laid out on the table, and they all seem to be having a great time eating together. It seems good. It's strange that Grandpa only works in security, yet they have such a variety of food every day. It's a bit of a mystery how they do it. As they eat together, our boy's thoughts turn again to his mercenary days. After a while, he shakes off the nostalgia and smiles again. Just then his phone rings. It's Major Kang, the roll call. The commander reminds him that he should simply call him brother instead of using his rank. The commander asks how things are going well, and our boy says he's doing well. But when the major asks him about his school life, an awkward silence falls on the other end of the line. A little worried, the commander quickly asks if our boy killed anyone. Jin immediately replies no, but admits that he fled. In trouble, that was quickly resolved. The senior breathes a sigh of relief, and our boy reassures him everything is fine now and there is nothing to worry about anymore. Kang is relieved and reminds our boy that they are still there for him. In response, Jin promises that he won't forget her. The next day at school, the trio is found in class, but our boy has apparently disappeared, and Young-chan seems a little uncomfortable among the two bullies. Jae-hong starts asking strange questions. Oddly, he asks who they think would win in a fight between Jin and Suko. Hak-jin points out that, although Jin is good, he probably couldn't beat Tsuchuko, who has been training to fight since childhood. For him, our boy, she looks like an amateur in comparison. Jae-hong agrees, adding that Tsuchuko is one hell of a badass. Young-chan then asks, while it's true that Shioku fought 20 guys in one fight, Blonde quickly corrects him, saying there were actually 30 guys. The number leaves Young-chan momentarily stunned. He even forgets to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a group of thugs was harassing Yona-sin, Sojuko took them all out. He says they started with 10 men, but they kept going. When the 30 men arrived, Seoju was still in great shape. He escaped without a scratch. While the 30 thugs, they were left unconscious on the street like abandoned toys. The shy boy then inquired about the rumors he had heard about Seoku. He learned that Iona's kidnappers were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story of Seojuko catching the kidnappers is probably true as well. He insists that Jin doesn't stand a chance against Soju because he's on a whole other level. It's sometimes hilarious to think that the teenagers of these Korean manhwas eliminate entire gangs single-handedly, which makes the government. And all these intelligence and police services seem to be wasting taxpayers' money. Meanwhile, our boy suddenly arrives. In the hallway, he comes face to face with Seoku. Without wasting any time, Suku asks him bluntly what he's doing here. Bewildered, our boy makes it clear that he doesn't understand what he means. Shoku simplifies he approaches and asks him why he's lying about his identity. He mentions that he heard that our boy was involved with Gizu and Jin Kim walks away. Jin clarifies that he had disagreements with Gizu, but that it wasn't his fault. This is when Seochu points out that he checked with the school our boy was supposed to have attended abroad, and I'd never heard of him. Things seem to be heating up, but before we hear our boy's response to Seokchu, the scene shifts to Dawn. She is approached by Yeona, the beautiful young woman seen earlier. After a while, the two women catch up, and Dawn mentions that she didn't know Yeona was back in Korea. Yeona explains that she started school the day before, and is actually in his brother's class. Dawn sits up in surprise. Yeona then points out that she doesn't. I remember Dion once mentioned having a brother. She explains that everyone thought her brother died in the accident with her parents 10 years ago, but he survived. We only learned of his survival about 6 months ago. The scene takes us back to the past, once again. Dawn has just come home to find his grandfather frozen in place, holding the telephone receiver. Tears stream down his face as he announces the shocking news that Jin is alive. This revelation leaves Dawn. She is stunned, and that's how she learns of her brother's survival. Back in the present, Yeona wonders why no one has I always knew about her brother if he was still alive, but I didn't want to tell her. Dion explains that Jin has lost her memory in the accident, and it was only recently that he began to find some of it, and someone helped them locate and reconnect with him. Yeona, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe. Dion confirms that Jin has only vague memories of having a grandfather and a younger sister. After the interrogation, Yeona displays a kind smile and comments that their grandfather he was overjoyed to see his grandson again. Yeona comments that their grandfather is truly overjoyed, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for hours, then took time off work to enroll in a cooking class. He wanted to improve his Korean cooking skills, thinking Jin might not have had much growing up. Yeona comments that their grandfather must really love his grandchildren, and Dion smiles, agreeing that but then Yeona asks her a serious question. Is she absolutely sure that Jin is her brother? Dawn seems a little surprised, but quickly gives a positive response, saying that Jin is definitely his brother and that they are even. She took a DNA test to be sure. Our daughter then asks why Yeona is so interested in her brother. This question is clear, catches Yeona off guard as she doesn't know what to say. She quickly, almost frantically, asks if her brother has a girlfriend. We then return to our boy, who asks Seoku what he is talking about. Seoku repeats question, asking what's so important about this school that our boy had to falsify his record just to be here. Jin responds by asking if he is accused of having fake files. Seoku confirms, saying they must be fake, because according to his research, Jin never lived in this town, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even live there. We have a file on him. Our boy then asks for proof and reminds Seoju that if he claims the files are false, there must be evidence to support this claim. Seiju doesn't know how to answer this question, had discovered the discrepancy by searching and talking to people connected with the school abroad, but he has no tangible proof. He's impressed by how Jin handles the situation without flinching or showing the slightest sign of surprise. Then our boy finally asks why Shochu is checking his background. In response, the black dot explains that he can't just sit back and watch a suspicious child who might pose a threat to his teacher. A silence falls between. They looked at them for a moment, but our boy finally replied that he had come home. Seoku is confused by this vagueness. Answer. So, our boy clarifies that he was asked what he came to do here, and his answer is simply that he came back he went abroad to his family. With that, our boy prepared to leave. Seoku looked at him with a skeptical look, thinking that, since he already suspects our boy of having falsified his files, it won't be long before he discovers his true identity. Once class begins, we see Jae-hyung quietly immersed in video games while the blonde scrolls through his phone without doing anything. Our boy Jin notices that Seoju and Yeona are absent from class. He is intrigued by the speed with which these two, having been transferred yesterday, managed to gather so much information on him in less than an hour. When the bell rings, The beta bullies approach Yongchan, inviting him to play games and move up in rank. Jin is invited but declines, claiming it's his grandfather's birthday. The stalkers decide to spend some time together, and Yongchan agrees to this plan. Meanwhile, we return to the Black Beauty where Seoku fills her. He's aware of the situation. He's convinced that Jin falsified all her records and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test. Seoku also mentions that his research revealed some pretty thorny information about his sister Dion. Apparently, I've been seriously bullied by Gizu Kim and her sister for the past 2 years. When Yona asks her how bad it was, Seoku says it makes you wonder how she put up with the harassment all these years. He explains that the circumstances of her assault haven't been widely publicized, but it's almost certain that the assault she suffered was just as serious. Yona is quite stunned, and I can't help but think how disturbed today's youth can be. Seochu adds that Jin has already knocked out Gizu Kim and her crew twice and saved her sister from harassment. Yona chuckles to herself, thinking it's rather sweet that her Yona's long-lost brother returns from the dead and takes down his bullies. While Yona's siblings seem intent on getting rid of her, Yona's curiosity takes over as she begins to piece together the facts. She points out that if Jin had truly come to the school with the intention of targeting her, it's insane that he's being so frank about it. A smart person would have kept a low profile. Seokchu nods, pointing out that someone with the plan would have been discreet. Yona's mind starts racing again, and she asks if Jin might have some kind of ulterior motives related to Dion's family. She brings up the insurance money for the plane crash. Seokyu reveals that Grandpa received it but didn't use it, causing it to grow over the years. In addition, Grandpa returned Ita a portion of the money he received for Jin's death while she was still alive. But he still has a substantial sum left. There's always the possibility that he's after the money. Yona connects the dots and points out that if Jin could actually be after money, so this could mean that Dion is in danger because of her own brother. The scene cuts back to the grocery store where our duo can be seen shopping. And as usual, Jin attracts a lot of attention from the girls around. As they search for items, Dawn takes a deep breath and admits she's hesitant to ask, but her curiosity is boundless, so she desperately wants to know what his life was like after the accident. Our boy remains silent for a while, and the girl begins to apologize frantically, saying that he doesn't have to answer if it's uncomfortable, but he simply smiles and reassures her that everything is fine. He begins his story by explaining that he was deeply traumatized and barely able to think. He did everything he could to survive in a place where he didn't even speak the language, constantly staying busy just to survive. The girl falls silent, absorbing this heavy revelation. Then she starts laughing and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend at the time. He nods, agreeing with a laugh. She then reveals that Jin is surprised to learn that he is in the same classroom as Yona, something Yona herself had told her. To hear this and quickly asks her if she knows her. Dion explains that Yona was very nice to her before she moved away. She was in the United States and had missed her very much. So when she saw her again today, it was a joyful reunion. Then, with a cheerful smile, Dion reveals that Yona even asked him if he had a girlfriend. And of course, our boy makes a pretty typical remark. Reaction upon hearing this. Later, back home, the birthday celebrations are in full swing. The siblings are present. Their grandfather gave them a gift. When he unwrapped it, he discovered a high-quality wallet inside, and his face lit up with joy. He is really touched and feels a little guilty about the little pocket money they have, thinking they must have spent more, that they couldn't afford it. But his granddaughter smiled warmly at him and reassured him that they had more than enough to buy him a present, and what's more, it wasn't too expensive. The old man's hands trembled with happiness as he held the wallet. His voice was heavy with moved. He tells them that the best gift he could ask for was already given to him when Jin came home. Safe and sound. Nothing could ever top that. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone captures everyone's attention. Dion rushes into her room to answer. While she's talking on the phone, Jin tries to listen in discreetly. That's when he hears the girl say that she is going to do a little grocery shopping. The old man asks her why she is going out to. It's late, and it turns out she's going out because Yona stopped by for a quick chat. Well, we can see that Jin clearly senses that something is wrong. Later that night, Jin rummages through her computer, trying to find out everything he can talk about SW Corporation, owned by Yona's family. He wonders why Yona is so interested in him and why they're running a background check on a transfer student like him. Jin flashes back to her conversation with Seokju, when suddenly he hears a call from his grandfather. When he enters the living room, his grandfather mentions that he also leaves for a bit. Our boy asks if he's going to get Don, and the old man sort of nods. He adds that he needs some fresh air. Jin smiles and tells her grandfather to stay quiet and that he will go see her, but the old man insists on going out alone. Jin then reminds him of his morning work. And finally, our boy decides to leave alone. Later, the two girls are seen discussing their studies and other topics. She shares her experience studying abroad and suggests that Dion consider studying abroad as well. In response, Dion admits that she had never really thought about it before. When Yona asks her why, Dion explains that it is expensive and that she will have to be away for several years, which means she won't be able to be with her grandfather for a while. Yona finds this a little strange, so Dion elaborates further, explaining that she doesn't want her grandfather to be alone, especially since he hasn't been in very good health lately. However, she is grateful that her brother is still here, because his presence really helps her feel better. Meanwhile, Yona struggles to bring up the real reason for his visit. It's over, because Dion seems to really trust her brother. She doesn't know how to approach the subject without causing problems. We flash back a bit where Seokju tells Yona that someone from the supposed foreign school confirmed that Dion, my brother, never went there. They even looked at his photo and verified that he was never a student. Moreover, the current resident of his fake address provided strong evidence that he never lived there. Seokju is also investigating other leads, so Yona decides she needs to meet with Dion to discuss what they've discovered. But Seokju reminds her that even though although the documents were forged, they still cannot prove that he is not Don's real brother. Yona is worried because the documents from the decade he disappeared are practically fake. Since she now lives with him, this is an important fact, cannot be ignored. She believes Diane deserves to know the truth about the documents and wants to at least inform her of what they have discovered so far. Currently, Yona is having trouble bringing up the main topic she came to discuss, even though it is her main reason. Visiting. As Dan expresses his happiness at chatting like this after a long time, we also see our boy. He walks towards the two girls. However, Seoku walks past him, but Jin just tries to push past. But the newcomer quickly tells him to stay calm. Seoku is convinced that Jin is there because he is worried. They're going to share everything with Dion. So, he quickly blocks our boy's path and tells him that the two girls they have just met and asks him to give them some alone time. Suddenly, a Volkswagen drives up at high speed. Before anyone could react, the car hit the two boys, knocking them over like bowling pins. They crash to the ground as the Volkswagen comes to a screeching halt right where the two girls are sitting. Jin tries to get up. He's standing, but he's clearly seriously injured, especially in the head. As he struggles to concentrate, his eyes dazed, I spot some suspicious individuals in the van trying to kidnap the two girls. Without missing a beat, he starts running like crazy, but his efforts are in vain. The kidnappers have already taken the girls, and there are no more. He can outrun a car, and so they are left behind, helpless. They quickly look at each other, and in there, they get angry and grab each other by the collar. But after a few heated exchanges, they realize that neither of them is late. The kidnapping, so they let go. The black-haired man immediately takes out his phone and calls the security team to the SW Corporation, urgently announces Yona's kidnapping. He asks them to find her using the security system. Meanwhile, Jin walks away, and the dark-haired guy quickly asks him where he's going, and if he's not the one behind all this. Jin simply replies that he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Seoju points out that SW Corporation security is already on site and will soon find the girl. In the meantime, Jin will have to stay by her side so they can confirm his identity. But our boy makes it clear that he will find his sister, and if Seokju wishes, he can happily follow him. Seoku is starting to get the feeling that Jin might not be involved after all. But then the boy stops abruptly and humorously asks Seoku if he took his car. The scene shifts to the animated heart from the city's entertainment district. In one of the pubs, Mr. Cha sits, smoking a cigarette, and enjoys his moment of relaxation. Just then his lackey informs him that someone is here to see him. When Mr. Cha turns around and sees Jin standing there, the scene then shifts to Saw Corporation, where we see a majestic and elegant-looking woman sits on her chair. I can tell she is definitely Iona's sister, as she looks just as gorgeous with her black hair flowing. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. The woman seems a little annoyed by this intrusion, and wants to know why he didn't bother to ask permission before barging in. The assistant we learn that Yona has been kidnapped. The news surprises the woman, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too troubled by this. In fact, she begins to smile weakly and seems to think that the rumors must be true after all. Now, I'm pretty sure what she's referring to, but let's move on. She then asks if their grandfather still counts, attack the company. The assistant says he's not sure, so she leans back, hoping that if he continues, if she pursues them relentlessly, Yuna will eventually die. It's definitely something she's looking forward to. The scene returns to the pub, where we pick up the story with our main character meeting Cha, and Sukju Isyokchu seems to already know Cha since he recognizes him in their database and is curious to know how our boy knows this gangster. Cha starts by asking him what he wants. In response, Jin simply says he needs information. Cha lights another cigarette and sneers, asking him why he would bother helping him. Our boy gets straight to the point, revealing that the Saw Corporation's granddaughter has been kidnapped. Well, that's something Cha really didn't expect to hear that. However, he quickly ignores it, saying that it's not their problem, and they don't deal with these issues because it would be extremely risky to attack the Saw Corporation. Our boy asks if Cha has any leads to offer. The mob boss makes it clear he has no reason to share them, especially since he is already in a difficult situation because of our boy. This is when our boy reveals that his younger sister was also taken away along with Saw's granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he is in a difficult situation, as attacking our son's sister is like attacking John Wick's dog. They're both equally dangerous. So he begins explaining and mentioning that some people speaking broken Korean were asking for untraceable warehouses, such as well as burners, cars, and some extra arms. The offer was tempting, but he turned them down because he had to deal with this kind of problem is not easily solved. He adds that he heard that another team had taken over, and everything. He knows they're working in Incheon. That's all the information he has. It wouldn't be surprising if Sioku had already figured out who's behind all this. Meanwhile, our boy walks away after a final thank you. But then the mob boss tosses his phone to our boy and tells him to save his number. Jin looks at him, looking bewildered. He wondered why he needed her number. The mob boss got angry and explained that he would need it to contact. He searches the warehouse to find out more. Our boy then begins to enter his numbers. He also asks if the bike in front of the door belongs to him. Cha knows exactly what our boy plans to do with it, so he feels hesitant to answer. But finally, my guy takes the heavy motorcycle and, before leaving, tells Seoju to manage on his own. There's no way out because he's taking the bike. Seoku wonders if he's going to trust this shady, incompetent guy, so he goes after these kidnappers. Our boy explains that he has no time to waste, because Yona will probably be safe until the kidnappers get what they want. But you never know what they might do with Dawn. Sukoku understands the logic behind Jin reasons and remains silent, and he sees that he has a sharp and perceptive mind. Seoku then tells him that I've already relayed the information to his security team and I'll follow him by car. Jin responds coldly, saying that Seoju can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, accelerates and speeds through the streets. The scene then returns to the girls where we see Dawn waking up with a headache. And as she becomes aware of her surroundings, Yona quickly apologizes, saying that it's probably her fault Dawn got dragged into this. Diane's mind begins to recall the recent event, and she is shocked to remember that they were kidnapped. And she sadly confirms this, adding that she hadn't expected it to happen so soon after returning to Korea. Just then, the kidnappers arrive, and Yona coldly asks them why they were kidnapped. One of them orders her to be silent and stay quiet, and it will soon be over. Of course, she soon realizes that these filthy people, he must have been considering using it as leverage against his grandfather. One of the lackeys then asks the boss what they should be related to Dawn, who was kidnapped simply because she was with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss decides that she is useless to them and orders his lackey to get rid of it. But Yona immediately intervenes, saying she won't let them do it. Hurt Dawn. The boss asks her what she can do, and Yona threatens to bite her tongue and bleed for dead, which prevents them from using her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious that she is willing to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He provokes her further, urging her to try to bite his tongue. Well, The mafia boss should have been more careful with his words, because Yona doesn't hesitate and bites, his tongue, blood dripping from his mouth. The leader screams in surprise while the other lackey watches silence, visibly surprised to see her flying like guts. The boss quickly gets up and tells her that her guts have saved him time. The lackey asks what the next order is. The boss tells them to get rid of Dawn later, and he orders them to shut her mouth so she doesn't make any noise. The scene then returns to our boy and Shioku. It looks like they've arrived at the location Mr. Cha indicated. Seoju points out that the location looks legitimate, because SW security followed the footage of the minivan all the way here. As our boy steps forward, Shioku orders him to stop and wait for reinforcements because he sent their coordinates to SW security and they should arrive soon. But our boy calls us back, told him that Dion didn't have much time left, so he had to hurry. There was no room for discussion, so they move forward and spot a gang of thugs patrolling the area. Suddenly, our boy jumps over one of them and grabs him. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our boy discreetly drags him away in the shadows, adding him to a pile of other thugs he's already taken out. Seoku also helps him, and he is blown away by Jin's ability to silently defeat her opponents. He is so impressed that he asks Jin who this guy is. He is. Jin simply replies nonchalantly that he's an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to the Southwest Corporation where we finally meet the big boss, the grandfather of the company. He receives a report from the black boss. The man in the suit meets the kidnappers' demands. He explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel its recent contract. If SW Corp does not respond within the hour or refuses to comply, they will kill Miss Yona. The old man asks for security details, and the guy in the black suit says SW Security will reach Yaona's location, detained within 50 minutes. Back in the shady spot, we hear two lackeys talking. They are curious to know what they think of their client and why they are forcing him to commit this kidnapping. One of them says that his boss has already made it clear to him that it's none of their business, and they should just obey orders. Just then, one of the lackeys gets slapped in the face, head, and collapses to the ground. He turns around with a wince and sees Jin, who has already taken out the other guy. After they're done with the thugs, Jin asks her comrade how many he took out. Shukshu says the guy he left behind that makes 5 in total. Jin then does a quick mental count and realizes they've taken out 14 guys, aka the enemy. They have a lot of muscle and resources. Seoku is amazed that Jin managed to take out 9 guys while he was struggling, with only 5. Finally, Jin asks the black dot who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a deep sigh and says I don't really know. Apparently these kinds of incidents happen from time to time. This kind of thing also happened when they were in America. He never thought it would happen again so soon after returning to Korea, and he feels like he has I should have been more vigilant. Jin points out that the real mastermind must be with Yona right now, so he decides to moving deeper into the area. Before continuing, Jin asks Shioku if he's okay. Seoku, puzzled, asks, so what about? Jin explains that he was really banged up when the van hit him. The black dot shrugs, saying, our boy should concentrate on his injured leg instead. Suddenly, someone starts shouting, asking where all the lookouts have left. Another jokes that maybe everyone has gone to the toilet. But another wonders why. They all need to go to the bathroom together. As they walk forward, they finally spot their unconscious men. Before the confused thugs don't understand what's going on, Jin knees them hard in the face. Jin then turns to the thug with the thin mustache, grabs his hand, and delivers a savage kick to his leg, followed by a brutal slap to the head. With that, the 2 thugs are unconscious. Jin decides to split up, but before they do, Shioku calls out to her. When our boy turns around, Seoku says that once they're out of this mess, he'll owe Jin a formal apology. Back with the boss hears the commotion outside and tells his lackeys to go and see. We see our ladies with their faces, covered with clothes to keep them from screaming. On the way down, Jin passes the lackey. The masked man points out that he saw Seoku in a photo, which allows him to confirm that this kid is definitely not him. Asks our boy how he got in. Jin remains silent and he quickly realizes it's them, behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked man orders his lackey to get rid of this kid. Just before seeing Jin the thugs are eliminated, the scene continues with Seiju, who hides in the storage room and looks around cautiously. There, he finds the 2 ladies tied up and, luckily, there is no one else there. He therefore deduces that they must all be looking for Jin. He sneaks up to the girls, quickly removes the mask from Yona's face, and asks if the security team has arrived. Seoju tells him that they are on their way. Yona is shocked to hear this and asks how he found them here. That's when the mafia boss intervenes, and I'm glad to hear that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then says it must be Soju of the SW Corporation, and he's heard a lot about him. He adds that this kid was a real pain, always on the lookout around Yona and ruining their plans. The mob boss makes it clear that he has no idea how Seoku found their hideout, but he was certain that it was not wise to come here alone without reinforcements. One of the lackeys suddenly lunged at Seochu, but my guy dodges the attack and strikes back. However, this minion doesn't let this happen. He dodges the blow and quickly fires back. Seochu realizes this guy is tougher than the thugs they took out outside, and he's having a great time. It's hard to keep up. But Suku lands a brutal blow and follows up with a devastating punch to Lakey's stomach, leaving him doubled over in pain. To finish, Suju delivers a powerful leg kick, and the lackey it looks like he's finally down. Just when you think it's over, the thug tries to fight back, but Seoku hits him with a devastating knee to the back, and the guy quickly begins to collapse. The scar-faced boss notes that he knew Seo had been trained from a young age, but he didn't realize he was also impressive. Even the two girls are shocked by what they see, but the mafia boss isn't there for a duel. Pride. With that, the lackey pulls out a blade and begins to strike Seokju, delivering several brutal blows. On his body, the boss smiles under his mask, saying he didn't expect this brat to fight empty-handed, which makes it much easier to handle him. The lackey charges Suju again with the dagger and begins to strike left and like crazy. Seoku does his best to dodge, but he still suffers deep, painful cuts that leave him. The boss struggles to move. He pulls out his own dagger and begins to juggle it in the air, clearly enjoying himself. Look at the girls. As soon as he sees this, he immediately knows that Dion is in serious trouble. The poor girl is already terrified, imagining what was going to happen. Before Seoku could react, the bastard threw his dagger straight at him, wanting to end her life. But at the last second, Yona leaps in front of Dion, and just as the dagger is about to, Seokchu jumps in front of the two girls and receives the blade right in the back. The mafia boss mocks Seokchu, mocking him as a poor guy who is only good for receiving people's pointless praise. He then orders his lackeys to leave Yona alone and kill the other two. The lackeys quickly agree and step forward to carry out the mission order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak and all eyes turn to see Jin make a dramatic entrance after he shot the thugs and left them lying on the ground. Back at the club, Gangster Cha is there with his lackeys. They provide him with the latest information, claiming that the Gosh cartel is behind the kidnapping. Cha is stunned by the ridiculous mistake the Gosh cartel made in getting involved with both Jin and SW Corporation. This could backfire on them, as the cartel never researches its clients before accepting a contract. One of the lackeys then asks Cha why he helped Jin. He further points out that Jin is the one who got them into a difficult situation and that he's the one who revealed all the horrors about the Kim family, which they had kept secret for years. Cha drops a big sighing, saying he had no choice. He points out that he is just an old man who is incapable of taking care of a child like Jin, and they can't just take revenge on him, especially since it was the Kim family who attacked him first. Lacus then remarks that they don't need to help Jin either. Cha is silent for a moment, then chuckles to himself, and adds that he had no choice but to help her since her sister had been kidnapped. Back at the hideout, Jin makes his grand entrance. The head lackey asks who this man is while Yona is stunned to see him. Diane is also shocked to see her brother, and when she mentions this out loud, the mob boss hears and realizes that Jin is his brother. The boss bursts out laughing, almost out of breath. He finds it hilarious that he kidnapped a girl and now her adorable brother is here to save her. He finds the situation rather amusing. Meanwhile, Jin-hee turns to his sister and asks if she's okay. Dion starts to cry, his tears streaming down his cheeks, begging his brother to get out of here. Meanwhile, Yona is devastated to see these two siblings dragged into this mess because of her. She yells at the chief lackey and offers to cooperate and tells them to let everyone go in exchange for her cooperation. The mafia boss retorts sharply, asking why he should do him a favor. Yona falls silent, realizing she doesn't need it. They have a lot of influence. Seokchu, bruised and injured on the ground, looks at Jin with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. Despite the tense situation, Jin doesn't seem to be giving in. Finally, the leader of the lackeys orders his men to take Jin as on the ground. He says they've already given him enough time, and it's time to end this. The lackey steps forward, stabbed, in hand, ready to defeat Jin. But before he can act, Jin quickly deflects the attack, grabs the lackey wrist, and plunges the dagger into the lackey's chest. The mafia boss is completely stunned by the turn of events, and she too stares in shock. Dion is also impressed by her brother's talent, and he quickly tells her to close their eyes. The girls quickly complied, closing their eyes tightly. Jin then slashed the lackey, leaving deep wounds, bloody gashes on his body. Blood spurts everywhere as the lackey collapses to the ground, covered in her own blood. Yona is still trying to digest what just happened, as it is all too overwhelming for her. Meanwhile, Sioku is absolutely stunned, realizing that Jin isn't just swinging her knife aimlessly. On the contrary, he has skillfully severed the missing muscles and ligaments to incapacitate him. The mafia boss is also very surprised to see this, and he doesn't look like a brother at all, but more like a bodyguard. Jin continues walking towards the boss, quickly backs down. He admits that Jin must be more than just a bodyguard, because no ordinary child could wield a knife like that and maintain such a cold stare. He then brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter, because he still plans to kill Jin. He brandishes his dagger at him, but my guy quickly runs away. He ducks down quickly, and the boss continues to swing his dagger left and right. As the mob boss lunges at Jin with her dagger, Jin easily blocks the attack with one hand and swings her own dagger at the boss. The boss, quick on his feet, steps back just in time to avoid the brutal blow. The two engage in a deadly dance of blades, each blow more vicious than the previous one. But this time, Jin's blade hits its target, piercing the boss's hand, leaving temporarily useless. The mafia boss, now in pain and disbelief, demands, "I don't know who Jin really is." But my guy remains silent, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next. Without hesitation, the mob boss charges at Jin again. This time, Jin grabs his wrist effortlessly, and with a swift movement, he slices off the boss's other hand. After a few brutal blows, Jin follows up with a crushing punch to the lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward with a bloody nose. The mafia boss, now enraged and desperate, he grabs a gun and points it directly at Jin. But before he can pull the trigger, Jin throws her a deadly dagger. It plunges into the boss's shoulder, causing him pain. Seizing the moment, Jin lunges at the boss with lightning speed. He delivers a devastating slap under her chin, sending him crashing backward like a sack of potatoes. The mob boss, now completely beaten, collapses ground, her pride and power shattered. The others watch in amazement as Jin stands tall like a true badass. Her mere presence made Yona and Sioku tremble slightly. Jin stepped forward gently, asking her sister to open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there, a reassuring smile on his bruised face. Without missing he tells her he's here to take her home. Yona is momentarily shocked by his injured appearance and places her hand on about his injuries, asking if he's okay. Jin, with a warm smile, reassures her that he's fine despite his injuries. His calm and comforting words make her overflow with emotion, and she begins to cry uncontrollably. Jin does her best to comforting her, heartbroken to see her so upset. Yona is deeply touched by Jin's compassion for her sister, watching them in awe. The next day we are at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jin is sitting quietly in the hallway. Her beautiful face catches the attention of the nurses passing by. Her phone vibrates, a message from the curious Jae-hyung. "Why isn't Jin at school?" Jin replies that he has an errand to run, and when he checks his messages, he sees his friends. They excitedly discuss their outing and tease him for not being there. Jin smiles as she reads her friends' messages, feeling a warm connection despite the lack. He leans back in his seat, letting his gaze drift around him. Corridor. His gaze falls on the room opposite him, marked with a sign that reads, Psychiatry Department. The scene takes place later that night. After Jin's intense fight against the Goonies, the police and the authorities arrive at the scene. They gather all the criminals present, and the medics begin treating Jin's sister. Yona approaches. Jin tells him he should take his sister to the hospital and promises to pay the bill. Jin watches puzzled and asks why, given that her sister seems unharmed. Yona explains that even if Dawn doesn't, although she appears injured at the moment, she may have suffered invisible injuries. The trauma of the situation is considerable. She emphasizes that it is crucial to ensure that Dion receives comprehensive medical care. She also mentions that Sherry recently discovered that Gizu and Huijin Kim were harassing Daon and while she's relieved they've been punished, the resolution of the victim's problem is still incomplete. She also explains that it might be helpful to talk to a counselor, beneficial for Dion after the traumatic experience. This is why we are waiting outside a psychiatrist's office rather than to the emergency room. As Dion leaves the room, she approaches Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Jin reassures her. He tells her he arrived a few minutes ago. He then asks her what he said. She explains, "There's nothing serious to worry about. She'll have to attend weekly sessions for a while, but overall, she's fine." Jin also confides that her own injuries are minor, just a few slight bruises. The girl also breathed a sigh of relief, relieved. She's relieved that he's okay. Jin remembers how emotional she felt after being bullied. A difficult situation. Reminder of everything she's been through. She calls out to him and he smiles at her, asking what's going on. She smiles back and says she forgot for a moment what she was going to ask. But in her head, we can tell she is. She hesitated to ask her question. The scene cuts to earlier, when the doctor was checking on her well-being. In the background, she hears soldiers talking, completely amazed that a child managed to take out most of the kidnappers, all alone. It makes no sense to them. At this moment, Diane is just as stunned by what the soldiers are saying. She's curious to know how Jin can fight so well and what her life was like before returning to Korea. But she can't do it. She asks him these questions herself. Walking down the hall, they run into Yona. As soon as Dion spots her, she is beaming with happiness. Seeing herself, Yona quickly asks her how the therapy went. Dion replies, "Went well," and mentions that she heard Yona paid the bill for her treatment, so she tells her she really didn't have to do that. Yona gestures with her hand, saying that it's okay, and she reminds her friend that she's the one who got her into this mess. She then apologizes, sincerely. Dion laughs, saying she's already apologized profusely. Besides, Yona herself was a victim. It was then that Jin noticed a massive bodyguard standing behind Yona with a seriously intimidating look on his face. Despite the intense look he's giving our boy, Jin remains completely unfazed. Yona then turns to Jin and asks if he had his physical. Our boy quickly agreed, and Dawn added that she had to drag him there. He had only agreed to go, after threatening not to go to the hospital if he didn't. Dian then asks about Sioku, and Yona confirms that he is in the same hospital. Dawn seems really eager to see him, and decides they should stop by before leaving. Although he's delighted by the visit, Jin's feelings are less clear. They do, however, end up visiting Seokchu and Dion. She makes sure to thank him for saving her from the blade. Seoku is a little surprised by her sudden gratitude and stutters, saying that it's not a big deal. She then asks Seokchu if he feels better, and he replies that he does feel much better. It's better now. Meanwhile, Jin isn't thrilled to see her sister getting closer to Seokchu. He just stands there, silence, visibly uncomfortable. Even Yona and her bodyguard notice that Jin seems disturbed. Dion then hopes Hyoju recovers quickly. With that, they decide to leave. Yona waves goodbye, and they leave through the main gate door. Once they left, the bodyguard was deep in thought, noting how hard it was to believe that someone like that, a seemingly skinny kid, could defeat several people at once. It's simply incredible. Yona laughs and admits she's quite surprised herself, but she's not sure it's something that would surprise even a pro like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and says, "It's not just the kid beating up a bunch of guys, because there's something much deeper about our boy." The bodyguard explains that our boy quickly and discreetly neutralized more than 10 guards, which is no easy feat. Even an experienced professional would struggle to achieve this without outside help. And that's not all. The amazing thing is, he didn't kill any of them. He just rendered them unfit for combat. And judging by the cuts on the 2 men were found in the cargo container, his knife skills are incredibly advanced, especially considering these guys were retired soldiers, not just a bunch of ordinary thugs. He concludes by saying that, according to the report and the state of these thugs, it's clear that Jin Yu is a highly trained professional with tons of combat experience. Sioku and Dione are completely blown away. A little later, we meet up with Dawn and Jin. Dawn quickly apologizes, feeling she's really ashamed of always needing his help. Jin tells her that she doesn't need to apologize and that it's up to him to thank her. Dawn is surprised to hear this, and Jin continues by saying that he understands what he feels like he has a family now. You see, this is the first time in his life he's put the safety of others before his own, without any calculation, something he had never experienced before coming to this country. So, we begin to understand what family really means. Then we meet the same woman with short black hair. And I will say, again, she's probably Yona's sister, and she seems completely overwhelmed that Yona was rescued safely. A reporter details that a suspicious rumor is circulating. He specifies that while Seoku played a key role in the rescue, the exploits of another student who accompanied him were even more extraordinary. She asks how it is possible, and the journalist responds that even the president was interested in this student, and we already knew that this student was our son. Of course, the woman is shocked and wonders if these rumors could be confirmed. Be true. Jin is seen doing intense pull-ups again. While he is working out, footage of the people he fought that day. While he is absorbed in the intensity of the exercise, Diane knocks on the door and mentions that she brought fruit. While Diane is munching on the delicious fruit, Jin arrives and quickly asks her sister how she feels. She replies that she has already answered this question 1,000 times and that she is fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices something on Dion's mind. So he asks her what's going on. That's when she assures him that she doesn't hate him just because she saw him fight and beat those guys brutally. She says it doesn't change her view of him. After all, he did all this just to save her, and she refuses to ask him about his past. Dawn then becomes somber, saying that she couldn't tell her grandfather all the misfortunes that had happened at school. She just wasn't ready to tell him, but now she feels more relaxed, as if she can say anything. Suddenly, her phone rings. It's Yona. The call comes in, she picks up the phone and heads to her room while still on the phone. A little later, we see Yona sitting in front of Jin, who quickly tells her to sit down as well. Jin sits down and asks her why she wanted to see. Yona explains that she wanted to apologize for putting Dion in such a dangerous situation. Even though she had already apologized, but she wanted to tell him personally. She explained that Seokju would also come to apologize in person once he's better. She also wants to thank Jin for saving her. Jin makes it clear to her that he doesn't want to save Dawn, not Yona. She shrugs, saying that doesn't change the fact that she was saved thanks to her intervention. Once finished, Jin asks her if she has anything else to say. Yona admits that she does too. She wanted to let him know that they would stop investigating his past, so she hopes he isn't too upset that they tried to dig into his past. She then sighs and explains that she could not have been unaware that all her documents were falsified. A recent kidnapping attempt in the United States has caused her concern. She has experienced many difficult situations since then. She was small because of who she was. She says that even though they never discovered the truth behind her fake files, she won't know anything. Jin prepares to leave, saying that he will leave if there is nothing else. Yona, he seems surprised and asks if he can spare a few hours as his grandfather wants to meet him and thank him in person. While Jin is walking back, he replies that it is not necessary since he was not there to save her. Yona remains silent, and Jin walks home through the dark, dimly lit alleys late at night. Along the way, we see a familiar figure, this street. Zooming in, we see that it is one of Mr. Cha's lackeys, who was brutally gunned down, the intestine. And it doesn't take long for our boy to recognize this man. The man is barely holding his life, but he makes sure to start berating Jin, blaming her for putting his gang in danger. He explains that I was already in trouble after Jin revealed the Kim family. Their boss then helped our boy by revealing the location of the Gosian cartel that sowed discord between the Gosian cartel and his gang. Mr. Cha's territory is now under attack. His friends and lackeys have already been killed, and the Goon cartel leader has made sure to pay him a personal visit. Duchik Cha. When Gunong finally confronts Cha, he takes a verbal swipe at him, asking why he doesn't give up, before making a fool of himself in front of his men. Cha responds with a punch, pointing out that most of the crew had been released for a weekend. Yet Gunong had brought his entire platoon of footmen. Then another man in a coat intervenes and tells Cha that he really shouldn't have caused trouble by attacking the Kim family. And when that wasn't enough, he recently warned Gosh and his men. Our gangster launches another brutal attack, and this time, Gong-hee himself loses his temper, and he goes completely mad because of what Cha has just said. He furiously orders all the lackeys charge Chawa, and the gang rushes at Chawa like a pack of wild dogs ready for battle. But our beloved the gangster isn't just any weakling. He ducks dully, lets a punch fly into his face, and retaliates with a devastating blow that leaves his attacker reeling. Another lackey tries to hit him, but ends up receiving a brutal blow just under the chin, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Goon grits his teeth frustration as Cha continues to swat his lackey away as if they were mere flies. Suddenly, Cha delivers a brutal blow with he groans in pain, but quickly recovers, throwing a punch in return that sends his collapsing for the count. Even though Cha manages to take out a group of guys, the number of lackeys is overwhelming. It's clear that despite his talent, he won't be able to defeat them all like this. Our beloved gangster takes a stand, knowing he is facing a large number of people, and is furious that Gunang has brought so many guys when he knew Cha didn't have most of the men in the club. He couldn't help but smile when he thought of our boy, and wonders if he's already saved his little sister. Jin arrives in front of the club talking about the devil. The lackey standing guard tells her to leave, but Jin refuses to obey. He delivers a brutal kick to one of them, sending her crashing to the ground and leaving the other two speechless at Jin's audacity. He gets off his bike and the two remaining lackeys try to punch him, but Jin effortlessly catches one of them and delivers a devastating blow to his face, spraying blood everywhere. The remaining lackey tenses on the sight and ends up receiving a violent kick in the stomach. Once the two thugs are eliminated, he goes deeper into the club, but he discovers a brutal scene of dead bodies. As he advances, a group of arrogant thugs orders him to leave, but our boy remains unperturbed and continues to advance towards them. One of the thugs approaches, spouting nonsense, but my guy quickly silences him with one blow, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the others completely terrified. Despite their fear, the thugs rush at him recklessly, and our boy begins to throw blows at him, taking them one after the other. The scene returns to Gangster Cha, exhausted after knocking out a group thugs. Gosh is absolutely furious, unable to believe that Cha is holding out for this long on his own. On the other hand, Gunang's assistant feels a sense of relief that they only attacked Cha when he was alone. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre. Other lackeys charge our gangster, but he quickly eliminates Theon in front of him. Before he can move completely, he receives a devastating punch to the face. Cha responds by kindly. He counters with equal force. At this point, Cha is struggling to hold on. Even Gosh reluctantly admits that he is tough and deserves credit for his efforts. However, he points out that Chait looks like he's at the end of his rope and should give up. They'll make it worth it. Cha spits his mouth full of blood and wonders why he should do this. Wiping the blood from his face, he decides to end it all. Anyway, what he started. We can see that the big cheese is not impressed by Cha's courage, and that the swarm of lackeys surrounding the place visibly trembled at the thought of his bold declaration. Suddenly a commotion broke out. At the entrance, the footman was yelling at the top of his lungs. "Oh my God," he asks, puzzled. "What's going on? And why are his men howling like dogs?" They turn around at first, seeing nothing. Then hear footsteps. Passes Jin, and the whole crowd of lackeys is stunned to see a child in their midst. Cha is equally shocked. Seeing him, she quickly asks him what he's doing there. Jin nonchalantly replies that he's just here to come back, the motorcycle he borrowed. Cha really didn't expect to hear this kind of bullshit while they were surrounded by death itself. Meanwhile, Gung's assistant snickers when he realizes that Cha knows this kid, so he rushes over orders his lackey to take down Jin as well. The lackey proudly obeys and begins walking towards our boy as if he's about to scold the little one. Cha then tells them that it would be better if they left him alone, but that the assistant insists that they can't just let Jin go like this. As he saw everything, Cha retorts once more, saying that they should pray to God that Jin feels generous enough to let them go, and not the other way around. The wizard didn't. He has no idea what this stupid brainiac is talking about, but he soon gets a wake-up call when Jin shoots one of his guys with a single punch. Our boy then follows up with a kick that splits another lackey's leg and a headbutt to another, sending him. One of the thugs attempts to swing a bat at Jin from behind, but Jin quickly grabs his hand and slams him down. A brutal blow lands on his face, leaving him bloody. The bat crashes to the ground. My God, he's completely blown away by it. Jin appears, and Cha simply smiles and says, "It's their fault for not listening sooner." He adds that even, although Cha himself is tough, he wouldn't stand a chance against this kid. The big cheese simply commands his lackeys to take down Jin, and they quickly charge at him. But as usual, Jin takes them down effortlessly, which they look like amateurs. Impatiently, The big cheese shouts to his lackey to stop leaving a little punk beat them. But as he's about to give another order, he suddenly falls silent when he sees Cha charging. At this point, Gong is almost certain that things are going to get even more complicated for him. Soon after the grate, the cheese and his minions are all on the ground, as if they have kissed the earth while Cha collapses completely, exhausted. Jin approaches him, and when Cha looks up, he sees the wreckage of the fight. People scattered around. Like abandoned rappers, Jin stands triumphant. Jin begins to walk out, casually saying that Cha has now paid his contributions. Cha is in shock and still trying to figure out how this kid is obsessed with the same bullshit. After all this, he then asks Jin if she saved his sister. Jin calmly replies that she did, and that it was thanks to Cha. The next scene takes place in a hospital room where one of Cha's lackeys wakes up with a start. He looks around, sees Cha across the room, all patched up, but obviously still in a sorry state. The footman is amazed to see his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss while they're at the hospital. Baffled, the junior asks how his boss got here. Cha casually mentions that he was roughed up and simply took a taxi to get treatment. The lackey then inquires about Gunang and the other lackeys. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, replies that he is taken care of. The junior just can't believe it and says it's nonsense, which annoys the senior a little, who asks why his younger brother thinks he would lie. The lackey suggests it's probably because he's too embarrassed to admit he has. Beaten by Gosong, Cha then asks him if he ran into Jin yesterday. The young man straightens up and confirms, "Indeed, I meet him." He then explains that he was ambushed by the enemy team as he was leaving the club, and after being brutally injured, he found our boy and yelled at him. He charged at Jin out of anger, but after receiving at the first blow, he blacked out and doesn't remember anything. The boss explains that Jin probably knocked him out to take him to the hospital. Cha then goes on to say that inside the club, he was overwhelmed by the magnitude number of enemies. That's when Jin arrived, took them all out in seconds, and then told him he'd paid his dues before simply leaving. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable and thinks it's really great to say that. The superior nods, acknowledging that Jin is indeed very impressive. The lackey then asks his superior if he has any. He has no idea who this child really is. The senior points out that Jin pretends to be an ordinary teenager, so he thinks they'll have to take his word for it. In the next scene, we see a soccer ball heading straight for Jin, and he catches it effortlessly. The referee immediately calls a handball, leaving everyone on the field absolutely shocked. His friend, visibly annoyed, reminds him that he is not supposed to catch the ball because he is not a goalkeeper. Jin doesn't understand why they're mad at her, but apologizes anyway. Suddenly, the bell rings, and Jin's friends call him and ask if he has time to go out, since today is the only day Yongchan doesn't have time. After school, and they plan to play together. Jin tells them to go and that he first has to take his sister home. His friends, a little disconcerted, ask him if he started babysitting his sister again. Jin explains that she hasn't been feeling well lately. Blondie decides to save a seat for Jin. Meanwhile, Dion prepares to leave his class. She's thinking about making a kimchi stew for him, Jin because he loved it last time. However, she's not sure he can handle spicy food, so she's considering making him a milder soybean paste stew. Suddenly, she hears a buzz of excitement coming from the other girls in her class. They all gather by the window, fascinated by Jin. Some find him sexy, while others hope he will become their boyfriend. The girls even turn to Dion and ask if her brother is dating anyone. Dion is taken aback by their overflowing enthusiasm about her brother, so she hesitates and reluctantly says that he mentioned that he doesn't hang out with anyone. As the ladies rush to the window, Dion smiles weakly, clearly pleased that her brother is well known among the girls. As she leaves school, she wonders why Jin doesn't have a girlfriend, and if it could be that he's not interested in girls at all. Suddenly, she hears voices nearby and discovers that it's Jin with her friends. Surprised, she hastens to greet them as politely as possible. One of the more timid lackeys blushes. She's so cute that she waves at him. The boys decide to go to the playroom, hoping Jin will join them there. Once they leave, Dean asks if Jin is hanging out with her friends. He confirms that he is, but adds that he will stop by his house first. When she asks if it is because of her, Jin explains that he just left something at home, but she still insists that she can go home alone because it's still nice outside. However, Jin claims that he really needs to retrieve something he left at home. She then points out that he doesn't need it to do everything possible for her, as she told Yona when she offered to be escorted by a security guard. All she wants is lead a normal life. Jin remains silent, but agrees to his request, stating that he will do what she says, although he suggests that we still go home together from time to time. Don pouts, saying he worries too much, but Jin explains that he's not just worried, he enjoys their walks. Eventually, she agrees to continue walking with him. As they walk, Jin stops abruptly when she sees this same black-haired woman, whom we suspect is Yona's sister. Anyway, she greets Jin, but he doesn't bother to return her greetings. Meanwhile, Diane is just as ignorant of the black-haired woman. The woman then pretends to notice Dion for the first time. Wearing an exaggerated outfit, looks worried, and says that she must be the one who suffered so much because of Yona's kidnapping. Dion is serious, she is confused and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Yona's cousin, and says she is here to thank Don for helping Yona, and offers to take her out to dinner if she has some time. Jin flatly refuses, explaining that she had already thanked him personally, so this stranger didn't need to come. The woman was baffled by her frankness, but tries to continue the conversation, saying that she also has a proposal that could benefit both of them. Jin again firmly declines, stating that he is not interested. He then walks away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely furious. But before he's completely out of sight, Don makes sure to tilt his head and give her a final polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady seethes with rage, and her guard asks if he should bring him back forcefully, but the lady refuses. It seems her ego has been more bruised than we thought, and she is almost boiling, finished with the anger. Then we are in the game room, where everyone is glued to their TV screens. While they are all deep in his game, Young-chan decides it's time to take a poop. As he walks down the hallway, he accidentally bumps into a pretentious thug who immediately threatens Young-chan, barking at him to watch where he is. He leaves. Poor Young-chan is practically shaking and stumbling to apologize. But Mr. Cocky isn't finished. He's about to slap Young-chan. Just in time, Jae-hong bursts in and saves his friend of being slapped. Jae-hong steps forward with an arrogant step, telling the arrogant punk to get over it because there is he must be making a scene over a little shoulder nudge. He quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking on and meets her gaze with the thug and tells him not to take them for a bunch of wimps. The thug's nerves are clearly on edge, Jae-hong's murderous stare, and my guy keeps staring at him and asks this weirdo why he's here, staring. Once the thug is completely intimidated, he finally leaves with what little pride he has left. Jae-hyung, he lets out a small breath of air through his nostrils, looking rather satisfied. For his part, Young-chan, he still seems in shock, watching his friend and reflecting on this turn of events. It's a shock for him, considering Jae-hyung was the one bullying him, and now he's the one coming to his rescue. Orange Head says they better hurry or Hukchin will start pestering them for being late. So they head to the restroom while Young-chan still can't believe that guy saved him. When they finally return, Hyukjin asks why he took a discharge took so long. Orange Head explains that some idiot tried to harm Young-chan. Hyukjun's interest, he quickly asks who it was. Orange Head says the guy was wearing a Gauss Tech uniform. Blondie then turns to Young-chan, checks if he's okay. The shy guy simply replies that he's fine, as nothing has happened since. Jae-hyung stepped in just in time. Orange Head decided it was time to dive into the game. But then, a group of some unruly individuals burst into the game room. It's the same guy Jae-hyung ran into earlier, and he's brought his lackey with him. He takes revenge for the humiliation. Hongchin is completely absorbed in his game and doesn't notice anyone standing over his left shoulder. When he finally looks up, he sees a gang of thugs towering over him and his leader. The gang's leader quickly tells him to get out. Hikin and Jae-hyung both realize that he is about to get real, and Young-chan trembles, terrified, thinking about what will happen next. Once outside, Young-chan is trembling with fear, terrified that they had gotten themselves into this mess because of him. The pretentious from before begins to boast that Orange Head was all talk and no action, claiming that it will be easy to defeat him and his other friend. But our Orange Head doesn't back down. He mocks the pretentious guy, pointing out how he was afraid, and had quietly gone away only to return with his lackey. The pretentious man does not appreciate the barb and becomes furious. He tries to hit the Orange Head, but Jae-hyung quickly ducks and delivers a brutal blow, the guy's arrogant face showing him who's boss, the arrogant leader staggering backward, and Young-chan, on the other side, hand is practically panicking, convinced that it's entirely his fault that they're caught in this mess. That's when Jae-hyung speaks up and tells his terrified friend that he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything because it's the bastards who should be sorry. These words melt Young-chan's heart because seeing his friend sounding so badass while saying that is almost overwhelming. But Haken steps in and points out that it's the exact same phrase Jin used a while ago, and even the way Jae-hong said it gave off the same energy. He jokes that he copied Jin, and now he feels like he has to bleach his eyes after seeing his copycat friend in action. Orangehead starts to blush, feeling totally embarrassed, and admits that Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they remained in his mind, and he could not stop himself from repeating them. While the trio is caught up in their own thoughts and forth, they momentarily forget that they are actually facing a gang, and they are too distracted to pay much attention. Watch out for the thugs, but soon the lackey attacks them because they are not there to be ignored. In the middle of the fight, the Orangehead holds firm. As soon as one of the thugs reaches him, he delivers a powerful kick to the guy's stomach, knocking him backward. Another thug tries to hit him, but Orangehead responds with a brutal blow, knocking him to the ground. Young-chan, who is not really a fighter, is more or less panicked. On the sidelines, unsure of what to do next, Yukchin, however, is in the thick of battle, taking out thugs left and right. He turns to Young-chan and tells him to stay back and watch from behind. Orangehead nods, pointing out that even though Young-chan is a professional player, he's out of his element in this fight. So they took control of the situation. Chan is completely stunned. He can't believe they're fighting because of him, and yet they tell him to stay back. The thugs are writhing and shaking on the ground after receiving a severe beating. Our boys, on the other hand, are They struggle a little, exhausted from the fight and outnumbered. Finally, Jae-hong receives a violent blow to the stomach and feels the pain. He's sure to be screwed, because the cocky guy is about to punch him in the face. But first, the punch can reach, Young-chan jumps on the arrogant guy, grabbing him tightly as if he had found his brother from another mother. They both crash to the ground and the arrogant guy starts pushing Young-chan aside, but Young-chan hangs on despite the fear. That's when Orangehead seizes his chance and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow at the head of the pretentious man. The impact leaves Young-chan with tears in his eyes because of the brutality he has just witnessed, something he's never experienced before. Orangehead stands tall, looking like a boss after giving the arrogant guy the final kick. He glances at the one who is clearly down. Hyukjin can't help but kick Orangehead, noting how Young-chan had to step in to save the day. Orangehead quickly becomes embarrassed and defensive, saying that he was about to shoot him himself. They turn to Young-chan, on the verge of tears. Orangehead rushes over. He asks him if he's okay. The shy man quickly reassures him and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene takes place as our boy finally arrives at the playroom and finds it empty. He tries to call his friends, but no one answers. Just then he hears someone calling his name. He turns around and sees his friends hurrying over, tell him he missed all the action. The beta bullies start bragging about beating up Gosok's techs. They enter, and as they go up the stairs, they point out to Jin that even though he might not be familiar with the Gok, the technicians are pretty tough, but not up to the task. Upon entering the games room, they are surprised to find a group of people lie unconscious on the ground. The Batalis are stunned by the sight and quickly ask who killed them. All those Gosok technicians. Our boy casually points out that he came looking for everyone and was attacked by the guys when they saw his uniform. All three of them were absolutely amazed to realize that our boy had pulled out all Thessaloniki men. After their insane fun at the arcade, the group goes out to get a bite to eat. The bullies brought the same delicious food that Young-chan usually eats, but Orangehead forgets to get drinks and decides to go get some as soon as possible. Young-chan decides to accompany him, but Orangehead chooses to go himself. As they eat, Hyukjin is proud and laughs at how they defeated the Gosok tech thugs. Orangehead nods, saying, some thugs arrived trying to play tough, but ended up getting beaten like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy watches the tuna mayonnaise food without knowing how to proceed. He watches Jae-hong tear off the seal and remove the snack from its packaging. He imitates Jae-hong and begins to munch. While eating, he asks his friends who started the fight. Jae-hong explains that one of the thugs was attacking Young-chan outside the game room, which triggered the whole scene. Our boy asks about his shy friend and asks if he's okay. The friend replies that he's okay because Jae-hyung showed up to save him just in time. Orangehead then shares some advice, telling Young-chan that in situations like this, he should never back down. Young-chan seems a little confused to hear this, so Orangehead explains that he shouldn't. Don't back down in front of a bully. Make it clear that you're willing to do anything, or he'll take advantage. I think you're scared. Hachan agrees. You have to show that you're not giving in, or they'll leave. Young-chan asks, what if they end up hitting him? Orangehead shrugs and says they'll try. Hit him even if he's scared, but Young-chan is worried they'll hit him harder. Orangehead agrees, but he points out that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll just be seen as weak, and that's worse than getting beaten up. Hyakin also adds his 2 cents, saying he's seen this trick work before because no one wants to get into trouble. Bullies usually pick on the quiet ones who never speak. Young-chan remains silent, probably realizing that he was always being bullied because he didn't fight back. While they were talking, our boy continued to nibble on his delicious food. The scene then shifts to his past where, instead of fine food, he was stuck with mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread. At that point, he had no choice but to eat it. The worst part was, there was always strong meat in it. Some guys around him bullied the weak and stole their food. One day, a pretentious guy demanded that our boy give him his food, but Jin didn't want it. So he fought back and left a horrible mess behind. The memory of it gives him pause. How the same pattern of the strong attacking the weak seems to repeat itself both in its past and in its present situations. It is then that Young-chan finally gathers his courage and says out loud that he likes neither of them. The 2 beta tyrants choke on their food, gasping for breath upon hearing this. Young-chan, he continues to say that he hates them because they bullied other students, including him. Orangehead, looking curious, asks, even if they were harassing someone, he emphasizes that they were only joking from time to time, nothing more. The blonde also agrees, stating that they have never physically harmed anyone in class or forced anyone to do their dirty work. Compared to some others like Gizu Kim are practically saints, but Young-chan remains firm, asserting that even if they joke or behave rudely, it is still a form of violence towards others. Beta bullies are stunned because they don't really know what to think. Young-chan goes on to explain that it's the same thing, kind of violence, no matter how great. He resents them for being so cruel without the slightest guilt. Once, when he finished speaking, he pointed out that since the beta tyrants told him to defend himself, he said everything. He had in mind to try it. The beta tyrants are completely destabilized by Young-chan's words. The blonde is ATA loss and said that no one had ever said anything like that to him before. He didn't realize that people could see his actions. They thought they were joking. The other harasser also agreed, saying they thought it was acceptable because they weren't as bad as some others. Young-chan, still nervous, explains that he was surprised by the kindness of the beta bullies when he hung out with them. He assumed they didn't realize what they were doing. It was a form of bullying. Feeling guilty, Orangehead quickly apologizes. The blonde apologizes as well, admitting they don't know how to fix things, but they want to at least apologize. On the other hand, our boy continues to do stupid things with his food. When he removes the shell from his rice ball, it falls to the ground and he is completely disappointed, see his meal ruined. His friends don't really know how to react and end up yelling at him when he tries to eat Theris' ball after picking it up. In the heart of the bustling city, we find ourselves at SW Corporation. There we see the woman who claimed to be Yona's cousin sitting at her desk. Suddenly, Yona bursts into the room, visibly furious. She yells, "That woman's name is Gear." The impertinent lady looks up and smiles at Yona. But first, she can say a lot. Yona cuts her off sharply, demanding to know if she's met Jin recently. GA tries to play. This is cool and reminds Yona that it was actually Yona who was following Jin's background because she was suspicious. Yona frustratedly admits that she investigated Jin, but promised her she wouldn't pursue it further. She also tells GA to stop harassing our boy. Gia raises an eyebrow and reminds her that she shouldn't forget the world they live in, especially after the recent kidnapping. So she makes them understand that they were not taking any chances and our boy's background is a major concern. Yona insists Jin wasn't involved in any cases, recent issues, but GA quickly interrupts, saying that just because Jin helped with a rescue doesn't mean het trustworthy. The GA principal also intervenes, pointing out that Jin's identity is an important issue for the school. Point out that a school affiliated with SW Corporation should not have accepted a student with a false record. And they do. It's clear they won't turn a blind eye to this. Yona grits her teeth in frustration while Gia just smirks of satisfaction. She explains that they might soon receive good news. Curious, Yona asks her what kind of news. Shiji's manager explains that Jin's files were restricted, so they had to consult with their superiors. Network for more information. Gia looks at Yona with a provocative smile, asking if she isn't curious about Jin's true identity. Yona firmly states that she doesn't care, pointing out that Jin saved her, which is more than enough to her. Just then, the phone rings, attracting everyone's attention. Ga's smirk widens as she says it's time for. They hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller announces that they have news to share. While Yona waits anxiously, Ga expresses hope that the caller will reveal information about Jin's identity. The caller responds that the superiors decided that SW Corporation should refrain from any further investigation into Jin's background. The announcement leaves Ga visibly pale and the guards equally stunned. Her frustration boils over and she starts yelling at the caller, who asks how they can let the matter go. The caller clarifies that given the persistence, the relationship between SW Corporation and the government led to the decision to turn a blind eye to the matter. The appellant explains that Jin is separated from his family due to an unfortunate plane crash and is essentially a young man who has found his way back. They insist that it would be better to let him live his life without further examination. The rest day at school, Yona enters with her escort, attracting everyone's attention, including our boys who are curious about see them again after so long. Yona suddenly starts looking them straight in the eyes, which makes Youngchan feels uncomfortable. She approaches him and simply asks if Jin isn't at school today. Youngchan, looking around Jin, explains that he was just there, but Jae Hong explains that he was just called into the office a few minutes ago. As Yona and her escort settle in, Seokju reveals that the president is at school. Now, Yona is surprised to learn that her grandfather is at school and wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit. What if Jin could have gone to meet him at the office? At the office, we finally meet the old man we've been hearing about for so long. A lot about it. He is excited to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously declined, so he came to thank him for saving Yona. Our boy replies that he doesn't need thanks. He was just trying to save his sister, and Yona was there too. The old man admits he knows, but he wanted to express his gratitude again for saving his granddaughter and apologized for involving his sister. The boy clarifies things, letting the old man know that he has nothing to worry about since Yona has already apologized. The old man remains silent. After hearing this, our boy heads to class. That's when Grandpa finally asks him if he's going to become Yona's bodyguard. Unsurprisingly, he flatly refuses, making it clear that this isn't the kind of behavior your average teenager should be exhibiting. The old man reminds our boy that an average teenager couldn't really handle a kidnapping unit made up of former special agents. Jin then points out that Yona already has an internal security team monitoring her 24/7. The man agrees, but says that a security team cannot be with her at school. And besides, she would not be able to live. She is usually followed around the clock by a team. He explains that Sioku was responsible for her safety, but that the incident made him realize he wasn't the right person to protect her, so he's thinking of giving our boy the job. Jin walks away again, saying there's nothing he can do. The old man is silent for a moment, then says he wasn't there for nothing, to thank him for saving Yona. He also wanted to thank him for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our boy learns this done, he freezes and quickly turns back to the old man. The old man continues to thank him, saying that I have wanted to express my gratitude for a long time, because without our boy's efforts, he would not have had this chance to see his son before he dies. It's clear that Jin remembers what the old man said, but he remains casually, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was dangerous work that no one else would do. Thanks to the success of our boy's mission, he was able to see his son again, and he spoke about Jin often. The old man reveals that his son was worried and asked him to find out why our boy had become a mercenary. So the old man tried to find him but found no clue. Fate would have it that they would come face to face, and he adds that Yona is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly goes back in time, remembering the man mentioning that he had a girl about her age. However, Jin makes it clear that he cannot be Yona's bodyguard. He adds, however, that she won't close her eyes if something happens to her. The old man is a little surprised but smiles and says, "That would be more than enough." He then adds that there is one last thing he would like to ask. He emphasizes that he'd like to hear Jin's opinion on the SW security team. Jin asks him what he means, and the old man explains that SW, the security team, is part of a long-standing tradition, and proud of it. Perhaps too proud for their own good. They believe that Yona, the recent kidnapping, would have been contained even without Jin's help. However, as SSW continues to expand, threats are increasing, and their security division lacks innovation. The old man wants Jin honest assessment of their skills, and it will be a paid assignment, of course. Jin lets out a sigh, feeling as if everything is just annoying. He finally goes back to his classroom. As soon as he enters, Yona greets him, but he clearly ignores him and heads to her seat. As the teacher begins the day's class, Jin sits quietly in her chair, thinking about the old man's words. He realizes that Yona's father must have died since the old man mentioned seeing her son before his death. The scene then flashes back to the past. We see Jin as a mercenary with all the eye care workers have gathered to eat. Jin is munching on some kind of food bar when a voice calls out to her. He wonders how a child like him ended up working as a mercenary. It's clear that this man is Yona's father, and after seeing our boy's face, he comments that he hadn't realized Jin was so young. Jin quickly covers her face and begins to walk away, but the man offers him his tray filled with delicious and appetizing food. He tells Jin to throw away he throws out the trash and eats it, saying that what he eats really matters at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries chat about how their new client seems really rich and explain how they are building roads, a school and a clinic in the city where they're all stationed. As they talk, Jin listens quietly. While he's on guard duty, the man approaches him, again offering her a chocolate bar. Jin simply looks away. Later that evening, the man offers her food again, but Jin turns away again. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and his coat, but Jin refuses them as well. One day, as Jin is packing her things to leave, the same man approaches her again. He says he'll miss Jin's presence and invites her to come by if he can, as they'll be there for at least one more month. The man then tosses Jin a bag, explaining that he's packed snacks and basic medical supplies inside. Finally, Jin speaks up and asks him why he's giving her all this. The question catches the man off guard, and he is surprised to hear Jin speaking Korean. He adds that he has already tried speaking in Jin's native language and in English, but received no response. The man explains that he is giving these things because he has a daughter in Jin's neighborhood. He reminds him of his age, so he can't help but worry. Later, we found ourselves in a rundown place where the conflict rages. We then see Jin with her mercenary companion. The latter informs her that the city where Jin was stationed as a guard was taken over by a group of resistance fighters. He explains that they were waiting for the foreigners finish their construction so they could take control of the buildings, and most of the people on the site were killed. Jin is pulled out of his flashback by the sudden ringing of the bell, and he notices Yona calling him, asking if he's free at the moment. A little later, they are in the relaxation area where Seokju bows his head in respect and offers a belated apology in person. Jin tells him it's not necessary because he understands the reason for her actions. Yona then says that she's pretty sure Jin will deny it, and explains that Grandpa asked her to invite him to his name. Jin accepts without hesitation, leaving Yona quite perplexed to see that he actually accepts without protest for the first time. The scene then shifts to Ji, who is gritting her teeth in frustration. She is furious that her superiors don't reveal Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager enters and mentions that the same student hash has arrived, which shocks Ji a little. In the SW Corporation men's locker room, Jin dresses according to the company dress code. Seoku asks how Jin landed a job at SW Corporation. The scene cuts to the past where Jin is reviewing the files of all the security personnel working for SW Corporation. The old man had told him to spend a few days with the team and share his thoughts, since the arrangements had been designed to accommodate it. It should be fairly easy for Jin to familiarize herself with the program. Back in the present, Jin told Seoku that he just wanted to experience what it's like to be on the security team, so he ended up here with a work. Seokju wonders if this means Jin wants to become a bodyguard. Jin then asks if Seoku isn't participating in the training. In response, Shoku explains that today's session is for Team 2, and that he is part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 is escorting Yona exclusively, while Team 2 escorts Miss GA and her parents. The scene takes place in a training room where all the staff sits on the floor. One of the instructors introduces Jin to everyone, explaining that he will join them for the next few days. He is in the same class as Seoku, and the president has allowed him to participate in their program to learn more about their field. One of the men raises his hand and asks if Jin was the one who took care of Seokju's kidnapping. The superior confirms that it is indeed the same person. Jin introduces herself and thanks everyone for letting him participate. As the students begin their training, Yona is seen standing above observing our boy. Seoku reveals to him that our boy is here because he wanted to experience the life of a bodyguard. Or at least, that's what Jin told him. Meanwhile, the guards run through the halls, busy with their training. As Yona watches our boy, she notices someone else in the hallway, G and his guard. Curiously wonders what she's doing there. Meanwhile, Jin runs down the corridor with the other soldiers. The senior at the front of the pack takes a quick look back and sees that Jin is keeping pace. He then decides to resume. The pace quickens. The race intensifies. After several rounds, all the soldiers are completely out of breath, and the superior looks completely exhausted, as if he might pass out at any moment. Jin, on the other hand, seems as if nothing has happened, just taking a easy, relaxed breathing. The senior reveals they ran far enough to make anyone faint, but Jin kept going the whole way. He even seems capable of doing 20 more laps. They then move on to other intense exercises, and Jin excels those too. From the sidelines, Yona is absolutely blown away by how Jin outshines everyone, leaving them, "I'm having trouble keeping up." Meanwhile, Gia snickers, saying it's just basic training. And yet, Team 2 falls not far behind this kid. As our boy stands there, the senior wonders where the hell they found this kid. He wonders if he's already been trained anywhere because he's just too good. Then the senior notices GA. He stands nearby and his face pales as soon as he meets his bodyguard's gaze. He realizes he's going to attract the wrath of GA and his bodyguard later for falling behind a high school student. Suddenly, one of the young student raises his hand and points out that he heard that this student played a crucial role in rescuing Miss Yona. So he wants to test the young man's skills himself. The senior gets angry and asks him if he really wants to train with a high-ranking officer. A schoolboy yells at his younger brother for being crazy. But the high schooler is completely shocked when the child himself volunteers for the fight and claims that it doesn't really bother him. The senior, completely speechless, frustrated, he scratches his head and reluctantly agrees. He asks his juniors to fetch the protective gear for our boy. Soon our boy is equipped with his gear and the other guy in front of him also puts on his armor. Yona wonders if it'll be fine, and Seochu points out that it's hard to say given the other's harshness. Even Jai thinks so. It would be hilarious if this high school student actually won. She mentions that she heard the kid has some extraordinary qualities, fighting skills, but his bodyguard assures him that he is still no match for his men. Because these guys they were highly trained in all kinds of combat long before they started working at SW. The superior simply told them he takes it easy, telling his younger brother to go a little easy on him, and the younger brother agrees. The older brother then says they have to prepare, so the junior takes a stand and reminds our boy that he is not against those idiots he beat up. He'd better be careful. Our boy doesn't even flinch from the jab and simply takes a stance. As soon as the senior signals the start of the fight, the junior throws himself at our boy with an incredible burst of speed and blows a punch to the face, but our boy quickly backs away. The younger brother strikes again with all his might, but Jin dodges effortlessly once again. Yona, increasingly anxious, points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go so hard for a sparring match ensues, but the soldier, however, continues to attack Jin, swinging his fists left and right. Jin continues to dodge every attack effortlessly. Then Jin delivers a swift kick to the junior's leg, staggering him. Grabbing that moment, our boy clenches his fist and delivers a brutal blow, but the soldier quickly raises his hands to block, avoiding a direct blow. The fat man mocks our boy for his futile attack and prepares to punch him, but Jin quickly deflects the blow and counterattacks with a brutal blow to the bastard's face. This display of power leaves Yona speechless, and even her guard finds it impressive that Jin struck with such precision, where the fat man's face was exposed. As he writhed in pain, Jin grabbed him by the head and delivered a violent knee strike. He smashed his face, leaving him bloody and starting to collapse. Ji is absolutely blown away by what just happened. As Jin stands there, the undisputed victor, her opponent sprawled unconscious on the ground. He withdraws the protective gear on his head, and the superior and other soldiers are stunned by the turn of events. Sioku notes that they were clearly asked to calm down, but it was too intense. Jia speaks again, wondering if this kid is really the 19-year-old they claimed to be. Meanwhile, his bodyguard is furious, the top of his head, because Team 2 is part of his crew, and he is not at all happy to see one of his soldiers fall like flies after being beaten by a teenager. The other soldiers pull their immobilized comrade from the ground, while Jin remains the center of attention. The senior now has no doubts about Jin's role in saving Yeona, kidnappers. Meanwhile, Jia's bodyguard glares at his soldiers. They are all panicking, especially the dean, who is sweating profusely, convinced he is in big trouble. Then, another soldier, Mak Choi, raises his hand and volunteers to spar with Jin. The older brother reminds him that they've already lost to a younger brother once and doesn't want to look ridiculous by losing again. But Bomak, brimming with confidence, says he's really looking forward to fight Jin after seeing her impressive skills. The senior points out that they can't all rush Jin, but Jin says he's doing perfectly well and isn't exhausted at all. He even adds that he hasn't moved enough to be tired. It's scary. Everyone a little bit out because after taking down one of their best soldiers, he practically says he didn't even break a sweat. Shochu sighs, clearly not surprised by our boy's antics. Byam finally steps into the ring face to face with Jin. While stretching his muscles, he nonchalantly asks our boy where he is. Jin then asks if Baumok isn't going to wear his helmet, to which the soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need one. He tells Jin to use one if he wants, but Jin was just asking for the guy's sake. He doesn't care about the headgear either, so he throws it aside, surprising Bayams and even Yeona. This is where Bayamak starts getting arrogant, calling Jin a punk and saying he likes her wit. Jia then curiously asks his bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. In response, he admits that they did mistake of underestimating Jin earlier, but he is confident they can defeat him now. He is very proud of his men who trained tirelessly every day. Not to mention that our boy will this time face the star of the team. Jia. He smiles, eager to see how Bayamak handles Jin. Meanwhile, Yona's bodyguard begins to think Jin might well lose this round. In an unarmed fight like this, it all comes down to physical strength, and Mak Choi is a very excited guy. There's no way to know what rigorous training Jin has undergone, but there's no way to prove it. Compensate for the brute strength that Bamsak displays. As the fight begins, Bamak, full of bravado, takes up position and hits Jin. But our boy dodges the blow with casualness and ease. Jin tries to hit Byams, but this guy isn't here to joke around. He quickly dodges Jin's attack and counters with a punch. Jin also leans towards Thito save him and throws another punch, but Bamak catches Jin's fist and smiles. He recognizes that Jin's punch is stronger than he thought from his appearance. But Jin isn't interested in a mid-fight discussion. He throws another, but Bamak blocks it effortlessly. He congratulates Jin on her perfect timing, but sneers and mocks that no one can break his guard with such vicious blows. But that's where he goes sorely wrong. Jin quickly swings her leg and lands a powerful kick to Bayamak's thigh. The arrogant man is completely stunned, and the senior's jaw almost drops to the ground to see our boy make a strong comeback. Then Jin follows up with another brutal kick to Baymak's leg. Now Boamsak is absolutely furious and throws a punch in a fit of frustration, but Jin calmly takes her position and delivers a sharp blow to Bayamak's chin, followed by a few more blows that leave the arrogant guy gritting his teeth frustration. Byam tries to hit Jin again, but our boy deflects it with skillful ninja moves. Then he slaps Bayamak's throat, making him cough and spit. With a thud, the once muscular young man falls to his knees. The first shocked face we see is Yeona's, quickly followed by Ji and his bodyguard. Meanwhile, he stands there as the muscular guy coughs violently on the ground. Yeona's bodyguard is blown away by how Jin strategically broke Bamak's upper guard by striking his knee and then immediately aiming for the neck. They effectively closed the gap in physical strength. Further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Bamak's advantages. Jin then asks if anyone else wants a confrontation, but it's clear no one is in a hurry to step forward. That's when the senior intervenes and tells Jin that he shouldn't aim for the neck or knees in combat. Jin, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring, and he apologizes if he broke any, as he wasn't aware of them. The senior quickly clarifies that there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt like mentioning. Well, deep down, the senior feels like he's just trying to save his sorry face after getting his ass kicked by a high school student. After witnessing the whole scene battle, Gia is absolutely certain that it wasn't just a fluke that Jin was able to save Iona, and she wants his bodyguard's take on the matter. The man, visibly furious after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, admits that from basic training to serious combat, Jin excels in every area. Ji smiles broadly at this and then quickly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is surprised, especially Yona, who has no "I don't understand what Gia means by that." Gia then approaches Jin and reminds her that since he's here to have a real experience security missions, it's finally time to find out what it's like to be a real bodyguard. Jin listens attentively, explains that since he is paired with Team 2, he will escort her and that she is looking forward to his service. Yona, however, you can tell from a mile away that this woman is up to something fishy. The next scene plunges us into ASW Corp offices, where we meet the grandfather accompanied by a man in a suit. The latter is surprised that Jin is in the same class as Yona. He explains that he discovered Jin's past during their research, but it's still a shock to see that the code name Jin is actually that of this young girl. The man in the suit adds that Jin's name is not. He was revealed a few years ago, which means he was even younger when he was recognized. He just can't get away with it. He wonders how this kid could be the same ruthless individual he heard about. The scene then returns to the locker room where Jin is finally dressed in a proper bodyguard outfit, and he really looks like a badass. The evening as we arrive and find Diane and her grandfather together. The old man asks her if Jin is still out with friends. In response, she explains that Jin had something to take care of and said he would be a little late. Grandpa is worried. He tells Jin that she shouldn't stay home too late. He's sure Jin will be fine, but if he gets into trouble with hooligans late at night, this could be problematic. The next scene shows the two defeated soldiers starting to get rather arrogant before fighting Jin. They now get scolded by their superior, and everyone feels ashamed afterward, getting his ass kicked by Jin. The senior is so furious, his veins are almost bulging, and he makes it clear that they will soon face training like they'd never seen before. The soldiers' faces darkened at this, and the superior officer let out a sigh of relief, relieved they weren't reprimanded by their boss today. Meanwhile, Yona is absolutely blown away by Jin's appearance. He comes out in his bodyguard uniform, as if he were going out on a date. Even Ji is delighted. Seeing him, these defeated soldiers can't help but feel a little jealous of our boy. As we exit the building, Jin and two other guards escort GA. Several other guards also ensure she can enter her room, luxurious Bentley without any problems. Once inside, the guards follow her, while Jin stays outside until the main bodyguard orders her to get into the car. With that order, Jin takes a seat in the back next to Yona. Once inside, he notices that two guards are still at G's side. Suddenly, G asks our boy if he has ever thought about singing or acting. She explains that one of the SW subsidiaries she runs is an entertainment agency. That's where they're currently headed. Jin, however, simply states that he's not interested. She then asks him why. He wants to become a bodyguard. As soon as our man hears this, he realizes that these people probably don't know the real reason behind his involvement. So he goes with the flow and says he wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then congratulates him, saying he's pretty good at the job, judging by his good results in training. Today, and how easily he defeated Team 2's guards, she's impressed. But when her bodyguard hears about Team 2 defeat, he is absolutely furious, red with anger. He is embarrassed to remember that his team was crushed by a high school student. On the other hand, Jin points out that he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold on. He was back because he was an inexperienced youngster, so he had an advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's almost certain he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges situation, but deep down, she thought Jin would brag more about beating up the guards on duty. Turns out he's not at all. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is blown away by how our boy planned everything. A moment later, they finally reach their destination. In this other SW Corporation building, We see her sitting in her office while our boy and the main bodyguard stand outside. The superior is surprised that after an hour of rest, our boy hasn't even flinched. So, out of curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy just looks at him and remains silent. The senior asks him again where he learned those workout moves, because it's not a fluke. In response, Jinhee simply says he learned on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer really annoys the main bodyguard, who didn't expect such a come undone. Well, his answer wasn't that far from the truth. The scene then cuts to his past, showing how he actually learned these techniques on the streets. We see him running alongside his friend through a hail of bullets. He climbs ropes to reach the treetops in bad weather and faces off against highly trained henchmen, soldiers, and killers. But he doesn't flinch. As soon as they leave, their car speeds down the highway. She asks him if he's okay because it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds that weird because he's her first day working in this field. But he confirms once again that it is indeed his first time. Meanwhile, the head bodyguard realizes this is typical of our boy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the course and showed no signs of impairment, even when they intentionally skipped dinner to get tested. It seems he was fully aware that these things can happen in the security field. He never changed his position until she is ordered to do so. Suddenly, Jin notices something serious further away. A truck is coming and the driver inside appears to be drunk or asleep. It's hard to tell. What's clear is that the truck is veering out of its lane and heads straight for the car Jin and Jie are in. The truck skids off the road and hits their car. Once the car stops, the bodyguards from the other car rush in. The airbags have deployed and the high-ranking officer. The bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asks if Ji is okay, and what he sees there astounds him. Jin has. He managed to hold Jai against him, saving her just in time to avoid the worst of the accident. The bodyguard is amazed that Jin could react so quickly and protect her in that split second before impact. But then Jia tears herself away from Jin and creates some distance. The other bodyguard rushes over to her and asks if she's okay. The other guards quickly gather around to discuss what had just happened. One of them reports that the truck driver was obviously drunk, the young man. The guard adds that the driver appears unconscious and that they are in the process of removing him from the vehicle. The head guard asks everyone to call the ambulance, secure the driver, and make sure this incident is cleared up. Meanwhile, in the car, Ji looks at Jin, who is sitting quietly. She jumps and asks him if he's okay. Jin simply nods, but Ji points out that he might have been injured and suggests that he accompany them to the hospital to get checked out. Instead of answering, Jin reminds him that she should always wear her seatbelt, even when sitting in the back. Apparently, this wasn't what she expected to hear at such a critical moment. So she has no idea how to react to this brutal truth bomb. Back at home, Dion is busy preparing. Jin walks into the living room and asks if she's making lunch. She replies that she is, for Grandpa, and will keep some for him later. Jin reminds him that Grandpa is already at work, explains that she plans to take him to her workplace, just as she used to visit him there often, but hasn't since. Our boy has come home. Jin decides to accompany him and seals the deal with a warm smile. Later in the excitement in the city, we find Grandpa happily chatting with his fellow officer. The latter teases him and asks if he won the lottery or something, since he seems so cheerful since he came back from vacation. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks him what he means. The officer points out that he seems unusually happy lately. Grandpa is taken aback by the teasing, and his friend then reveals that apartment 703 has just given them snacks to share. He is told to pick them up. He sees him after his shift. Grandpa replies that he'll come after he finishes sorting the recycling. Like the old man, the man starts throwing the trash into the bins, thinking that maybe he got too excited about Jin. Back to when others began to notice his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears a commotion. He sees a thug break suddenly in the middle of the road and get out of his car. Another person behind him says to him to move his car instead of blocking the road. But this pretentious guy gets out of his sports car holding 2 glasses. With a smug attitude, he uses every name imaginable to tell the other to shut up, saying he will come back in a minute after throwing the glasses. The man in the car is visibly frightened by the thug's attitude. The thug strides forward, walks over to Grandpa, and throws the 2 disposable cups into the trash. But he's so careless that they just fall out on the ground instead of being thrown in the trash, which left extra work for Grandpa. The old man quickly picks up the scattered garbage. Meanwhile, The thug's girlfriend, who is still in the car, tells her boyfriend to throw away that bag reluctantly. He grabs the trash bag and throws it away, not bothering to go to the trash can. As expected, Grandpa ends up cleaning up the mess left by the inconsiderate duo. The thug runs away, the place in his car, and while Grandpa is busy putting the trash cans back in their place, he hears a familiar noise voice and turns to find his children arriving to visit him. Although Grandpa is delighted to see his children, he asks again what they're doing there. They reveal that they brought him lunch, but he insists they shouldn't have gone to such trouble. He can just buy it. Something nearby. Don looks around and notices Grandpa sorting the recycling. He nods, saying it's better to take care of it before it builds up and gets out of control. The charming young girl offers to help, but Grandpa quickly tells her that she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Diane, however, has already made up her mind and is brushing her teeth. She replied that she would wash them later, so they began sorting the waste while our hero remained silent, behind, beaming with happiness at being with the family. After a while, we see the girls blushing as they look into adoration. It wouldn't be surprising if they admired our boy's handsome face. In the background, we see Mr. Chaw and his lackey, who were finally released from the hospital and went out from his apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Chaw wakes up when his gaze shifts forward and sees our boy sorting out some trash, and he has no idea what he's doing there. Chaw's lackey recognizes the old man and realizes he's the grandfather they saw when they went to pick up the child. Hearing this, Chaw quickly pieces together the story and understands that the girl must be our boy's sister. Seeing our boy smile so warmly, Chaw finds it fascinating that he knows how to finally smile, and he finally sees that he really does look like an ordinary teenager. The lackey suggests they approach and say hello, but Chaw decides against it, saying that guys like them usually end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he decides they should go get something to eat. We then see the nice family having lunch in the park. The three of them have fun, eat, and chat. Once finished, Dan waves goodbye and they decide to leave. By evening, the old grandfather has also finished his homework and returns home, while smiling pleasantly. Then he notices that same Corvette he saw at noon when that thug arrived. Trash can. The old man approaches the thug and reminds him that parking in this spot is not allowed because it blocks the entrance and creates a danger for children. So he suggests parking in the parking lot. The thug sneers and asks why he should listen to an old man like him, who makes it clear that he'll park his damn car wherever he wants. The old man tries to reason with him, but the blonde woman next to the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard and wonders if he's trying to get fired. The old man keeps smiling and calmly explains that he knows he is paid by the residents, which is why asking them to park elsewhere to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug sneers and says he won't park in the tiny parking lot because if another car scratches his, who's going to pay him back? Grandpa is left behind. Without a response, the blonde woman snickers, doubting that Grandpa can afford the price of the car. That's when Mr. Chaw's lackey grabs the thug by the neck from behind. In a terrifying tone, he asks him if this thug has shows good manners to his elders. The stupid leader groans in pain and demands to know who is behind him. Chaw's lackey, he leans down, his face scary enough to scare a ghost, and simply asks why he wants to know. The thug is absolutely terrified, saw the look Chaw lackey gave him. The lackey pulled the thug away and told him to shut up and move his car. He makes it clear that if he ever catches him causing trouble for this gentleman again, he's going to make sure they're both a serious beating. The disgusting couple quickly jumps into their car and drives off. Chaw's lackey then smiles at. The old man asks him if he is okay. Grandfather, not knowing what to say, simply says, "Thank you." The man then reminds him, Grandpa says that Jin is his friend and that he saw her working with the old man earlier in the day. Grandpa comes to his senses and remembers that this man is the same one who came to their house one day to meet Jin. The scene cuts to Mr. Chaw, the field where the lackey meets his boss. Chaw is in a good mood despite his broken hand. Glad he can still enjoy himself, a glass in the other hand. The lackey mentions that if he hadn't intervened, Grandfather would have been in even more trouble of this little punk. Chaw laughs and congratulates his friend on a job well done, pointing out how disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly, Jin bursts in, and he looks pretty terrifying at first. Chaw immediately begins. He's sweating seeing our guy so serious, because Jin is the last person he wants to mess with. He asks Jin why he giving them that crazy look. By the way, this man has been called Chaw Lackey for a while now. Since then, I don't know his name yet. Let's give him one and call him Muscle Man. Jin takes out her phone and shows a selfie of Muscleman with Grandpa. Grandpa had also told our boy that a friend of his lived in the apartment where he worked. Muscle Man begins to blush, feeling both pleased and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Jin watches, absolutely furious, and asks Muscle Man if this is a threat. Chaw and his lackey are terrified that Jin is. They take it badly, and they especially don't want to alienate our master of ceremonies. While our boy's anger boils over finished, Muscle Man begins to stagger and quickly tries to explain that it's just a goodwill gesture, begging Jin to listen before you act. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where GA asks his guard how the guard is silent for a moment, then remarks that the kid should finish his training session with Team 3. GA then asks if Jin was taken to the hospital for an exam and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports that Jin had some bruises, but nothing serious. Gia remembers how Jin saved her just in time, and we see that she has a soft spot for him. She asks her bodyguard to check on him, Jin just in case, because you never know what symptoms might appear after a car accident. She's worried that if the media finds out that the accident was staged and that Jin is injured, it could create a real problem. I already had a feeling. From the beginning, it was believed that the accident had been staged to test Jin's caliber. We then see Jin. He puts his school uniform back on. Shoku asks him what's going on. Noticing that Jin seems to be holding back compared to his last session, Jin points out that he doesn't want to alienate everyone. He then asks Seokju why he always hangs out with the security team since he initially thought Seoku had already finished his security training and moved on. Seoku sighs and explains that contrary to what Jin may have heard, he was never an official guard. He started thanks to his family and because he grew up with Yona. Since he was good at being a bodyguard, he persevered. He admits that after seeing how Jin saved Yona from the kidnappers, he realized he wasn't as competent as he thought he was. He felt he needed to improve. Seoku mentions that he received all his training from SW, but I'm curious where Jin learned his moves, as he seems like a seasoned pro. Jin simply replies that he learned it on the street where he lived. Shoku senses that Jin isn't telling the whole truth, but decides not to push it further. After getting ready in the men's locker room and leaving, they find Yona. Standing outside, listening at the doors, Jin doesn't bother to speak to her and keeps walking. But Yona approaches quickly. He speaks up and asks if he's planning on trying more fieldwork today. Jin looks confused, and Yona blushes at the sight. She explains that it would be a good opportunity to spend time together and that it won't last too long. Jin remains silent. His guard and Seoju remain silent after hearing his strange wish. Later, a group of guards are posted outside while Yona and Jin stop at a stand to buy something to eat. Yona excitedly explains that she missed instant noodles and she made a lot of triangular kimbaps while in the United States. As Jin looks at her triangular kimbaps, he has a flashback of an unpleasant memory of his food falling out of its packaging and hitting the floor. Seo seems a little disconcerted by the rundown place they had chosen to eat. Yona notices him and asks Jin if he's not going to eat anything. Our boy replies that he doesn't think he should eat with her since he's supposed to be watching her. Yona is surprised by this, and Seoku quickly explains that Team 3 is in charge of escorting Yona right now, and their job is to blend in. Her companions were watching her closely. Yona nodded charmingly and told everyone to enjoy. Meanwhile, Shoku reflects on how Yona purposely chose the convenience store near his house because she knew it would refuse if she took him somewhere nicer. Yona then brings up the accident that happened while Jin was escorting her. Jay asks if he's okay. Jin says he's fine while staring at her triangle, kimbaps inside the package. Yona then asks if Gia has been giving her a hard time, pointing out that Gia is known for being extremely demanding and tough. In response, Jin simply says that everything went well. Yona has a hard time believing this because it doesn't sound like G. She notices that G only smiles when she insults others. As they chat, Jin looks at the pleasant personality and finds himself plunged back into his memories. He remembers his father exhausted and injured, Jin himself panting, weapon in hand, scanning the enemies. His father told him to leave him behind, saying that at least one of them survives. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he is saved today, he won't live much longer. He reassures Jin, telling her not to feel bad about abandoning a wounded man, because he is, I'm just glad Jin stayed to help when everyone else refused. Father's only regret is not being able to see his daughter's face one last time before he dies. Jin tells him to stop being sad and insists that since he should just get up and go check on his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's words, feeling a glimmer of hope, even in this desperate situation. As the flashback fades, Jin turns to Yona and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl is surprised to hear this and repeats her question, asking if he is only talking about There are two of them. Jin responds positively, so Shoku decides to move away, saying he'll give them some space. Once Seoju leaves, out of earshot, Yona asks what's going on and why Jin suddenly wants to talk privately. In response, Jin blurts this out, name Inguken. Yona quickly figures out that Inguken is her father's name, and she's now even more confused as to why Jin then asked Yona what her father was like. Yona looked puzzled as she wasn't quite sure what Jin means. She finally sighs and explains that her father was a busy man who spent a lot of time. They spent a lot of time working abroad. They weren't very close, as they barely saw each other. She continues to tell him his father had fallen ill and the doctors had told him he didn't have much time left. Despite the bad news, he continued to work and fell ill abroad. She still doesn't understand why someone would choose to spend their last days. She was working instead of being with her loved ones. She was on her way to see him because he couldn't bear the flight back home, but he died before she arrived. She goes on to explain that her father took her own life without ever having a last moment with her daughter. And to be honest, she admits that she still resents her for that. She still doesn't understand why Jin asks about her father, but she claims that she wouldn't have confided in us if our boy hadn't saved her from the kidnappers back then. Once again, Jin's mind flashes back to on the construction site. There, his father speaks to him again. He says he's doing all this to help, and as a parent himself, he felt compelled to do something for these children because it was the only way he could. He admits he wasn't a good father, and if he had known it earlier, he would have spent more time with his daughter, with her. For him, family is more important than anything in the world. Back in the present, Jin reveals to Yona that it is thanks to her that her father worked until the end. This news shocks the young girl and she asks him, "But what is he talking about?" Jin then explains that he is here to answer his client's last request. He reveals that her father wanted to tell her that he wanted to see her one last time before he died and that he was sorry he couldn't do it. These are the words his father wanted Jin to say to him. Flashback in the past, where her father tells Jin that this is an official job and she has to do it no matter what. He says that whether he lives or dies, Jin will deliver this message to him. Yona is stunned to learn that she met her father before he died. After dropping that bombshell, Jin simply picked up her bag and started walked away, leaving Yona wide-eyed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wondered if her father had really said these words. It seems like Jin is also going through her own development arc and is finally starting to understand. He hadn't realized it at the time. He's beginning to understand the meaning of the request he set for himself. See, every time Yona's father tried to get Jin something, it wasn't to make himself feel better, but rather, it was simply because he wanted to protect Jin. Father simply made this request to keep Jin away from the battlefield, as he tried to do what he could to help her. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings and Jin quickly opens the door. She finds her superior, Major Kang, standing there. Later, they sit down in the living room at the dining table, and Jin's grandfather is excited to finally meet Major Kang in person, after I'd only spoken on the phone until now. Major Kang apologizes for not coming to greet me sooner. He explains that he's back to Korea with Jin, but I wanted to give her time to reconnect with her family first. Grandpa finds surprising that the Major had been present in Korea from the beginning and states that he was eager to thank him in person. He remarks he was shocked to learn how much Major Kang had done for Jin. Previously, the old man had thought that Kang was just an embassy employee, not the actual person who brought Jin home. Major Kang cheerfully explains that Jin would have survived without his help. Yet it's true, and Kang remembers how Jin managed to from hell, and he couldn't be more grateful. For his part, Grandpa nods in respect and says Jin might never have been able to return home without Major Kang. He admits it's a little late, but he thanks, once again, Kang for everything he has done. Major Kang begins to sweat and looks a little anxious, quickly signaling to the thanks and says it's not necessary. Nevertheless, Grandpa is curious and asks how an officer could have ended up meets Jin. Major Kang is initially confused, unsure of what to say, but he quickly composes himself and explains Jin was their guide during their deployment overseas. He got them out of a difficult situation, and Kang says I certainly wouldn't have survived without Jin's help. Grandpa then invites Major Kang to lunch, noting that it was almost noon. Major Kang nodded happily and, while nibbling on some fruit, turned to the little girl and asks her if she's Jin's sister. The girl gets a little upset but quickly confirms with a yes, and Kang gives her a warm smiles and tells him that being Jin's little sister makes her a little sister to him too. So he jokes adds that she now has 2 stylish friends to hang out with. Isn't that cool? The little girl feels a little embarrassed, but she reacts politely. After all, she's just a 17-year-old girl doing her best to be courteous, while a 36-year-old mantries a little too hard to be trendy. By lunchtime, the table is packed, thanks to Grandpa's cooking. A well-paying job as a security guard. Major Kang digs into the food with gusto, eating so quickly that Grandpa, he feels helpless and tells him there's no need to rush. Major Kang apologizes and explains that he's just too excited because he can't remember the last time he ate a good home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then asks if Kang's mother is no longer with him. Kang replies that she is alive, but she is not very good at cooking. He and his father prefer to eat instead, which saves them the embarrassment of pretending to enjoy his food. Kang gets a little emotional and adds that the Mesaul was the best part of military service, and he knows that sounds a little tragic. Grandpa and the girl gives an embarrassed smile as Jin continues to eat quietly, like a good boy. In the next scene, Jin and Major Kang hang out outside. Kang expresses his joy at seeing Jin again and mentions that the boys also remember him fondly. Jin recalls all the fond memories of her freshman classmates. He is kind to him and a sincere smile lights up his face. He then asks his superior what brings him here all of a sudden. Kang explains that he was on a business trip and thought he would drop by since he had a few days off. After finishing his homework, he is really happy to see that Grandpa and Jin's little sister seem so nice. Smiles back at these words, and Major Kang smiles back at him with the same energy. As the superior gets up to leave, Jin asks if he's leaving already. Kang nods, saying it's already a bit late. Major Kang adds that he loves nothing more than to sit and talk, but he has to go find his fiancée. This news takes Jin by surprise, and he asks if his eldest son is engaged yet. Kang confirms, and Jin stands there speechless, unsure of how to answer. Seeing Jin's flat reaction, Kang becomes a little agitated and annoyingly asks if Jin is jealous of her older brother finally finding someone. Jin quickly denies it while Kang explains that it's a bit of an old-fashioned arrangement since they're his parents organized them. He admits he's quite happy about it, especially since he's always too busy with his homework. A lot. As Kang waves goodbye, he tells Jin to take care of himself. Just as he's about to leave, Kang suddenly stops and calls Jin. Our boy quickly answers the elder's call, and Kang cryptically asks him if he found the answers he was looking for. To understand what Kang is referring to, the scene flashes back to a time when Jin asked her eldest child what family was. At that moment, Kang had a hard time answering the question, remains silent. Back in the present, Jin confirms that he still doesn't fully understand what family is, but he begins to understand. Kang is happy to hear this and bids Jin a fond farewell. We then return to the SW Corp, where GA apologizes to her visitor for calling at the last minute, explaining that she didn't have enough time to see him elsewhere. Well, to everyone's surprise, the visitor appears to be Major Kang himself, and he quickly reassures her that there is no problem. In fact, he was the one who called her out of the blue and just glad I could spare some time for him. As she sits down, she comments that she heard that Major Kang he's been sent abroad a lot lately, so he must be very busy. The man scratches his head and says modestly, he's sure he's not as busy as she is because he's going out of his way to try to be useful. She tells him not to be modest, aware of her busy schedule. Kang answers her with a sheepish smile while thinking that she never imagined she would end up with a military man and that they would not have even met if their parents had not arranged it. She then wonders how much times they have seen each other, and Kang replies that it is exactly 14 times. She then points out that this time it was far too little, considering they had been engaged for over a year. Then she remembered something else and she declares that she has a favor to ask of him. The man quickly sits up and tells her to just say the words. That's when she slides on our boy's profile, and when he looks at the document, She points out that it is this boy in the photo, and she wants him to look at her file. Of course, Kang doesn't need to inquire, since he already knows everything about Jin, but he remains silent about it. She then mentions that this boy is Yona's classmate and that they discovered the files are fake. She tried to investigate herself, but the authorities won't let her, so he thought it might be best to let Kang handle it. However, Kang apologizes and makes it clear that he won't beat around the bush and that he can't help her. Gi's eyes widen in surprise and she remains silent for a moment. Then she turns her head away. A little annoyed, she tells him that if he doesn't want to tell her anything, he doesn't need to make a big deal out of it. The poor boy is shaking with anxiety and nervousness because he surely doesn't want to upset her. A few days later, Jin receives a phone call informing her that Major Kang and his men on a mission have disappeared. The scene shows Major Kang and his soldiers. They advance cautiously, their weapons trained. But we also see enemy soldiers somewhere in the woods. One of them, enemy soldiers, report that Kang and his team have been pushed back into the target area. The leader is grinning broadly to hear this good news, and he is eager to hunt them down. Back with Jin, he asks the caller if Major Kang is in danger. The caller confirms that Kang is indeed in danger. And by the way, the one who called the boy is Yona's grandfather and the director of SW Corporation. According to their sources, Major Kang and his men were ambushed by the armed forces during their mission. Pursued by the enemy, they were forced to engage combat. Meanwhile, the army prepares to free Major Kang and his troops. The director explains that he is sharing this information because he knows Jin has a close relationship with Major Kang. Jin quickly understands and realizes that if the director felt the need to inform him, it probably means that the chances of Kang's survival is bleak. The old man nods sadly, saying he called Jin to prepare him for the worst. Jin remains silent, and the caller advises her not to jump to conclusions and to leave the matter open. In the hands of the military, he reminds Jin to think of her family from now on. In the end, our boy he accepts and ends the call. Standing, he recalls his memories of Major Kang. In the infirmary, Kang, with a big smile, he reminds his fellow soldiers that he had already told them that Jin was Korean, and indeed he is. The other wounded soldiers chime in happily, and they all find it hard to believe, wondering if Jin he did indeed regain his memory. Once Jin sat alone, Major Kang approached him and told him to take his. He then asked Jin if Agent Yu was her real name, which Jin confirmed immediately. In another memory, Jin and her colleagues are in the game room, struggling to win a single game. The atmosphere is light and full of despair as they continue to lose game after game. Particularly vivid memory. Major Kang comes running excitedly and hastily reveals to Jin that he found his family. He explains that they discovered Jin had a grandfather and a younger sister. Our boy remains silent and apparently not shocked, but his other friends are overjoyed. They smile and congratulate him warmly, and they are happy for him that he can lead a normal life again. At that precise moment, Jin feels a pang of anxiety. Saddened by the news about Major Kang, he is lost in thought when Dion calls him for dinner, and Grandpa reminds him. He asks her to hurry before the food gets cold. Jin finally comes out of her room and remains silent. The others are puzzled to see his unusual behavior and asks if he'll sit down. Jin snaps out of her contemplation and eagerly sits down next to his sister. As they settle in, Grandpa confides that the other guards are jealous that his grandchildren are coming to eat with him. Dawn finds it strange that someone could be jealous of this and assumes that all children visit their grandparents. But unfortunately, the old man confides that this is not the case, and none of his other grandchildren visit him as often as she does. Diane is pleasantly surprised. She excitedly declares that she will be back soon with lunchboxes. Meanwhile, Jin is not completely in tune with the current mood. He suddenly calls out to his grandfather, who asks him what he's thinking. Jin asks how her grandfather is doing. He feels bad about helping someone who helped him. The old man thinks for a moment and replies that there is no simple answer. It depends on the nature of the help received and how he can offer help in return. It is clear that the person who helped you had much more to lose and expected nothing in return for their help. Further explains that the true value of a good deed is immeasurable and that Jin will eventually discover that there won't be one. There comes a time when you have to reward someone for their kindness. In short, if you can't help someone fully, you should at least do his best to return the favor. Grandpa is starting to feel a little embarrassed after his touching words and apologizes if he rambled too much. as he's not very good at expressing his views. Jin simply replies that he understands everything very well and is sincerely happy to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man seems uncertain of the origin of all this flattery, but he thanks his grandson and declares that he has heard Jin's words mean a lot to him. Suddenly, Dion notices his brother looking at her, and Jin tells him too that he is also happy to have a sister like her. Dion remains silent for a moment, then blushes deeply because she is not the kind of person who can handle so much flattery at once. Later, once Jin enters the room, he speaks to his superior and informs him that he will help Major Kang, and he calls on his superior to make all necessary arrangements if he can. Well, it seems the director isn't too sure about sending our guy into battle, but it seems he doesn't really have a choice. The next scene takes us back to the woods where we see Major Kang completely exhausted, taking deep breaths to catch his breath. He then orders everyone to rest a little and says to one of the soldiers, "Seo-kun is tasked with monitoring the perimeter, while Jiok and Suchial are sent to check the enemy's proximity." One of the soldiers speaks upstairs, mentioning that everyone is pretty exhausted and that Gwangik has lost a lot of blood, but the senior replies that they have to reach the next checkpoint to wait for help. The soldier asks them if they can make it, since they are almost out of rations. The superior feels agitated and begins to grit his teeth. The scene then takes place at the enemy base, where one of their soldiers reports to the leader that Kang's group is about to give up. The leader says he is impressed by their lasted so long, and he admits that he would have suffered greater losses if Kang's party had not been overwhelmed by protect civilians. Moreover, Major Kang, at his time, was also unfamiliar with this territory, which explains the eye patch. This bastard has an advantage in this fight. Suddenly, the man's eye begins to throb beneath his eye patch, and he can't help but feel agitated. The image of our boy crosses his mind. It looks like it was our boy who poked that bastard's eye out. Later, we see a plane streaking across the sky, and inside, our boy sits in his soldier's uniform, holding a gun. It's clear he knows the region he's heading to well. You see, this region is known as Grian, one of the places where Jin had already acted as a mercenary. Before boarding the plane, the director's assistant explained to him that Major Kong and his men were deployed to extract a group of researchers, collecting data on minerals in the area. The rescue mission was successful, but the troops were then ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned that they had prepared the list of items requested by our boy, and the military forces of both nations agreed to help secure his passage through the region. Finally, the director himself asks our boy one last question, asking him if he's absolutely sure of his decision, and Jin quickly replies that he is. So, we're back on the plane, and the sirens are blaring as we arrive at the checkpoint. It's finally time for the boy takes action. The scene takes place at school, where classes are proceeding as usual. Our stupid bullies are letting loose. Unsurprisingly, Young Chan is busy taking notes. Yona, meanwhile, is puzzled and wonders why Jin is not in class and has not responded to his messages. We are back in the woods. As our guy moves cautiously forward, he sees bullet casings scattered everywhere. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kang has not reached the second stronghold. But after seeing the remains of the battles here, he speculates that the Major may have moved, already the third strong point since the second. Meanwhile, in the dense woods, the soldiers exchange heavy fire. Major Kang reloads his magazine as the enemy maintains a relentless barrage. One of the enemies, the soldiers, are even armed with RPGs. Seeing this, Kang is momentarily shocked, but he wastes no time and quickly aims the RPG at the soldier and fires, hitting him in the head. The RPG explodes for some reason after the soldier is shot in the head, creating a massive explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers have fallen, and Major Kang and his squad continue their relentless barrage of bullets. Once all the soldiers present have been eliminated, those hiding behind hesitate to advance and end up retreat. Kang quickly requests a situation report. The soldier reports that no one else was injured, but their ammunition is running low. It's hard to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another skirmish. Kang then asks how far the next strong point is. The soldier replies that it is about 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kang is not happy to hear this, because walking this distance with civilians and it is far from easy to rescue the wounded, especially in such dense jungle. The soldier also notices that the enemy seems using an ambush and retreat pattern instead of launching a frontal attack. Kang grits his teeth in realization that the enemy is deliberately trying to wear him down from the start, and is even prepared to sacrifice so many men to achieve their goal. He believes that these men are not fighting like trained soldiers, but strategically deployed by a tactician expert. The attack seemed random at first, but after the skirmishes, Kang noticed a trend. The enemy pursuit forced him to retreat from the first strong point to the second, and now they are also pushing him back from the second strong point. Moreover, the enemy is hunting him down as if he already knows the way. His best option now is to defend the third strong point and hope that the rescue team arrives on time. Kang is determined to get his men back safely, no matter what. Back to the enemy base. In the camp, a soldier informs his commander that the enemy is following the planned trajectory, and he has already positioned the troops to block their advance. The man with the eye patch smiled, unsurprised by this development. After all, there aren't many paths the enemy could have taken. Suddenly a mercenary bursts into the tent, asking how many more of his men will have to die unnecessarily. He wonders why the guy with the eye patch doesn't let them charge at full power instead of sacrificing. The eye patch then gives the mercenary a deadly stare, making him tremble and immediately fall silent. The eye patch's aura becomes even more intimidating when he explains that they're facing a very experienced Special Forces unit and charging them. Without strategic maneuvering they had already decimated all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory. But then, the man with the eye patch starts smiling again and resumes his normal behavior. He assures his mercenary friend that from now on, every one of them will matter to him. With those chilling words, someone shoots the poor man in the head, and he falls to the ground. I guess he won't have to worry about anything from now on. The chief leaves his tent, and we see that other members of the mercenary group have also been captured. He finally gives the green light to hunt down Major Kang and his left, but also orders his soldiers to get rid of these useless idiots before they leave. A little later, we see Kang. The whole group looks exhausted. One of the soldiers remarks that they have covered half the distance and will certainly reach the strong point in time if they continue this pace. Kang decides to stay on his guard and slow down slightly. You see, the enemy knows the terrain well, but they don't know, and they are aware of the exact direction Kang's party is currently taking. Back with the man with the eye patch, he is overflowing with joy. He delights in the hunt and eagerly awaits the moment when he captures his prey. Just when they think they've escaped, he can barely contain his excitement, imagining how the fools will. They realize they have been deceived from the start. He is so delighted that he orders his soldiers to inform the others that their prey will soon they'll arrive. Meanwhile, Kang and his group make their way through the field and discover the slaughtered bodies. Mercenaries scattered on the ground. All of them are dead, and Kang is left puzzled, clueless of what's going on. It seems our boy is the one who took out all those soldiers. Back at the enemy base, AA soldier delivers bad news to the leader. Apparently, the Alpha unit was waiting for the ambush, but lost contact with them. The chief, shocked, demands to know how this can be true. The soldier explains. They tried several times to reach the Alpha unit, but without success. The man with the eye patch grits his teeth in frustration, and angrily asks about the Delta unit, demanding to know if they are right behind the Alpha. The soldier replies that the Delta unit is closing in on the target, almost 2 kilometers from the finish. The commander orders his men to contact the Delta unit and ensure that they capture the prey no matter what, but then he decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is established, he asks the Delta unit to report back. The man from Delta unit quickly reports that they are under heavy fire. The big boss is absolutely stunned to learn this and demands to know what he is talking about. In response, the man explains that they were ambushed while on their way to the target. The big boss then asks who they're fighting, and the reporter replies that they have no idea about their enemy. But before he can say anything more, there is a loud noise and the transmission abruptly stops. Cheese grits his teeth in frustration, absolutely annoyed that it's them who are hunted. Meanwhile, we see our boy, and it is clear that he is the one sowing chaos in the enemy ranks. The soldiers of the enemy team unleashes a barrage of bullets, but Jin dodges them with such finesse that she's almost incredible. Jin knows it will take Major Kang about 30 minutes to reach the third strong point, so he plans to keep the enemy soldiers were engaged until then, ensuring that his friend and the rest of the team could escape safely. He then slips. He crosses the ground quickly, aiming his weapon at the enemy. He locks on his target and fires, dropping immediately. He aims at the second soldier and knocks him down in turn. The soldiers They quickly realize where the sniper fire is coming from, but before they can react, Jin unleashes a volley of bullets, blowing them up. More soldiers appear and bombard Jin with another round of bullets. He ducks, protects himself from the bullets flying everywhere except at him. Jin starts running, confident that the enemy will not be able to continue its route on this terrain. It intends to take advantage of this to attack from another direction. Meanwhile, Kang and his soldiers hear heavy gunfire in the distance. The soldier reports that the gunfire is coming from the road they came from. He just passed by. Kang is confused, as the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there is intense gunfire coming from the same direction. He shares his confusion with his friend, telling him that he doesn't understand anything. They will wait at their current position until help arrives. While they wait, the Dean begins to hear again. Loud bangs ring out and enemy soldiers fall dead, all thanks to our boy. The enemy retaliates with gunfire, but my man quickly hides behind some rocks. He reveals to us that the enemy has understood. He's the only one attacking them, and he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic, because their numbers have been halved. He sees 3 other soldiers who don't seem to know his exact position. With quick precision, he aims and shoots them down immediately. He then glances at his watch and sees that there are still 14 minutes left before help arrives. As the sun rises, our soldiers keep a close watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will land soon. The civilians breathe a sigh of relief at this news, but Kang quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to remain vigilant until they are safely out of this mess, especially given his bad feeling about the sudden cessation of firing. Suddenly, their transmitter crackles on the other side. They hear a man say that it's Jin, and that he's only 3 minutes away. The soldier notices that the name sounds familiar, and it doesn't take long for Major Kang to connect the dots and realize who was behind it all. The gunfire, which suddenly stopped. Looking ahead, he saw our boy walking towards them, hands in his pockets. Major Kang scans the scope of his sniper rifle and confirms that it is indeed Jin. The soldiers can also confirm that it's Jin, but they have no idea what he's doing there. Major Kang is still incredulous, and he probably can't believe his eyes. Just then, rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kang rushes over to Jin, grabs him by his shirt, and sternly asks him what he's doing here and why he came. Jin remains calm and simply says he knows the area better than anyone. Kang reminds him that he doesn't need to been here since he left his life as a mercenary. In response, Jin explains that this is exactly why he came, because he didn't want to live a life full of regrets. You see, ever since our boy learned that Major Kang and his men were in danger, he knew he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't help them. Kang, even more furious, he reminds Jin that he is only a child. Despite his anger, he hugs Jin, tears in his eyes. Anger streams down his face as his emotions overwhelm him. Finally, the helicopter lands, and the rescue team quickly deploys to tend to the survivors and offer assistance. Meanwhile, back with the man with the eye patch, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit was wiped out, and 17 of the 20 Delta soldiers were killed. Although it is not completely, it is certain that Alpha was wiped out instantly, and that Delta was ambushed while on the move. The patch manager grits his teeth in deep frustration after hearing the report. His anger is understandable, because everything was going according to his plan, and his prey was moving exactly as he had planned, and there was no reinforcements were nearby. He just had to wait for the moment to strike. But someone managed to destroy Alpha and nearly wiped out Delta. The only fight he'd ever seen like this was someone who had damaged his eye. And as Jin remembers, his eyes starting to flutter again. And he finally realizes that our boy must be behind all this disorder. His lackey quickly notices the unusual behavior of the guy with the eye patch, and the eye patch points out to him that it is exactly the kind of fight 001 was known for. The lackey reminds him that 001 was eliminated years ago, but that the boss asks him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to SW Cooperation Training and Area, where the guards diligently go about their daily routine. Among them are Shioku and Jin, watched by Yona from the bench. The training includes running and climbing. Seoju can't seem to take her eyes off him. Jin, probably because he's having trouble keeping up. After the rope, the next exercise is the desk jump. Seokju and Jin stand side by side, ready for the challenge. As they begin to run at incredible speed, Jin accelerates effortlessly. He outpaces his teammates, leaping over desks with such ease that he seems born to do it. The spectators on the sidelines. Yona, including Yona, watches them in awe, marveling at Jin's excellence in everything he does. Once the class is over, the group takes a moment to catch their breath. Seoju is panting heavily from exhaustion, but when he glances at Jin, he is shocked to see that Jin hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Seokju continues to observe Jin, and he is fascinated by her prowess. It is then that he notices a blood stain on Jin's arm and shows it to her. Jin, too. He notices the blood stain, but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and simply puts on his school uniform coat. Seoku, however, is swept away, realizing that only a deep wound could bleed like this. Yet Jin managed to outperform everyone in training despite the injury. Seoku then speaks from his heart and emphasizes that every time he looks at Jin, feeling like he's been stuck in a small pond his whole life. He doesn't know much about our boy, but it's certain that Jin is no ordinary Joe. And it's clear that he's been in this game for a long time, especially after witnessing his rescue of Yona and the success of his training session. He then explains that, since he was young, everyone told him he was a prodigy, but seeing Jin pushed him to confront his own limits, this is really frustrating. He makes it clear that he won't let our boy outperform him in training. Jin then asks if that's why he was watching him so closely. Seochu feels a little embarrassed after being called out, but Jin points out that it's quite difficult not to notice when Seokju tries to outdo him in every training session. Yet, our boy admits that he understands that Shoku can't help but compare himself since they are the same age. Seoku remains silent after hearing this, confirming that he is indeed comparing himself to Jin. Anyway, our boy then asks Seochu if it's true that he's more than just Yona's bodyguard, and that he was trained as his assistant from a young age. Seokju points out that he doesn't know who told our boy that, but it's a bit true. His grandfather is the chief secretary to the president of SSW Corp, and his father works alongside him as help. It was decided early on that Seoku would one day join SW Corp. And since he and Yona had grown up together, he was trained as her assistant to assist her when the time came for her to take on a role at SW Corp. This is when our boy admits that he has no idea how to be an assistant and wouldn't even know where to start. Based on this, he declares that they each have their role to play. As our boy walks away, Seoku quickly catches up with him and tells him that he is not going to Jin would beat him in training or in combat. Jin would look at her friend and smile. After all, a little health competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. As soon as they left the men's locker room, Yona was waiting for them outside, usually. She gives them both props for a workout well done, then turns to our boy to ask if he's been really busy lately, as they haven't seen him at school in a while. Jin simply said he had something to do. Yona, he's silent for a moment, then suddenly his phone rings. The display shows Major Kang. Our boy answers. The phone in the Major tells him that the doctors have just reported that Guang's operation went well and that there's nothing to worry about. Jin is delighted to hear this, and the Major adds that if they had he returned in time, Guan Geek might not have survived. So he's alive thanks to our boy. Kang thanks him twice, saying that if Jin hadn't been there to save them, the whole unit would have been in danger, and the other guys in the group are just as grateful to her. The other guys and the people in the background begin to shower him with gratitude, but Major Kang becomes serious and tells him that I want to see him back in the field. He admits it's funny to say after Jin saved the day, but it doesn't fly with him, and points out that Jin now has a family and a new life ahead of him. But our boy kindly reminds Major that it was thanks to him that he found this family. So he's almost sure he made the right choice. Call as he enters the battlefield. Major Kang can't help but smile and thanks Jin once again for making the right decision. Jin then hangs up after saying goodbye, and when we look ahead, we see Yona standing there with a bewildered look. She seems a little surprised, probably because she's never seen him smile like that. Yona then frantically asks Jin if he should hurry home, to which he replies that he doesn't need to, because her friends are waiting for her at the arcade. Intrigued, Yona quickly says she wants to go too, but it seems Yoku hesitates to go. Finally, they head to the playroom. When our boy arrives inside, he is momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before him, and Shoju and Yona appear equally confused. The room is in complete disarray. Devices are scattered across the floor, and a staff member is busy tidying them up. The aftermath of what looks like a fight. Seoku asks the manager what happened, and the latter, annoyed, explains that a group of children in uniforms like theirs were playing quietly until a group of children from another. The school came and started a real fight. It ended in a huge mess, and now they're trying to clean it up. Chaos. Well, it seems our two beta tyrants and Yang Chan have gotten themselves into some serious trouble, and Jin seems to have a pretty good idea of what just happened. We finally find Yang Chan, who is running at full speed, accelerator. Although out of breath, he speeds through the streets and quickly slides down one of the dark streets in the alleys. Hidden in a corner, he is terrified as the thugs who were chasing him continue their search. To understand how Yang Chan got into this mess, let's rewind a bit. We see the whole gang of thugs surrounding the beta tyrants. They do their best to fight back, but they are hopelessly outnumbered. The orange head tells Yang Chan to just run, and the blonde even tells him not to tell Jin. So, it looks like this Gears abandoned his friends in the middle of the fight and now trembles at the thought of how these beta tyrants will handle the whole gang of kids from Gauss Tech. Her phone rings suddenly, scaring the hell out of her. And it's our boy Jin. Call, back with the beta bullies. Jae Hong knocks out a thug with a single punch, but is then punched by another guy. He quickly retaliates with a kick to the stomach, knocking the thug backward. Meanwhile, Blondie also takes. They're taking on thugs left and right. After taking out a large number of these guys, the duo seems completely exhausted. However, the number of thugs they face is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his lackeys and mocks our duo, saying that the effort wasn't so bad, and he finally sees some truth in the rumors that his boys were getting beaten up. Apparently, this man is the infamous Inchinu, and he is the leader of Gok Tech. And even the beta tyrants never imagined they would one day have to face the infamous Inchingu and his minions. Jae Hong launches A himself, ordering Inchenu to stop barking and face them. Inchin is visibly annoyed to hear this, and responds furiously, glared at him as Orangehead continued to taunt him, asking if he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his boys. Inchan takes the bait and charges at them like a raging bull. As soon as he raises his fist with an incredible, Orangehead dodges it effortlessly. He then clenches his fist and delivers a devastating blow, but Inchan quickly blocks it. Orange's head then swings again, frustrating Inchan even more, turns on Jae Hyung, but he lands a heavy blow to his face. It seems that Jae Hong is too exhausted to land a solid blow. He finds himself in shock when Inchenu catches his leg in midair, grinning from ear to ear, while taunting him that he is now dead. With that, Inchenu delivers a brutal punch that leaves Jong's faces a bloody disaster. But this bastard doesn't stop there. He follows up with a knee strike that sends Jae Hong sliding on the floor. Meanwhile, the blonde is also in trouble. He receives a blow from a club from a thug behind him, while he is distracted and worried about his friend. Once on the ground, the thugs begin to beat him relentlessly. Inchanu also continues. He beat Jae Hyung soundly, his shoes now covered in blood and grime, but he shows no mercy, crushing Orange the skull of the head with vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey comes from behind and informs Inchan that two wants these men were brought to him. The other lackey then asks what they should do with the one who ran away, orders him to tell everyone to gather at the club and go after the third guy. It sounds like they're talking about Yang Chan, and it looks like this little coward has finally crossed paths with our boy. He's telling everyone what happened, how the Gotek guys came and attacked them, and how they seemed quite angry about what happened a few days ago. He then explains that they were caught off guard, but Jae Hyung and Hyuk Jin quickly managed to defend it herself until Inchenu appeared. Jin had no idea who Inchenu was, so the fearful girl explained to her that Taisuke was the king. Goktek and Inchenu are his right-hand men. They are quite well known for having been recruited by the gangsters themselves before they graduated. He explains that there were 20 of them waiting to ambush them, and Jae Hyung and Hyuk Jin told. He runs away. Two of them confront him and make him promise not to tell anyone. The coward admits it's all his fault because Jae Hong helped him when Gosok's guys tried to get him. Jin finally asks where The last time he saw Jae Hyung and Hyuk Jin, the coward quickly explains that he left them in an alley near the subway station, which is also the usual route to the game room. Jin begins to walk quietly without saying a word. Yongchan tries to ask where he's going to look for them, and that scaredy cat still looks scared, convinced that even Jin couldn't handle 20 guys on her own. Ghosts are known to be tough, as most of them go straight to gangs, but the spirit of the cowardly cat then remembers all the good times spent with his friends. With these happy in these moments, he regains his resolve, casts aside his worries, and confidently joins Jin in her cause. They both begin to walk away while Yona doesn't know what to do. Xiuqiu, for his part, remains motionless. But then the bodyguard asks him if he's not joining his friends. Xiuqiu is surprised to hear this, and the bodyguard repeats his sentence, questions him once more, asking him if he isn't going with them since they are his classmates. The bodyguard then shows him smiles and tells Xiuqiu to pull himself together. He reminds Xiuqiu that even if he hangs around with suits like the guard, he himself is still a high school student, just like those two. Xiuqiu thinks for a moment, then a smirk spreads across his face. His face as he finally makes up his mind. He turns to Yona and lets her know he'll be back in a few minutes and that it won't take long. The girl is surprised by his unexpected behavior, and as he walks away, she thought she had never seen such a look on his face. Suddenly, Yona announced that she accompanies him too, but her guard quickly interrupts her, telling her that she must not get involved in trouble, and he am sure these two will get off easy enough. Yona is clearly annoyed by her guard's sleazy attitude, and she quickly looked away in frustration, leaving the poor guard sweating. Meanwhile, Yongchan was still worried, because he knows Jin is a fierce fighter, but he's not sure she can handle 20 guys. His worries seem unjustified when he sees Xiuqiu joining them in their cause. Jin glances over her right shoulder, and Xiuqiu just declares that he's joining them too, as they're also his classmates. This makes Jin smile, and the trio strut into the confidently. Once they arrived at the scene, the trio found only pieces of wood and blood splashed everywhere. Yongchan panics. Convinced they were just there, he wonders if they succeeded to escape, but Suku quickly spots 2 smartphones and picks them up and explains that they are probably the thugs took them away. Yongchan confirms that these phones belong to the beta tyrants, and Xiuqiu points out that the phone is broken. The phones on the floor were intentionally left, and Jin is pretty sure she knows whose blood it is. Suddenly, some of the thugs, they wander down the street. They spot our trio and quickly recognize that they are wearing a Sonai uniform. They also see Yongchan, who had run away earlier. The thugs start approaching them, calling Yongchan names, and they say they chased him everywhere to find that little bastard. While Yongchan is completely thrown off balance, Soju is relieved that they don't need to chase after answers because they can simply ask these thugs where their friends have been taken. Jin, he strides confidently toward one of the thugs, but the bastard doesn't appreciate his attitude and tries to hit him. But Jin quickly deflects the blow and delivers a powerful blow to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist, but Jin delivers a violent blow to the latter. He then grabs the thug by the head and knees him in the face. Meanwhile, Xiuqiu doesn't hold back either, and also attacks the thugs with precision and skill. Soon all the thugs are on the ground, covered in their own blood. Yongchan's face has gone from fear to he's shocked to see Jin and Xiuqiu take out the thugs in no time. One of the thugs groans in pain, and Jin hurries over, approaches him, demanding to know where their friends have been taken. The thug remains silent, looking both furious and arrogant even after being smashed in the face. He gives Jin the finger, ordering her to leave. To make the gesture, my guy slams the thug to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him unconscious with his eyes stepped back. Yongchan looked absolutely anxious, unable to believe that Jin had just smashed the thug's face in concrete. Blackhead decides it's time for him to handle the interrogation, believing Jin isn't the best person to interrogation. We finally arrive at the club where all the thugs are gathered, and it's packed with these guys. In the midst of the chaos, we see the beta tyrants are tossed around like trash. Yongchan tries to look up when he hears crashing noises, and Ishii is completely blown away when he sees this guy with tattoos swinging the bat like crazy, leaving blood, it's spraying everywhere. The guy who's attacking his bat is Tyugi, the bar's big boss. While he's busy, knocking someone to the ground, his lackeys arrive saying that they have brought the 2 thugs back. The man finally stops after hearing this, throws down his baseball bat, and signals to his lackey to smoke a cigarette. The poor guy rushes to take it from him as Tyu slumps back into his seat and looks clearly pissed off. He's angry because he had to endure a lot of criticism from his boss following rumors that our stupid bullies had beaten up 10 of his men. The scene returns to a tense meeting between Taisugi and his boss. Taisu is questioned about rumors that 10 of their men have been kidnapped. There were only 2 high school students who led them. The boss is furious and points out that most of their team is made up of Goktech graduates, tough recruits who aren't supposed to get beaten up by random high schoolers. He directly threatens Tu, saying that if this is how he handles things, his position could be on the line. In the present, Tu is still furious about the mess he had to face because of those 2 beta bullies. Hegler is at them, asking if they're the ones who've been harassing his men so much. The lackey nods, but then Tu asks where the third is. Inchan adds anxiously that one of them managed to escape, but he's sure they'll catch up with him soon enough. The boss is stunned, clearly not expecting to hear that they haven't yet achieved all their goals. His reaction shows how far this situation is from what he had in mind. Inchan and his lackeys are anxious. He realizes that Tu is in a bad mood, probably because of what his boss said yesterday. So he tries to calm things down and offers a hasty apology, hoping to ease the situation. Tu eventually calms down and asks incredulously how he's supposed to believe these fragile little guys managed to take down 10 men. He demands to find out where their other partners are. Jihong simply tells him to fuck off and gets a good kick in the face for using foul language. Meanwhile, Tu lets off steam by blowing smoke, and his lackey continues to beat up our 2 guys. Tisu then puts out his cigarette and makes a deal, stipulating that the first to disclose all the information can go free, but the other will have to stay for a while as their pawn. It also gives them a chance he runs away, but makes it clear that his men are going to drag them out of their school and that he is ready to make their lives difficult. That's when our blonde brute snickers, and the 2 beta bullies can't help but laugh so hard it looks like they're about to lose their lungs. Well, it does. Chu is about to go wild, and his lackey knows things are about to get serious. As expected, the arrogant leader quickly starts charging our boys with a bat in hand, swinging it so hard that blood splatters everywhere on impact. Even the lackey is worried that the situation is spiraling out of control. For his part, the bastard continues to strike until he stops abruptly when he senses a disturbance nearby. When you look outside, the thugs who were prowling around the club are now lying on the ground. Inside, silence reigns. I hear the door creak. All eyes turn toward the entrance, and our trio strolls confidently without a care in the world. The boss is furious at the sight of these high school students arriving and demands to know how these idiots did it to eliminate the idiots guarding the place outside. For his part, Yongchan is completely terrified. He remembers his 2 friends lying on the ground, covered in their own blood. Inchan quickly points out that it's the same guy who ran off earlier. The other club minions start snickering, mocking Soju and Jin, saying that they are really scared if these 2 are supposed to be the replacements Yongchan came for. Meanwhile, Yongchan is about to wet himself, wondering if infiltrating this place was a good idea after all. The boss drops his with a thud and says he's been in this business too long, but he never thought he'd see the day when a group of skinny thugs were showing up at his club looking for trouble. He turned to his subordinate and asked what he plans to do with these fools. In response, Inchan quickly gathers his men and orders them to bring our team on their knees. The lackeys charge our guys, bats in hand, ready to finish this once and for all. At the same time, Inchan feels a little relieved, thinking that at least they can sort this out today. He doesn't. I dare to imagine what would have happened if this had lasted another day. But he and his lackeys don't know much, are going to have one hell of an adventure. As expected, Shuku and my guy have already started throwing these bastards left and right. Inchan and his crew turn pale, and even the other fools around them tremble with fear. Our boys hurry. They dump their bags, and Inchan is absolutely amazed to see that they have already eliminated 4 of his men. The rest of the lackeys rush towards them, but Sioku and Jin stand ready to attack. They begin crushing these thugs like they were nothing more than trash in their way. My guy jumps in the air like a ninja, and he lands a devastating blow to one of the bandits in the face. Sioku doesn't hold back and takes down the thugs, with a single punch sending them flying in all directions. Yongchen can do nothing but stare in shock at his friends. They completely destroy the place. They attack these thugs as if nothing happened. When the arrogant leader, he sees his lackey being beaten up, and his cigarette falls from his mouth wide open in shock. The beating, The situation continues and all the thugs end up being taken down. The big boss is completely incredulous, wondering if it's even possible. He looks at our guys and it's clear they haven't really broken a sweat. Yet they just eliminated 30 of his men all by himself. Our boy then begins to walk and In-chan, standing next to him, begins to tremble. While Jin, when he walks past him, it looks like he's going to let him go. At least, that's what I thought until Seoju intervened and delivers a brutal punch, knocking him down for good. The boss, panicking, grabs his bat and delivers a firm blow, but Jin continues to advance towards him. Once face to face, the boss quickly swings his bat, but Jin responds with a slap. Jin then slaps the boss, grabs his head, and, as usual, smashes the bastard's face against his knee, making his nose bleed. But this pretentious guy isn't ready. He knows that if his leader finds out about this, he will be permanently expelled from the clan. So, he decides to play dirty and pulls out a dagger, brandishing it at Jin. But Jin grabs his hand and slaps it away, letting the A guy groans in pain. To seal the deal, Jin tackles the guy to the ground, finally putting the arrogant boss down for the count. This time, it's for real. Suddenly, the beta tyrants begin to wake up. Yang-chan quickly runs up, asking his friends if they're okay. But Blondie just points them out if they really look good, considering how their faces have been smashed in by this baseball bat. Orangehead looks up and notices our boy. As soon as he catches Jin's eye, Ji-hong gives a thumbs up and says that in the game of life he is truly at the rank of challenger, even though he is still only at the rank of bronze in the game. It's a good dig, even though he has no idea what he's talking about in this situation. In the next scene, we see Tai-Su and his subordinate In-yun getting beaten up by their boss's assistant, who is absolutely furious. He reminds them that he told them to clean up their mess, but instead they only made things worse. The two poor guys, they keep their heads down, and Tu tries to get out of it with a simple apology. Tu receives a violent slap in the face of the assistant, who continues to hit him like crazy. He then reminds Tu that there is no room for sorry, because they are supposed to be growing the business while the boys Go-song and Zhang-su are out of commission, but instead they're dealing with the mess tissue brought into their family. By the way, Gosh and Jiang-su are the same, that our boy had defeated when they attacked Mr. Cha's territory. The lackey watches in horror as his boss he was being beaten like a sack of potatoes. At that precise moment, the big cheese arrives and orders his assistant to stop. Standing in front of you reminds him that he made the mistake of believing he actually had potential. Chu grits his teeth as lying on the floor. Meanwhile, the boss takes out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he has sent any men. The assistant confirms that he did it, and they just left. So they will be back soon with these fools who brought down their men. The man makes them understand that they cannot stand idly by, especially when these fools are already part of the family, and he can't stand it when people pick on her. So he asks his lackey to make sure that none of these bastards leave here in one piece. The assistant quickly assures his boss that he'll take care of everything. Back at Cha's grounds, we see Muscleman bursting into the club. He reports to Cha that he has figured out why. Hwan Kim's boys have caused trouble. Cha asks for more details, and Muscleman anxiously reveals that it seems one of their new members got into trouble with this kid. It seems Cha already knows who this kid is, and he wonders why they had to go after that guy. By the way, I just learned that muscular guy's name is Yong-su, then we'll call him that. Yong-su then reveals that the kid wiped them out, and now the rest of the family they want blood. They don't want anyone to know that their men were beaten by a high school student. Cha lets out, he blows a puff of smoke and tells Yong-su to gather some men, because things are going to get serious soon. It wouldn't be surprising if he wants to intervene and help our boy. Yong-su quickly declares that he is already on the case and adds with a big smile that some boys came by to say hello. He mentions that since Cha has already dealt with the Kim family and damn, all the old lackeys are back. Cha starts to get up, snickering. He points out that those damn idiots are back and are just looking for an excuse to have fun and get drunk. He opens the door and discovers everything. The footman fell in line, delighted to see his boss again. Cha stood tall, appreciating the crew and saying that he's also excited to see you all again. He acknowledges that it's been a while since they've had fun together, but he suggests they tackle a quick little mission before meeting up for a drink. Later, on the street, Yona and Seoju suddenly find themselves surrounded by a group of thugs. The leader of the thugs smiled, visibly pleased that they didn't have to look far to find them. He mockingly apologizes for ruining their date, but warns that he's taking them both with him. But before the thugs can as they move, a fleet of cars stops abruptly around them. They pass a group of guards dressed in impeccable suits, quickly surrounding each thug. It is clear that the SSW Corp has sent reinforcements and that Yona's personal information. The bodyguard seems absolutely furious at the sight of these thugs, and without a second thought, he grabs one of the thugs at the head. We all know those thugs are dead. Even Yona can't help but feel a little sorry for these fools, and they have no idea what they just got themselves into. Later, we see a bunch of Cha's lackeys with bats, destroying everyone in the neighborhood. We also see Cha enter the familiar club, the same place where the boy and Seoku had shot these 30 men. The leader of this gang is visibly shocked to see Duchik Cha there. Even the 2 lackeys standing behind him are absolutely stunned and terrified, realizing that they are facing the boss of the Duchik, the toughest gangster in the neighborhood. The boss can't believe it and asks Cha why. He's there, reminding her that they've never touched any of Cha's men, so there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Cha calmly reminds him that he should have let the children sort it out between themselves, because he finds it a bit childish for an adult to get involved. Of course, the sector chief is shocked to hear this and asks what it means, but then he quickly realizes he's there for our boy. Cha smiles and replies that since the leader of this territory got involved with this kid, so it makes sense that he would intervene as well. Later, we find Dion enjoying some delicious noodles and drinking all the tasty soup. She feels really refreshed and happy. Jin looks at her with a big smile, happy to see her sister so happy. Dan feels a little embarrassed after showing a lot of excitement and quickly replies that she hadn't had cup noodles in ages. So she was just a little excited, but Jin reminds him that he hadn't said anything about it. Just then his phone rings and it's Mr. Cha calling. Jin picks up and Cha immediately asks what he's doing. Jin explains that he's eating ramen in front of a convenience store. Cha then points out that ramen isn't exactly an adult meal and offers to invite her to dinner sometime, suggesting they go a really good barbecue. Jin replies that he doesn't think it's necessary. Cha teases him, asking if he's hesitant. Have dinner with a gangster like him. Jin replies that he prefers ramen in a convenience store, especially since he doesn't like being offered expensive things. I guess Cha is past the point of arguing, so he gives up and decides it's ramen. After the call ends, we see that all Gok technology is dominated by Cha alone. The next day, as the school bell rings, the beta bullies quickly get up from their seats and turn to Yong Chan, impatient to play some games. By the way, have you noticed that the beta tyrants always wear casual clothes, while the rest of the students in the class follow a specific dress code? Is this a Korean custom? Or did the author simply want them to stand? Anyway, Yong Chan takes a look at Jae Hong's fractured hand and asks him if he's okay to play games. Orangehead quickly raises his hand and starts waving his fingers, saying he's damn sure he can still play. Because all his fingers are in good condition, he can use a mouse without any problems. Yong Chan is confused by the way Orangehead tries flex his broken arm, while our boy finds this rather admirable. Blondie then warns Orangehead not to use his injury as an excuse during the game, because he already knows he's going to blame his arm after playing poorly. They turn to Seokchu to ask if he wants to join them. For a moment, Seoku looks surprised, but Jae Hong promises that he'll be offered snacks today as a thank you for all his help. Seoku is silent for a moment, then accepts. In the end, Yona also expresses her desire to join them. Blondie checks if it's safe to go to the arcade, and she confirms it, wondering if she would mind following us. Seoku then turns to our boy and asks him if he is still to the bronze rank. Our boy confirms that he reached bronze some time ago. Seoku is beaming with pride, leaving everyone puzzled by his reaction. Without further ado, he steps forward, ready to head to the playroom. Jin can't help but think that something is wrong with Seokju. Despite this, they're having fun in the playroom under Yeona's silent gaze. Jae Hyung in particular is getting a lot of attention. He is criticized by his friends for his inability to play, and he is almost worse than Jin himself. After a few intense games, they have snacks at the canteen of the games room, continuing their fun while nibbling on chips and more treats. Yona keeps looking at Jin. Her attention is clearly focused on him. It's obvious that something he catches her interest. Eventually, they decide to leave. As Jin walks down the path, her phone rings.
It's Diane calling.
And as soon as he picks up, the girl quickly asks him if he's going to dinner, outside. Jin tells him he's almost home. And just as he says that, he sees Grandpa and Dion standing there in the distance. Jin asks where they are going, and Dion and the old man reveal that they are going to get supplies for dinner. Jin decides to join them, but the old man worries that he's tired. Jin replies that he's fine, since he was simply spending time with friends. At the grocery store, they dutifully choose everything they need. Once the shopping is finished, Jin volunteer to carry all the bags. As they leave, Jin's attention is caught by a suspicious-looking figure standing nearby. The man is wearing a hoodie and gives off a serious, intimidating aura. Jin quickly understands who this man is, and the silhouette greets Jin and calls her Yojo1, which makes Jin's heart skip a beat. The scene flashes back to the past, showing Jin younger and the same long-haired man, who appears to be another mercenary. In the present, the reaction to seeing this man is immediate, and he begins to walk towards him, leaving Grandpa and Don perplexed at this behavior. Grandfather then curiously asks if this man is someone Jin knows. In response, Jin explains that they were teammates from when he lived elsewhere. The old man then tries to make a good impression by pretending to be Jin's grandfather. The man responds with a kind smile, though Dion looks a little surprised and begins 2 steps back. As the two men exchange dark looks, Grandpa remarks that the newcomer must be tired. While traveling, he invites him to dinner with them. However, the man politely declines, claiming that he was just there. He left the neighborhood and decided to stop by Jin. Grandpa then decided to give Jin and her friends some space. So, they begin to walk away to let them catch up. Once alone, the man smiles and points out that Jin seems it's going to be okay for someone who was supposed to be dead. Jin finally speaks up and addresses the man as 06, asking him how he managed to find him. It is then that the long hair reveals that their camp has discovered that Jin he's still alive, and they're looking for him now. He reassures Jin that there's no immediate danger since he found out where he lives. He then explains that he was in the area on a mission and decided to drop by when he heard that the camp was already looking for him. However, he warns Jin that they will find him soon. It seems that the camp is preparing to send someone to take care of our boy once they discover his location, and that is, it's only a matter of time before they hand the mission over to 006. Jin is alerted to the threat, but 006 just smiles and he brushes off the tension, telling Jin there's no need to get defensive since he's only there to catch up on an old friend. Jin remains silent, a mixture of weariness and curiosity showing on her face. So, 06, meanwhile, suggests getting a bite to eat because he was so engrossed in finding Jin that he almost forgot to eat. After a while, we see the long-haired guy devouring that bowl of ramen like it's no big deal, which even leaves us Jin. The boy is a little uncomfortable watching him eat as if he hadn't eaten in days. After this hearty meal, the long hair lets out a satisfying burp and can't help but comment on how good it was. Jin nods, saying, not only is it delicious, but it's also convenient and high in calories. The long hair then highlights that Jin always seems to pay so much. He placed great importance on efficiency, even after leaving his mercenary position. Nevertheless, Jin takes his seriousness and asks her friend how he found her if the camp hasn't found her yet. To which Longhair replies that he already knew Jin was alive, because he knows him like the back of his hand. He then asks Jin if he has regained his memory, and our boy quickly says yes. 06 then mentions that even 032 probably knows Jin is alive. He couldn't predict his reaction, because the news of our boy's death had affected him deeply. Our boy then asks him why he didn't inform 032 about this. The blonde replies that the fewer people who know, the better, even if it's someone close to him. Jin then points out that he thought he would eventually realize he was alive, but he didn't expect. He has to keep it a secret from the camp. The blonde snickers and says he didn't expect that from him either. Then the scene cuts back to the past, where everything is on fire and the soldiers are advancing. The explosions are huge, and we see Jin lying on the ground, her weapon in her hand. The blonde approaches him and crouches down. He bends down and scrubs the ground. noticing blood on the grass, which is a clear sign that someone has just passed by the area. But eventually he comes back, leaving our boy there, hiding and crawling on the grass. In the present, the blonde admits that he has no idea why he didn't bring our boy back to camp when he found him back then, but he's rather proud of his decision. He explains that they were trained like dogs, forced to obey the camp's orders, but he felt a strong camaraderie with Jin. But then the blonde gets quite angry, He holds the box and demands to know why Jin didn't stay hidden for good. Jin replies that he had no choice. The blonde then wonders if regaining his memory has changed him, or if living in a place like this has changed him. I can't decide if this is for better or for worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone rings, and he quickly takes his phone out of his pocket. After picking up, he doesn't say a word, and after listening to the caller, he simply asks he answered the phone. His smile suggested the camp had already warned him to eliminate Jin. As expected, he grabs this chopstick from this empty bowl, and after breaking one off and sharpening it, he swings it down to Jin. But Jin quickly grabbed his hand, stopping the sharp piece of wood inches from his eye. The bastard then tries to swing his other hand, but my guy quickly stops him too, and the second piece of wood stops just before he touches his neck. As they stand at this impasse, the blonde apologizes, saying he just came to say hello today, but the camp discovered him earlier than expected and ordered him to be eliminated. Jin tends to agree, saying that nothing can be done about it because orders are orders. Suddenly, a girl comes out of the grocery store, and when she looks, once finished, she sees these two guys who, to her surprise, are tidying up the place. She can't help but blush, noticing how they're both handsome. After putting the trash in the baskets, the blonde notices that it's probably not the best place to carry out the task in such a short time. The blonde then walks away, and before leaving, points out that he prefers this version of Jin, saying he's sure it's an improvement. He walks away quietly, and the scene takes place in SW Company. In the training room, we see Seokju engaging in an intense exercise. Suddenly, his phone rings, and upon checking, he sees that it's Jin calling. Shoku quickly picks up and asks what's going on, because it's rare that Jin calls him. That's when Jin says he needs a favor, and states that he needs access to certain surveillance footage was filmed in the area, because he wanted to track someone in real time. Seoku was surprised by this unexpected request, and explains that he will need permission from his superiors, which will take time, and follow-up locating someone is difficult. Seoku then asks when he will need it, and Jin replies that he needs it right away. The reason behind this urgency is that if 006 is in charge of this mission, he might first go after Grandad and Dion, but he doesn't tell Seoku. Seoku is completely baffled, as he has no idea how he's supposed to go about it. The scene then returns to Cha's club, where the first thing we see is Cha's face. His lackey Yongsu reveals Jin came to ask him to borrow the motorcycle, so he let her take it. Cha's face crimsoned with annoyance as he realized our son had taken his only bike. His lackey then asked him if he shouldn't have lent it to Jin, to which Cha replies that it's perfectly normal. He never drives it anyway. Yongsu then anxiously admits that I was terrified when Jin arrived so late at night, and after meeting Jin so many times, all the kids in school uniforms have been making him nervous lately. We then see Jin speeding down the road on her bike. That's when Seokju reports back, saying he just sent the location to Jin and the target hasn't moved in a while, so it should be accurate. Shoku seems completely exhausted after struggling to prepare all the information in such a short document. And he couldn't help but point out that he noticed something fishy about the guy Jin had mentioned. He seemed overly aware of the surveillance cameras and was constantly changing direction, which can only mean one thing. He tries to cover his tracks. He then asks Jin who this man is and why they are hunting him. Jin replies it's something personal. Suku isn't surprised by this answer because he already suspected it. Once he hangs up, he figures Jin is definitely up to something and needs to move quickly. Jin asks the man where half of his route was to save time. Seoku also revealed that he had been trying to gather more information about this newcomer, but found nothing more on his own. Once there, Jin stops and looks around, thinking that 006 must have arrived recently because if he had more time, he'd already attacked his family. And as he thinks about it, images of Dean and his grandfather flash through his mind. He is determined not to prolong this story because he has people to protect. In the meantime, we finally see 006 preparing his weapons and loading his magazine. Suddenly his phone rings, a stranger calling him. He picks up and the caller reveals that he has just learned that Ri-Wero-1 is alive and in Korea, before the caller can say. Furthermore, 06 quickly cuts him off, saying that he has been with Jin since their early training years and knows everything about her. He then explains that he just finished a job in the area and came to check if the news about Jin's survival was a reality. He made it clear that he could not stand idly by knowing that a traitor was alive and well. The caller. He tells her he'll have to do everything he can to eliminate Jin, pointing out that no one is better suited for the job than him. It turns out the caller is the same one, the man with the eye patch. We've seen him before. He warns 06 to be extremely careful because Jin was nicknamed Enro-1 for a reason. Blondie then mentions that a long time has passed since their debut, and the eye patch guy agrees, saying that Jin he's probably rusty after hiding in the shadows for so long. With that, he hangs up, saying he'll wait for good. As soon as the call ends, Blondie glances at her phone screen and her eyes widen as she sees Jin approaching. He rushes to pick up his weapon, but before he can do anything, Jin grabs him by the waist and punches him hard to the ground, leaving the weapon out of reach. Both quickly get up. 06 is clearly feeling annoyed, and he mutters that he made sure no one was following him and wonders if it was those damn cameras that gave him away. As they confront each other, Blondie admits he knew Jin would come for him, but wants to know why he didn't waste his time. Considering it hasn't been that long since their last goodbye, Jin remains silent, and 06 guesses the new version of 01 doesn't talk much either. They then rush towards each other, exchanging strikes with such speed that it is barely possible to see them land. Jin finally manages to deflect a punch and throws a punch of her own, but Blondie dodges it effortlessly. However, Jin follows up with a powerful shoulder strike. A violent blow sends Blondie flying backward. As Jin tries to kick her, Blondie grabs Jin's leg and kicks her with a dagger, which is a pretty despicable move. I'm not going to lie. Blondie grinned from ear to ear, commenting that their skills have improved even more since their last training. While Jin treats her injured leg, Blondie pounces on Jin, quickly backs away, narrowly avoiding the dagger that hurtles near her throat. They engage in an intense hack and slash dance. Blondie tries her best to touch Jin with the blade. Finally, Jin succeeds he receives the dagger right in the shoulder. But before Blondie can attack again, Jin bends down, grabs Blondie's hand, and gives it a satisfying twist, sending the dagger flying into the air. Blondie then kicks Jin in the chest, making it stumbles. He then quickly grabs the weapon, and, once in hand, tries to aim. However, he soon finds himself pierced by his own blade, which sank into his shoulder. Blondie continued to fire a volley of bullets, while Jin dodges and runs around. The gun finally discharges, and Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He hurries. He throws down the empty gun, grabs his suitcase, and starts running. Jin is amazed to see the bastard running, because if this man escapes, his family will be in danger. So, despite his injured leg, he perseveres and sets off in pursuit. As he rushes out of the shelter, he sees Blondie trying to escape on Jin's bike. Jin feels desperate as he sees his enemy fleeing on his Hayabusa. His mind then remembers his beloved sister and grandfather who stained with blood. However, it seems that his worries are unfounded, because at the very moment that Blondie seems to become in the distance, someone runs over the bike with their car, sending Blondie rolling onto the roof of the car and crashing onto the asphalt. The car stops abruptly and Sioku gets out, asking if he shouldn't have intervened. Jin, however, replies that he did a fantastic job. Shoku gets back in his car, and as he drives away, he can't help but feel that something big is coming. We then return to the moment when Soju hit the motorcycle. Once out of the car, he goes to see Jin and asks her if he's okay. Jin assures him that he's fine, despite his shoulder injuries and neck. Sioju, however, is worried, noting that Jin definitely doesn't look well. Sioju then looks at Blondie, who lying on the ground, covered in blood and apparently on the ground. Poor Sioju is beginning to fear that he has struck too loud. Jin then tells her friend to just leave. Seoku is initially taken aback by this request, but the Jin's serious gaze convinces him to comply. As he walks away, he can't help but think that the man Jin is the chase resembles that of a typical tourist in the Southwest Corps database, but he doubts that's the whole story. He remembers the wrecked car and begins to wonder how he's going to explain the damage. We return to the shelter, where 006 is tied to a chair, covered in blood and looking disheveled. Jin stands next to him, calm and collected, and says to him that he can look up now because he knows he's awake. 006 starts laughing, saying he didn't expect our boy to work with a partner and should have known it when he found him so quickly. He admits he made a mistake in assuming that he would never work with anyone else. Our boy remains silent and 06 then asks what he wants to know. Jin responds by asking who else was ordered to execute him. 06 says he's not sure, but he's probably the only one, because he was closest to the area and the timing was right. 06 further explains that the camp cannot accept that Jin is alive. They don't want anyone to know her death was faked, so they're going to try to eliminate her as quietly as possible. He adds that they will never give up, as Jin has caused a lot of damage to the camp, especially the rabid dog who will do everything to kill our boy. Blondie then ends the conversation. He says that's all he has to say, and he only gives this information to Jin because they were once comrades. He then ends up tells Jin to kill him immediately. Jin grabs the dagger and starts moving forward. It seems Blondie isn't really. He was afraid of dying, preferring to be killed by our boy rather than by any enemy. He began to close his eyes. He prepares for death, but to his surprise, Jin begins to untie him. Blondie asks what Jin is doing, and our boy simply replies that he frees his legs. Blondie then rephrases his question, asking why he doesn't, killing him. Jin then responds by asking him why he should stay. He then reminds Blondie why he should stay alive, which is the same reason he can't escape the camp. Jin explains that he understands what this means, because he has lived with a family and knows what it's like. So he suggests that Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie failed his mission, he's now dead. He'd better hide somewhere. The camp won't find him. Isadora 06 begins to walk away. He reveals to Jin that his family will be in constant danger and that the camp will ensure that everything tries to fire him. Jin replies that he already knows. He adds that things could have ended differently today if he had targeted his family first, but he intends to protect that life as best he can. Blondie smiles and says he'll try to clear the camp as much as possible before disappearing. He then asks one last question. What is the real name of our boy? Jin remains silent for a moment before finally revealing her name. Blondie smiles and also gives her name, which is Liam. He then jokes that it took them 10 years to learn each other's names. With this emotion exchange, 06 begins to walk away, and the next scene takes us to our boy's apartment. Once he arrives at his house, he quietly opens the door and slips inside, trying not to make any noise. But before he can reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opens. His heart races when he realizes he's been caught breaking in. It's his grandfather. He stood there looking surprised, seeing Jin return at such a late hour. Jin gave him a warm smile as carefully hiding the wound on his shoulder and asking why Grandpa is still awake. The old man explains that he has trouble falling asleep, probably because of the coffee he drank earlier. With a pleasant smile, he tells Jin to go rest, noting that she must be tired too. With that, Grandpa returns to his room. Jin is about to head to his room when he hears his sister calling his name. He looks at her, and she gently reassures him. He said not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting, because he was still worried about whether Jin struggles to readjust to life in Korea. She then reminds him that she left dinner on the table for knowing how much he appreciates home-cooked meals. She returns to her room, silently. Jin approaches the delicious display on the table and smiles broadly at the sight. The scene he walks over to Shukju, and when his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jin. This message is a thank you note for hitting 006 with his car and for providing the precise location. Seeing this, Soo can't help but feel a little embarrassed by his friend's compliment. The next day at school, Yona and Seochu walk side by side. As usual, Seoku spots Jin standing in front of the classroom. They call out to him and he immediately looks up, asks them why he's there, to which Jin replies that he has to talk to Seoju about something. Yona is surprised by this. He begins to wonder what it is. Once in the living room, Shoku inquires about the incident the night before. Jin, seemingly ready to explain, states that he thought it's time to tell what happened. Seoku prepares, and Jin finally reveals that the man he hit with the car last night was someone he had worked with and who had come to see him. A silence ensued, Seoku waiting for more details. When he asks if that's all, Jin just says that's about it because it's better if he doesn't know anymore. Seokju feels a little disappointed, not expecting Jin to be so discreet. Jin, however, is convinced that Seokju must he investigated the man he found the day before. He told his friend that it was best not to dig further into his past and that he would share this information. Thanks to his help, Seokju is proud to have been recognized by our boy and tells him that he doesn't want to dig further either, especially since this guy is connected to Jin's past. After their little chat, the two boys head back to class. Yona then asks Seokju, curious what they talked about. When she doesn't respond immediately, she tries to guilt him into thinking he can tell you everything. Seokju is taken aback and quickly improvises and says he was just asking Jin how to level up in a game. Yona lights up, thinking about this. This means that Jin really likes video games, but then she remembers that Yong-chan is much more interested in video games and that Hyokin and Jae Hongure also much better players. She wonders why Jin would ask Shoju for advice when these guys are pros. Or maybe Jin just wanted to chat with someone on her level. Well, that little joke really hits the wrong note, right in the stomach, while our boy seems busy going about his business. Once school is over, we see Yona outside. She was taking notes on her shopping and wondering if she should buy some fruit since Grandpa hadn't eaten any in a while. Suddenly, someone called her name. When she looks up, she notices a boy standing in front of her who doesn't look like anyone from their school. Once he catches her attention and asks if she goes to Seinen High School. Yona quickly confirms that she does, and the boy, he says he was wondering if he could get her number. Unsurprisingly, this surprises Yona, who has no idea how to react. She begins to panic as the boy reassures her not to be afraid or feel pressured, saying he just wanted to, getting to know her. Eventually, Yona brushes him off as politely as possible, and it seems the boy accepts it without batting an eyelid. Even though he looks a little disappointed, a big guy comes up from behind and mocks the boy for being rejected so quickly. This is when the boy shows his true colors, getting all cocky and sternly reminding him that all he had asked for was your phone number. Before he can harass Yona further, he receives a brutal slap. The one who delivered this stinging slap is none other than Jae Hyung, accompanied by two other friends. The boy turns around, demanding to know who slapped him, but he receives another slap from Jae Hong for acting so harshly. After feeling the under the blow of the slaps, this thug realizes that dealing with these guys is a very bad idea. Meanwhile, Hyakuchin giving the other thug chills with just his dark looks, and the two bullies decide to leave, trying to salvage what's there, whatever dignity they have left. Orangehead lets out a sigh of disappointment at the sight of these brutes, then turns happily to Daeon, asking her if she's okay. The girl says yes and starts to lower her head frantically, but Jae Hong feels embarrassed. He quickly tells her he doesn't need to thank her. On the other block, we see people. They panic when they spot a group of thugs roaming the streets. And surprise, surprise, it's Tugie who's with them, with his little thumb and the rest of his lackeys. They stroll leisurely around the neighborhood. And wouldn't you know it, the same guy who tried to harass Dion is with them. They're clearly calling on Taisu as backup to get revenge on our beta bullies. By the way, this bully is called Taeyong, and he's apparently Taisugi's brother. Meanwhile, Tu is feeling absolutely annoyed, complaining about how every wannabe badass in town seems to think they can take it out on these days. It was then that his lackey reminded him that the news of their defeat against the gang of high school students was spreading around, and they might need to limit the damage. So, they decide to spread terror by eliminating thugs who dared to attack Taeyong. A creepy smile crosses Taisu's face as he nods to his lackey, declaring, "They're going to show these guys what Gosh Tech is really made of." Suddenly, his little brother points his finger down and says, "That's the girl who got me slapped by a bunch of guys." Well, looks like those thugs are here for another hellish ride, as our boy is walking down the street with his sister. The bully quickly points the finger that the guy walking next to her wasn't the one who slapped her earlier. Tu, for her part, feels like I've seen this person before. When he looks at our boy more closely, he is absolutely devastated to recognize who it is. The lackeys also tremble as they remember that it was the same man who beat them up after infiltrating their territory. While Tu trembles with fear, his little brother asks, "What's wrong?" Tu asks if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he used to be, trying to flirt with him. His little brother nods but receives a devastating slap. Tu angrily asks his brother if he tries to kill them all. The poor kid is in tears, unaware of why his brother he attacks him with such violence, but he ends up receiving an even more severe beating. Later, we find ourselves back at the apartment, and Dion is really impressed by Jin's ability to peel fruit. The brother smiles and asks her if she thinks. She nods, saying she'll never be able to make them that smooth and round, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly the doorbell rings in the living room. The voice seems to be coming from Jin's room, so he heads towards her and finds his phone on the table. Checking it, he notices it's a stranger, but he answers anyway, and it turns out that it's 06 who's online. 06 reveals that he left a trail for the camp to follow, as far away from Jin as possible. It's possible, and that's where he'll stay for the next few days. Once out of the country, he plans to leave other traces in other countries to confuse them, which should be very helpful in confusing them. Jin nods and adds that he will also lay down a separate track. Blondie then launches into a joke, pointing out that Jin was supposed to be dead the man, and they now swap places. He doubts they will ever meet again, so he wishes her the best before ending the call, and our boy wishes her the same. And with that sweet message, their call ends. That day at school, Jin learns that her sister was bullied after school yesterday, but her friends quickly reassure him that Jae-hong took care of it with Orangehead, confirming that he hit the guy in the head several times and sent him home. Suddenly, Seo-chu appears and quickly asks what the stalker looked like. Young-chan explains that he was at a Go-Tech uniform. As soon as they hear this, Seo-chu sits up and Jin points out that this is the same school they had problems at. Some time ago, my guy got furious, realizing that someone was harassing his sister from Gosok. This seems far too coincidental. Seo-chu agrees, saying they can't ignore this. Meanwhile, the Beta's bully are usually quick to start fights and feel unusual anxiety about the situation. Even they think that jumping it might be premature to draw any conclusions. Just in time, Yeona intervenes and diffuses the tension. She asks what they talk and remind them that all the guys just want to flirt with Dae because she's always been popular with men because she's undeniably pretty. Brother doesn't understand any of this, while Young-chan agrees, saying that Dion has already been asked out several times before. It seems that Jin is still having trouble digesting the fact, but Young-chan adds that she is indeed popular. You see, no one could get near her when Gizuku Kim and her sister started harassing her, and he seemed unhappy for a moment. Jae-hong also confirms that his sister is indeed pretty, and even Blondie gets involved. He says he knows a bunch of boys who have had crushes on her. Jin still doesn't know how to react and seems more thoughtful. Meanwhile, the Beta Tyrants wonder if this concept is so difficult for Jin to grasp. But Seo-chu speaks again and says that they should still get to the bottom of this. Jin responds positively, and Seo-chu decide that they can go straight after school, since there is no practice. Meanwhile, the others standing around are completely has no idea what these two are doing, and Yona even asks them if they were paying attention to what they just said. The scene then cuts to Gosh's territory, where Taisu is sitting on a chair, looking rather annoyed. His lackey as he explained to her that everyone treated them like they were worthless. Recently, Sang Sukai even beat them up. The neighboring schools have been treating them badly lately. Chu remembers the screams he heard a few days ago. His elders and everything seems to have fallen apart since he attacked our boy. His lackey quickly gathers he tells his boss that they need to limit the damage before the situation escalates. The boss remains silent. He drops his cigarette and crushes it under his foot. He decides to go along with the plan, and his lackey cracks, smiles at seeing his boss in a better mood. That's when Jin bursts into the room with Shugju. The boss's face transforms, terrified at the sight of those familiar faces. And even the lackeys who were smiling a moment ago now seem scared. Everyone moves aside as Jin heads straight for the boss. He stops abruptly and asks Tue why he's been harassing his little one, sister. Tue remembers the moment he saw the siblings walking together and quickly explains that he didn't know she was Jin's sister. Of course, Taisu's response only gets Jin fired up, and even Seo-chu starts to giving off a deadly aura. The boss quickly starts yelling, claiming that the meeting with his sister was purely coincidence. He then explains that his little brother simply tried to talk to him because he saw her on the street, and he didn't know until now that she was Jin's sister. Our boy is intrigued by this, and the man then explains that her brother wouldn't say anything. Now that they know who she is, he'll make sure his brother doesn't go near her. Once again, Jin remains silent while the gangster still looks terrified. After one last look, Jin and Shoju begin to walk away. Once outside, they slam the door behind them, and the boss quickly warns his lackeys that they will think about the damage management another day, and he is sure that his lackey will understand. Once outside, Jin meets up with her friends. They ask him what was said, and he reveals that it was indeed a coincidence and that the guy, the one who spoke to Dawn, is Tiyu's younger brother. Jun is shocked to hear this, and his soul almost leaves him, her body upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Yona reminds them that she had already told them there was nothing to worry about, but Jin says he still plans to keep a close eye on them for now. After all, they can't just take their word for it. A little later, Jin is sitting with Mr. Cha, who is looking at her ramen and the other strange dishes, and remarks that it's been a long time since he's had food like this from a convenience store. He suggests that I should have bought a good barbecue. Jin, however, refuses, which annoys Mr. Cha. The gangster then mentions that he heard that our boy had borrowed his motorcycle again. Jin admits that this is the case, and he promises to return it to him later that evening. However, Mr. Cha tells him to keep it, pretending he'll leave it there. Anyway, Jin insists on returning it, and Mr. Cha sighs, telling her to do what he wants. Once Cha has a lot of noodles on his chopsticks, he begins to devour this delight with appetite. For her part, Jin is politely enjoying her triangular dish, while Mr. Shaw can't help but notice that Jin looks like an ordinary teenager. But on the other hand, this same kid totally destroyed the Kim family single-handedly and also dealt with SW company like a pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha calls out to Jin and asks her what exactly he does every day. Jin simply replies that he goes to school like any normal child. Of course, Mr. Cha expected this kind of reaction, but that's not what he wanted to hear. The scene then cuts to SW Corp, where the president is standing and peering through the window. It's always funny to see that classic scene from Manhwa where the wealthy boss is looking out the glass window from their office. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many people have expressed concerns that SW Corp is a little too aggressive in its expansion. The director simply shrugs and says things get a little chaotic when people start looking out for their own interests. They take all necessary precautions for their expansion, but they cannot avoid making some enemies on the way. The assistant also nods and points out that their aggressive tactics are causing SWC Corp problems with some pretty shady organizations, and SW Corp advisors also noticed some suspicious recent activity of other companies. In the next scene, Jin is sitting with the director who offers her tea, but our boy politely declines, claiming he's talented. The director then asks him how his collaboration with the security team went. Jin says everything is fine. The principal then asks him if he's enjoying school, and Jin says it's fine. Finally, the director asks if there's anything they can do to help, and Jin says no. Our boy then asks if that's all the principal wanted to talk about, and if so, he leaves because the training is about to begin. The old man cheerfully tells him he can go. Then Jin rises from her seat, bows her head respectfully, and the director returns the gesture, leaving his assistant a little disconcerted because he finds it strange that the warden pays homage to a child. Jin nevertheless prepares to leave. Later, we see all the guards busy themselves. Indoor training. In the middle of their exercises, we find Ji and his bodyguard. After a long while, his bodyguard notices that Jin doesn't stand out like she used to. Jiez is curious and asks for more information about Jin. The bodyguard replies that although Jin doesn't stand out as much as he used to, he's definitely faster and more athletic than their men. He's certain that Jin is quite experienced as her skill level can only be achieved through rigorous training and combat. So there is no doubt that he has received solid professional training. After hearing this, Jia's interest in Jin as she explains that, although he is young, he underwent rigorous training in silence, and the men all warmed up to him too. The scene then flashes back to the past where we see Major Kang meeting Jia again. As they talk, she advises him to try not to overexert himself and injure himself, and Kang replies that he won't. Then he asks her if she's still investigating the student she mentioned. At first, she doesn't understand what he's talking about, but then a bell rings in her mind. She pretends not to be interested and asks if he's talking about this little girl named Jin, but in her thoughts, she's amazed at how Kang still remembers Jin's name from that day. And she also can't shake the strange look of him, anxious after asking about Jin. Eventually, Jia smiles and says she's no longer interested in Jin, which is obvious, improves Major Kang's mood. Jia notices this change in mood and clearly understands that there is more to it. Story. Right now, when she looks at our boy, she wonders if Jin could really know her fiancé. After a meanwhile, we see her car speeding down the road, and Jin is also sitting next to her. She casually brings up the idea of Jin joins their talent agency and suggests he could benefit from their top-notch training programs. Jin, however, promptly declines, claiming that he's simply not interested. Jia can't help but be intrigued by his immediate and firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to think about it. Finding her lack of hesitation is somewhat disconcerting. She finally asks him if he knows Major Kang, then continues, reveals that he is her fiancé. Of course, this news surprises Jin, and her mind flashes back to the past when Kang mentioned that he was supposed to meet his fiancé. Jin has absolutely no doubt she knows Major Kang. When she looks at him, finding herself baffled as Jin just sits there, looking clearly unfazed by this an unexpected bombshell. Well, my guy looks so serene that he looks weird because he's definitely not her type. Even she senses something different about him, and she can't put her finger on it. Later, after arriving at his destination, Jia heads towards the company building. On the other hand, Jin and her superior enter the staff room to freshen up. Meanwhile, Jin's mind is still fixed on the fact that Jia is Major Kang's fiancé. He can't believe it. While the guards wait in front of the lady in the bathroom, we see Ji getting her makeup done. We then notice someone else enter, and to be honest, this woman who just walked in seems pretty shady at first glance. Then she starts tousing one of the sinks located over Jia's right shoulder. As Jai stood there silently, this shifty woman he places a chloroform-soaked cloth over Ji's face. After Ji finally collapses from unconsciousness, we see that the guards outside have also been eliminated. The black-haired woman then quickly orders her lackey to hurry and transport the goods. Suddenly, the main bodyguard receives a shocking report. Mr. Sin has disappeared and Jin Su and Kaiyang Wu, who was supposed to escort him, was found unconscious on the ground. At that point, the superior orders his soldiers to seal all exits and immediately secure the surveillance footage. A guy runs out of the bathroom as soon as he hears the news and runs down the hall. He thinks the intruders have disarmed the security and they've reached their target, so it's only a matter of time before they make a getaway in their car. After speeding down he finally climbs the stairs and reaches the parking lot. He sees a man getting into a car and quickly steps forward to block his path, only to realize he's just a guy without a single clue inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are speeding away. The getaway car has arrived from the other side. Jin is chasing them at full speed. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of their car. But these bastards don't even slow down and try to run him over. As they flee, our boy quickly radios that he has spotted the suspect's vehicle, which is a black vehicle minivan. Jin wastes no time jumping over parked cars and trying to catch the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards invade the exit, and they are ready with puncture tools to stop the van. But it is too late because the driver presses the accelerator pedal, knocking over the guards and everything in front of the car, and they take off at full speed without a wee hitchhike while our son is still clinging to the truck. The truck swerves violently, and Jin struggles to hold on as the vehicle juggles. As he struggles to maintain his grip, his mind recalls a conversation with Major Kang. In the memory, Jin sits with Kang, who explains what family means. Kang says that, while family is different for everyone, it's something truly precious. Jin still hasn't quite figured it out. So Kang gives her an example. His dedication to serving his country is perhaps so strong because it is also where his family lives. Innocently, Jin asks if anyone would also give their life for their family. Kang is taken aback and doesn't know how to react at first. Then he smiles and says that if it were to happen, he would gladly do it. Back in the present, as Jin clings to the minivan, he grits his teeth and tightens his grip. He slams the minivan so hard that the glass begins to shatter. The driver, distracted by the commotion, fails to notice an oncoming car. Crossroads. The two vehicles collide and Jin is violently thrown, crashing about 10 meters away. Just then, the driver of the minivan seizes his chance, hits the gas, and drives off. Jin then starts chasing him as well. The car. Inside, a black-haired woman gives him a mischievous look. As Jin chases the van, he begins to fall behind until the vehicle disappears from view. Once he is exhausted, he stops. But just then, the head guard arrives and quickly asks where the van has gone. He doesn't answer. He gets into the car, which annoys the senior, who sternly orders him to get out. But Jin tells him to press the accelerator and points him in the exact direction of the van. Reluctantly, the guard presses the accelerator. He then signals to his subordinates that the kidnappers have taken a side road to the right, and orders them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He then reminds Jin that he should simply dropped off on the way back, as he is only a child and not part of the security team. He adds that his involvement in this matter, the mess wasn't his fault. But Jin retorts that he's currently on a work placement and chose to be here. Tonight, he is therefore the only one responsible for his presence. He also reports having seen a male and a woman in the vehicle, both Asian, but he did not notice any complicity with them. The guard looks at Jin, ready to insult her further. He notices Jin's injured face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Jin is fine. Jin replies that he is fine. The elder struggles to accept the fact that he was reportedly hanging onto the vehicle and was the first to find the kidnappers. He also managed to hang on as long as he could. He identified their route and even saved Miss Yona once. The senior realizes that Jin has Pravin in this situation, and he can't think of anyone more reliable at the moment. Meanwhile, Yona learns that Madame Ga has been kidnapped. Her guard explains that they have reduced security to a minimum and sent all units find her. Team 2 and Inju are currently in pursuit of the kidnappers. Yona rejoices at the mention of Jin, and the bodyguard then explains that Jin was on duty with them when the incident occurred. A little later, Jin and the senior guards head to a dilapidated factory, as it is the last place kidnappers were spotted. Right next to Q, they also spot the same minivan, and the kidnappers carry Miss Jai in the wheelchair with them. Senior knows they don't have time to wait for reinforcements, so he tells Jin to stay there. As he exits the car, he is shocked to see a group of disheveled individuals getting out of the minivan, each armed with a sharp knife. Jin also gets out of the car and insists that they can't wait for the others to arrive. The senior then reminds her that it's not like training, because it's a real fight. Jin quickly responds, saying that she doesn't mind. This response triggers a flashback for the senior, who remembers the shock he felt when the team leader of Team 3 revealed that our boy is a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms this once again, saying that from everything he's seen, it's at least his conclusion. Back in the present, as our boy walks forward with a confident step, the bodyguard finally decides to go down further. He tells Jin that he'll take care of everything inside the shelter, so he'd better not leave those filthy pigs beat him up. Just then, one of the thugs tries to stab the senior, but our man quickly approaches. The bastard from behind delivers a devastating blow to his face, knocking the dagger from his hand. But before he can have a chance, another fool swings his dagger at our boy. But once again, my guy swings that blow. Jin quickly retrieves the dagger that has fallen to the ground and stands up to face it. These stupid heads. The thug who lost his dagger gets up quickly, but his boss begins reprimanding him because he's not happy to see his men getting beaten up by a punk like him. Then Jin scolds, wondering if they even let kids carry knives in their security detail. The other thugs start walking. They tell their friend to take care of Jin while they track down the senior, but it seems they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and slaps his hand away with a satisfying crack. One guy tries to stab Jin, but he quickly turns around. The scenario, grabbing the thug and slicing open his stomach before plunging the dagger into his shoulder. The thug falls to the ground. The others start to get scared. When Jin gives them a dirty look, Jin charges at the remaining thugs and slices them into pieces, left and right. One by one, he eliminates them until only one remains. The last minion quickly blocks the attack. As he turns on Jin, my guy grabs his hand, slashes his stomach with the other hand, kicks him in the leg under him, and holds the knife against the thug's throat. But instead of slitting his throat, he uses the back of the dagger to knock out the thug. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the shelter are still hunting Miss Jai. The woman is frustrated that security is catching up faster than expected. Her accomplice reports that they notified the client that they had secured the target. She explained that it was a little early, but they would have to move to the next location soon, as the security team is closing in. In the name of the devil, the leader of Team 2 bursts in. The kidnapper quickly tells his associate that he is the head of security for their target. While the superior grits his teeth, staring at the kidnappers, someone tries to sneak up behind him, but the senior quickly dodges the attack. And as the burly thug charges again, the senior grabs his hand and delivers a powerful punch. His face, Another thug rushes at him with a dagger, but the elder quickly knocks him down as well, just as it seems that the senior has the advantage. But the situation takes an unexpected turn. Despite his talent, even the most seasoned fighter is no match for a weapon. One of the captors pulls out a gun, its barrel gleaming in the dim light, and points it directly at G's head. They coldly warn the superior that they will not hesitate to pull the trigger if they must do it. The threat hangs in the air like a deadly promise, and the superior can do nothing but express her frustration with her distorted face. The man makes it clear to her that she will die at the slightest movement, so the senior doesn't move an inch. Then these filthy kidnappers pierce a hole in his shoulder with a single bullet, making his face go ghostly pale from the pain. Meanwhile, the moron who just pulled the trigger is strangely fascinated by the fact that the senior barely flinches. The woman next to him tells him to just finish the job, insisting that there's no time to waste. So the man decides to pull the trigger again while the dean takes one last look at G, preparing for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to pull the trigger, the senior asks, "G is sorry." But before he dies in this dramatic scene, two daggers appear out of nowhere and pierce the man in hand. On the other side, the woman in black dodges left and right while Jin rushes towards G, grabs his wheelchair and sets off at full speed. The thug is completely bewildered by this, and the other elder's face also paled. Meanwhile, the thug started firing bullets again while Jin tried to get as far away as possible. At that point, the superior pulls the trigger-happy soldier along with him, and they both crash the ground. Jin glances at her elder, who quickly tells her not to look back and just run. Without wasting any time, Jin accelerates with the wheelchair and keeps moving. A little later, Gia begins to open her eyes, groggy. But before she can react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Luckily, it's only Jin. He tells her to shut up, and once she nods, he removes his hand. The woman then asks him where she is, since she just came in. Bathroom. Jin points out that she'll feel dizzy for a while because of the sedative. That's when her mind clears. She returns and remembers being kidnapped. Jin confirms this, saying that he and the team leader arrived first and that security is on its way with the police. Jin looks around to make sure no one is nearby, and he's relieved she's awake, which will make it easier to get around, but he knows they won't have long before someone finds them in this corner with no exit. And the worst part is that the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, G wonders if the kidnapping has something to do with the new acquisitions in the expansion of SSW Corporation, even if it has nothing to do with it, with these cords. She looks at Jin and shouts that he's hurt, but Jin acts like nothing's wrong, saying he's perfectly fine. But Jade didn't buy this bullshit because she sees her shoulder is hurt, her fingers are hurt, and to top it all off, he's not even her bodyguard. She doesn't understand why he's going to such lengths to help her, and is surprised at how much reliable as he turned out to be. Just then, they hear the familiar voice of that woman, who is the same one who behind this kidnapping. She walks towards them, gun in hand, and orders Jin to come out immediately. She threatens, if the matter drags on, they won't hesitate to kill the hostage. She also insists that they put an end to this matter peacefully and rescue the hostage before the situation escalates. Gia, terrified by this threat, quickly gets up from the wheelchair, thinking that she couldn't let this boy get further involved in this. Despite his skills, he is only a teenager, and she feels she must intervene and protect him. Before she can do anything reckless, Jin signals her too. He stops and makes a cryptic gesture with his fingers, which is completely beyond me. But it seems that she didn't understand what he was trying to say. So she stood there, silent, and Jin finally came out of hiding, spotted and gently raises her hand. The kidnapper is sure that G must be behind this container. She thinks about how she couldn't believe her eyes when she saw our boy hanging from the van, even though he was just a child. She then laughed at him, saying he's probably seen too many action movies because in reality, even a hero can get killed. I guess she's right. Because no matter how brave you are, you're no match for a cannon pointed straight at you. But Jin remains calm. Even with the gun pointed at him, G eventually came out, yelling at him to wait. As soon as the kidnapper looks in G's direction, Jin takes a chance. He throws the blade towards her hand, seriously wounding her. Before she catches her breath, another dagger flies past her, and just then, Jin jumps over her, and they both fall to the ground, and her weapon slips from her hands as well. She quickly grabs one of the daggers hidden near her thigh and tries to swing it at Jin, but he backs away just in time, and they both put some distance between them. The woman then lunges at Jin, and their deadly dance of blows and injuries begins. After a fierce exchange, she takes a violent blow to the stomach and falls backward, her weapon falling to the ground. She quickly spots it, grabs it, and points it at Jin with a smirk, thinking he finally has the upper hand. But Jin moves quickly and grabs the gun, snatches it from her hands, and the gun is now pointed straight at her. The woman is sweating, and is completely, "I'm puzzled as to how this all just happened." Meanwhile, Ji is blown away by Jin's moves, while our boy just stands there, absolutely cold-blooded. The woman smiles again, saying he must have watched a lot of movies. She then mocks him, pointing out that while he may be capable of fighting, she questions whether he really has the courage to fire a gun. She admits that bodyguards can practice target shooting, but shooting a live person is a whole different story. But hey, she's got it all wrong, and Jin doesn't hesitate for a second before shooting her in the head. The woman is completely stunned, unable to believe he hadn't thought twice before. Pulls the trigger. What disconcerts her even more is that his eyes remain motionless after he fires, as if she's gotten used to it. She still hasn't understood how a boy from such a peaceful country could fight like that. But when she looks at him closely, she recognizes those eyes and feels a shiver run down her spine when she realizes that he's code 001. Before she can say anything more, Jin slaps her across the face with the gun, knocking her out, cold and dropping her to the ground. Gi is completely blown away by how easily Jin drops her, as if it doesn't matter. Back at the Dean's, he also seems to have settled his score with his adversary, although he appears seriously injured. With blood flowing from his shoulder, the senior unfortunately finds himself surrounded by a bunch of thugs. The bastard from earlier gets up, puts his hat back on, and retrieves his gun from the ground. A burly guy throws a punch at the senior, but the senior quickly deflects it and lands a punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard points his gun at the senior and admits that he underestimated the head of security during the SW Association. He acknowledges that they wouldn't have been able to remove it if they hadn't waited until the end of his shift. On the other hand, it seems the senior is about to give up. He fought here only to buy its time for Ji and Jin to escape, but he can't be sure they managed to escape since that woman chased Jin, for some unknown reason. However, the senior has a feeling that Jin will pull through, and he feels surprisingly confident about it. He is so confident that even the guy over there can't help but notice the smile that lights up the senior's face. He finally asks him why. The senior smiles, but the bodyguard doesn't say anything, he just keeps smiling. The guy in the cap warns that if the senior thinks Jin is safe just because a woman chased him, then he's underestimating that woman gravely. He claims that no man here can defeat this woman, and now that she's angry, Jin will soon be begging her to end his suffering. The senior's smile finally fades and he grits his teeth in frustration. The kidnappers, he also states that he didn't send any men after Jin because she'll be done with him before they even arrive. The guy then starts to pull the trigger of his gun, telling the senior to focus on his own survival as he is about to die. Suddenly, a bullet pierces the cap-wearing guy's hand, and blood spurts everywhere. He staggers. As he stepped back, his weapon fell to the ground. The senior quickly turned around to see where the gunshot came from and was shocked to find Jin standing there, gun in hand. The guy in the cap is sweating profusely. His blood is flowing freely and he is furious, trying to understand. He wonders what Jin is doing here. He's also panicked, wondering what could have happened to his friend Priscilla, who attacked Jin earlier. I guess he was just too confident about her. On the other hand, Jin shoots another. He fires a bullet and plants it in the cap-wearing guy's thigh, then turns around and points the gun at the senior. For a moment his heart races, but before he can react, Jin fires. But to his surprise, the bullets whistle by, him eliminating the lackey who surrounded him on all sides. Once Jin's pistol was flattened, the dean looked around to find all the men on the ground, moaning in pain. What fascinates the elder the most is that Jin doesn't even hesitate to shoot holes in those bastards, and he disarmed them with just one bullet for each man. In the background, Ji stands with her ears covered, and once the shooting is over, she looks up. Meanwhile, the senior. The bodyguard's spirit remembers what Team 3's leader said, namely, Jin is definitely a professional. Just in time, reinforcements arrive and cover the entire area. The police quickly begin their work, handcuffing all the thugs. Meanwhile, some soldiers approach Ji, asking if she's okay. In response, the lady hurries assures them that she is perfectly fine. She then notices our boy talking to the police officers. Once Jin confirms that he is with the security team leader and the soldiers quickly begin treating his injuries. Ji approaches him and asks if he's okay. That's true. He replies that he's fine, but Ji wonders how he can call himself healthy in his condition. Our boy. He says he has no mobility issues so far, so he's doing pretty well. He also adds that he has some bruises. Saving a VIP from kidnapping is a favorable outcome. Then Jin says he has a favor to ask. Ji looks surprised and quickly asks what it is. Jin reveals that he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are treated. So he has to tell them that he'll be attending a security team workshop. Ji's a little confused, wondering if that's all. He wanted to talk to her. So she simply walked away, telling him to get his injuries treated. But before she left, she don't forget to thank Jin for her help. Shortly after, the senior arrives and places a hand on Jin's head, shoulder. He gives Jin a warm smile and tells them they'll see each other next time. With that, she and Ji the bodyguard walks away. The scene then cuts to an unknown location, where a mysterious man sits behind a desk in adamantly lit office. An unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the sad news that their attempt to kidnap Ji has failed. The boss smiles upon hearing this and explains that successfully removing it was never. The real goal was just a way to convey a message to the SB Corporation. He specifies that they will start to watch their step more carefully once they realize the problems their expansion can cause, and that's all he's looking for. The scene then ends with a room where the same woman is found as during the kidnapping. She seems annoyed while saying that she did not expect a beast like Jin in their pay, and she's talking about a mercenary who represents a formidable force. The man remains silent, so the woman continues by saying that if she had known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have reacted very differently. In fact, she probably wouldn't have accepted the job. The man pretends to be distraught, but the woman tells him not to be silly. She points out that Jin, the mercenary, always keeps her face covered, but she recognized his gaze because she had already met it. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Jin disappeared from the radar, and all sorts of rumors were circulating about his retirement, or even his death. She would never have believed he would end up working for SW Corp. The man's response remains the same, and he adds that he cannot understand of all this. You see, he heard about this mercenary and finds it rather hilarious to imagine one of their guards being a high-level mercenary. The woman eventually stopped arguing because, let's be honest, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a wall. A little later, we're at the SW Corporation Medical Center. In the center, the first person we see is Lady G, relaxing in one of the rooms. I thought she was a real villain, but it turns out she's not that bad, but just very curious about our guy. We also spot her guard lurking around. When G asks what he's doing here since he got shot, he casually says he can handle simple things just fine. GA isn't have any of that and tell him to go home and rest because one less guy on duty isn't going to make a huge difference anyway. The guard states that he simply cannot rest, feeling responsible since the whole mess happened while he then explains that the mercenaries were working from abroad and that they still have not identified who they worked for. Even the mercenaries themselves did not know their client because many intermediaries were involved. Gia's mood becomes sad as she reflects on how Yeona was first targeted, and now she has been kidnapped as well. She asked him if this was all a coincidence. The guard shook his head and said, "It's definitely not a coincidence." Coincidence. Well, that only depresses Gia even more. Gia then thinks about how our guy handled the whole situation, like a real badass, and he was even more impressive than in training. She reminds her guard that after all, he's no ordinary teenager. The man nods, acknowledging that he's definitely no ordinary boy. In her mind, she thinks that Grandpa must know Jin's true identity since he put the child under their care. Team. She then remembers that Jin had multiple fractured ribs and detached fingernails from fighting against kidnappers, not to mention a deep cut on her shoulder from a missed bullet. The guard then points out that Jin he was clinging to their vehicle during the attack and must have injured himself in the fall. Gia's face turns pale when she realizes that Jin managed to fight off all those thugs despite all those injuries and even She faced 5 knife-wielding men while she was unconscious. Well, that just adds another layer to the situation and her. The man's face looks even more shocked than before. The guard admits it doesn't make much sense, but it's surprisingly. It's true that Jin managed to do everything. Jia quickly gets up from her bed, rushes to the door, and heads directly into the ward, where Jin is admitted. As soon as she bursts into the room, she finds him putting his SW uniform back on. When Jin looks around her, he sees Ji and his guard. The lady wastes no time and immediately asks him what he is doing. Get dressed. Jin explains that he's going home because he hasn't been in 2 days. Ji reminds her that he is seriously injured and cannot leave until his treatment is complete. Jin explains that he prefers to rest and heal at home. Jia starts yelling, telling him not to be ridiculous and asking who gave him permission to do something so rash. In response, our boy simply says the doctor told him so. Despite Jay's protests, Jin simply packs his bag, and the lady then asks him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jin, in response, points out that the bruises on his face can easily be explained by the fact that he injured himself in training. Jia is annoyed to see how this guy has an answer for everything. She then tells her guard that she needs some time alone with Jin. As soon as the guard leaves, she tells Jin that she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy looks at her, and Jia declares that there is nothing in it for him if he stays with Yeona because, as she says, she is just a child. She goes on to explain that Yeona only inherited from her parents, but she cannot afford it to secure her own future. Ga, on the other hand, claims to be able to guarantee our boy a safe and secure future. After a moment of silence, Jin says he has a question. Hearing this, Ji assumes he's probably curious about the salary, so she quickly tells him not to worry, as she will make sure he gets paid more than he can imagine with lots of extras benefits on the side. But Jin categorically refuses to entertain such thoughts, and instead asks her what she meant by him. Stay with Yeona. The woman is silent for a moment, then abruptly asks him if he's dating Yeona, to which Jin responds emphatically, says he isn't. But Jia figures Yeona is always waiting for her during practice, which probably means she has a real crush on him. In short, she offers him to come work for her after graduation, promising to start a family, happy, and immediately find him a good job. Jin seems to find the offer tempting, but he doesn't respond much, and he simply tells her that he will think about it. Later, back at the apartment, we see Yeona and Grandpa, and they both get Jin completely shocked me when he explained that he had injured himself in training. Grandpa asked him if it was serious, to which he replied, Jin reassures him that it's not the case, clarifying that they're just blisters on his fingers, and the doctor said it's nothing. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he is working with is really the one he is looking for. Continue in the future. Jin doesn't give a definitive answer, simply saying that it's what interests her for now. Grandpa reminds him that even if this is what he wants to do right now, he can always change course if he finds something else he's passionate about. Since Jin is still young, Grandpa adds that he will support him no matter what he does. Jin smiles in response and nods to his grandfather. Grandfather then feels a little embarrassed and asks him if he suddenly jumped into a heavy subject. He mentions that high school students are often worried about their professional future and wonders if he broke his teeth. Yeona snickers and reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Jin, meanwhile, he has no idea what it means to go wild. The scene then cuts to a familiar camp where we see that same guy with the eye patch. His lackey reports that Flight 032 went off course without warning anyone and suspects he might. It's because he heard the news that 001 was targeted for elimination. The guy with the eye patch scoffs and calls 032. He says no one should let their emotions dictate their actions when one of their brothers is killed. This is precisely why he believes that having a family is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, we glimpse a mysterious man who could well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he came to Korea to meet our boy. The scene then returns to Jin, who stretches her fingers to make sure they're working properly. Her mind recalls a memory of the kidnapper who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no idea who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, perhaps she has no connection to the camp. Suddenly his phone rings, and when he looks on the screen, he sees that it's Yeona calling. A little later, Jin finds herself in front of a convenience store. Unsurprisingly, Yeona is there too, and they have piles of triangular kimbap spread out on their table. The girl quickly shows her that she hadn't had dinner and was craving triangular kimbap, but Seoju still thinks that amount of food, it seems like a lot. Nevertheless, she invites him to eat because she is sure that he doesn't have either. She quickly opens a kimbap, mentioning that she heard he was seriously injured and asks if he's okay now. He replies that he is. She then explains that she went to see him at the hospital, but they said he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in. Jia had also told him not to visit her for the time being. She admits that she very worried because he was absent from school yesterday. Jin explains that his grandfather told him to take the day off. Yona finds it touching that he actually listens to his grandfather. But then she becomes a little discouraged when she mentions how he had to save GA from mortal danger alone. In response, Jin says it's not quite. This is true, and it clarifies that the leader of Security Team 2 was the one doing everything. The leader of Team 2 was hunting them down. He acted as a liaison with the police and SW's security team, and even created a diversion when he was shot so that Jin could escape. The leader stayed until the very end to make sure Jin could get to safety. Without his support, the boy admits that there was nothing he could have done for Ji. Yona seems a little embarrassed to hear the truth, probably because she didn't expect our boy to explain everything to her in detail. Seokju agrees. If what Jin says is true, so it was indeed the team leader who carried out the rescue. Jin quickly agrees with her friend, but Seokju emphasizes that the team leader could not have carried out this rescue mission alone, and the report clearly shows Jin's significant contribution to save Ji. Our boy then points out that they are essentially a team, and the goal is to keep the VIP safe, not to determine who made the greatest contribution. Shoku nods and says, "That's absolutely correct." Yona feels a little out of place, probably because this isn't the kind of conversation she's used to. Just then, Jin's phone rings, and when he checks, Yona asks what's going on and if there's a problem. Jin shyly admits that they need him at the playroom because Jae-han just sent him a message saying they need an extra person and he should hurry. But Yona reminds him that he's still injured and wonders how he's going to be able to play with his hand like that. Jin clarifies that it's not. It really matters because he's still pretty awful. Yona is once again a little disturbed by his frankness. The scene. Then Don walks down the path thinking of something for Jin to eat. His thoughts. Let's go back to a past memory where a group of girls surrounded Yona, asking why Jin hadn't been to school for in the last few days. Yona explained that he had been traveling and had slightly injured his hands. The girls were surprised and they were asked if it was serious. Yona reassured them. The girls quickly became cheerful, saying that I'm glad it wasn't anything serious and it wasn't his face that was hurt, because they can't let a face like his get hurt. Scar. Yona nods quietly. Thinking about Jin's growing popularity lately, suddenly Dian hears voices nearby. Looking in the direction of the commotion, she spots a group of thugs. She begins to panic when she realizes there is no one to ask for help. But upon closer inspection, she recognizes one of the thugs as the one who had tried to ask for her number earlier. She remembers that moment. Meeting. And she remembers that he didn't seem mean, so he might listen to her. So she pulls herself together.